Hello friends, this is a meta fanfic. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So we will see what if Harry Potter became the strongest Amazon warrior. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. After being cast away by his uncle, young Harry washes ashore on an island ruled by the fierce Amazon warriors. Trained in their ways of strength, honor, and magic older than wands, he rises to become their greatest champion. But when destiny calls him back to the wizarding world, the boy who lived returns not as a victim, but as the strongest Amazon warrior the world has ever seen. Hyla had only recently been allowed to start her full Amazon training and was on her first patrol. She was only 16 and had long owned hair as well and forest leaf green eyes. She and the other trainee Amazon Reyna, who had long black hair and light blue eyes, and the full Amazon Otrera, who had long brown hair and soft brown eyes were with her on the patrol. All three of them were wearing the usual Amazon attire of leopard skin clothes that were rather sparse to save hide. As they walked along the beach she noticed a large crate washed up on shore and said, "Otrera, there's a crate over there. It might have something useful." "Good eyes, Hyla," Otrera said, nodding. "You and Reyna go and open it." Nodding, the two girls ran towards the crate, but when they got near it they heard a banging noise. "Hey Reyna, I think there's something alive in there," she exclaimed, getting near it. "You're right," Reyna said, surprised. "Do you think it's an animal?" "Let's find out." She grinned and used her spear to pry off the crate's lid. Looking inside she yelled out in shock, "It's a kid." "What?" Otrera asked, shocked. "It's a little boy," Reyna said once Otrera got over. "You might want to do something because he's panicking," she said to her fellow Amazons as she noticed the small child going into a panic attack. "He's just a male," Reyna shrugged, getting over her earlier shock. "What do you expect? They're all weak. We still need to take him back to the village so we can place him with the other male infants to be given to the next traveler," Otrera said. "Can't we just kill him?" Reyna whined. "No Reyna," Otrera scolded, "we are superior to males, yes, but we don't kill them unless in war." "Hyla, why don't you get him out of there?" Otrera asked, huffing. Reaching in she picked up the little boy as she seemed to be the only one he wasn't scared of. "Where do you think he came from?" she asked as they began the walk back to the village now that their patrol was over. "Probably snooping around in places he shouldn't have and got dropped off of a boat," Reyna snorted, glaring at the child. "Reyna, I am getting tired of your attitude," Otrera snapped. "We are better than men, but we still need them to keep up our numbers." Reyna simply huffed in annoyance as they continued on through the island's forest. After an hour of walking they stopped as they heard a rustling in the grasses to their right. "Python," Otrera whispered fearfully. "Stand ready, girls, the great serpent is about to attack." Nervously she set down the little boy and prepared her spear, waiting for the beast that plagued their island to attack. Harry, looking around, he was trying to figure out why the nice girl had put him down when he heard the bushes rustling around him. Before he could try to figure out what it was, a giant snake shot out and started wrapping around the three women and kept their spears. He knew what they were because Dudley kept asking for one to use on him, pinned to their sides. Running up to the snake he yelled, "Leave them alone," which made the snake stop squeezing and look at him curiously. "You are Speaker," the big snake hissed in surprise, scaring him because he didn't know it could talk. "What do you mean, Speaker?" he asked, confused. "You speak the language of snakes," the big snake said. "I never thought I would get to meet a speaker. Can you put them down, please?" he asked, gesturing to the women who were looking at him in shock. "I don't want you to hurt them." "Of course, Speaker," the snake said, immediately letting the three women go and doing something like a bow in front of him. Pythos, I'm at your command." "Well, Pythos, my name is Harry," he said simply. "How come you attacked us anyway?" "These Amazons are trespassing in my land," Pythos hissed in anger, nodding his head at the women, or Amazons, as he called them. Turning to the three cowering women he said, "Pythos says that you're trespassing on his land," which caused them to look at him in shock. "You understand that thing?" One of the women, he thought he heard the others call her Reyna, said in a mixture of fear and disgust. "Pythos is not a thing, he is a snake," he snapped at her. Can you tell, Pythos, the older lady who looked like the other's leader said hesitantly, that we are merely trying to get to our home that way? She pointed off. Nodding, he relayed the message, they keep attacking me though. Pythos grumbled after he explained why they were there. He says he attacks you because you always attack him, he told the leader lady. Can you ask Pythos to come with us to our village so we can negotiate with our queen? The leader lady asked. Nodding, he again relayed the message, very well then. You speaker, I wish to walk by me. He says he will come but he wants to stay by me, he said smiling as the nice girl grinned at him. Otrera, do you think he could be? The nice girl began before the mean girl Reina cut her off. Of course not, you idiot. Reina yelled, he's a useless male. Hearing the yelling made him shrink back, thinking about when his uncle would berate and slap him. His fear did not go unnoticed by Pythos, however, as he hissed menacingly at Reina, be silent, human. Pythos said, or I will change my mind about eating you. What did Pythos say, Harry? The nice girl asked while Reina trembled. He says that if she doesn't stop talking he will change his mind about eating her, he said, and he heard Reina gulp. Let's just go back to the village, the leader, Otrera, said calmly. It took another hour to reach the village, and when they entered, every woman in there, for there were nothing but women, turned to look at them in awe and fear. At the back of the village was a building larger than the rest where a beautiful woman with flowing blonde hair and light green eyes, who wore what looked like a bikini, that his uncle always had pictures of women wearing, that was made of leopard skin. Otrera, has the prophecy been fulfilled? The beautiful woman asked in awe as she looked at Pythos. Did you or one of the new girls tame the great serpent? No, my queen, Otrera said, it was this young boy we found in a crate on the beach. He is able to speak with and understand the great serpent. He says that the serpent's name is Pythos, and the boy is here to translate as Pythos is willing to negotiate a peace between us and him. Reina, Hyla, is this true? The woman Otrera called queen asked. It is, my queen, Hyla replied as Reina just looked fearfully at Pythos. Reina, why do you no answer me? The queen demanded. Pythos said he would eat her if she kept talking after she insulted the boy. Otrera said, smirking slightly. Shaking her head, the queen turned to him. They said they found you in a crate. What were you doing there? Where are your parents? My parents are dead, he said quietly. I was given to my aunt and uncle who didn't want me, and my uncle threw me in the crate before he pushed it off of the ship to get rid of me. I am sorry, child, the queen said sadly. Now how are you controlling Pythos? He said, that because I was a speaker, he would listen to my orders. He said, shrugging. He also said he attacks you because you enter his land and attack him first. What is your name, young speaker? The queen asked him. Harry Potter, ma'am, he said, trying to be respectful. Well, Harry Potter, do you know what a prophecy is? The queen asked. When he shook his head no, she said, a prophecy is a message, often a riddle, that tells part of the future. For almost the entire time that our people have lived here, we have had a prophecy that says that only the greatest of warriors, one destined to be our leader, could ever tame the mighty python. You have tamed Pythos, and as such, according to our prophecy, you are destined to be our king, something that the Amazon nation has never had. Turning to Otrera, Hyla, and Reina, she said, go and bring me the oracle. I need to have a discussion with her and our soon-to-be king. Yes, my queen, the three said, albeit reluctantly on Reina's part. After a few minutes, a beautiful woman with pure white hair and icy blue eyes walked into the hut wearing much the same as the other women he had met. Profeta, the queen said, getting off of her throne and hugging the new woman, the prophecy has come true. I know, Bellona, the white-haired woman, Profeta, said. I need to saw what the ancient scrolls say about if a male is the ruler of the prophecy, the queen, Bellona, asked. The scrolls state that he shall marry the current queen for starters. Profeta said, unfurling a scroll she had brought with her, and that he shall also have other Amazons that he finds worthier that win the honor as brides along with the queen and Nes, as he might win or capture. That is what I expected, Bellona admitted, but he is only 7 at most. What do we do about that? There is an ancient ritual that will fully develop his body in that he will be able to reproduce, he will begin growing his beard, and his voice will change. He will not grow physically due to the ritual, but he will be practically an adult in a small body that will grow as he ages. Profeta said, pulling out a bag. I have the necessary items here. How long will it take to do the ritual? Bellona asked. All I need to do is mix the potion and he has to drink it inside a special circle. Profeta said, it will take a few minutes to mix the potion. Profeta said, please do so then. Queen Bellona said, waving to a large cauldron in the corner of the hut, and Profeta quickly started mixing up the potion, as she had called it. Harry, did you understand what we were talking about just now? Bellona asked, kneeling down next to him. You said that I am going to become your king, that I have to marry you and several other women, and that she is going to be doing something so that I can have kids and other adult things, but I still won't get bigger, he said calmly. Yes, that's right, she said, surprised. I was always punished by my uncle, so I read whenever I could at school, so I was more mature than my classmates, which angered my uncle because he felt I was trying to outdo my cousin, he said to remove her confusion. After a few minutes, Profeta returned with a steaming drink and then drew a strange circle in the dirt floor before having him stand in it and drink the potion. Once he finished it, he fell to the ground holding his head as his body burned, felt cold, contracted, expanded, and several other odd sensations until the sensory overload made him fall unconscious. Groaning, he sat up and rubbed his eyes as he tried to get rid of his pounding headache. Ah, you're awake. The white-haired woman, Profeta said happily as she walked over to him. It seems that the ritual also fixed some damages to your body. What do you mean? He asked and was startled by how deep his voice was. Is that my voice? He asked, incredulous. Laughing, the queen, Bellona, happily said, yes dear husband, that is your voice. You have been unconscious for a full day and Pythos has been panicking and fretting over you ever since. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, is that so? Before yelling out, Pythos, are you there? As he yelled this, he heard a happy voice hissing, Master. Before he was being hugged by a very happy snake. Master is all right. Why are you calling me master? He asked as he pat the serpent on its head. I wish for you to be my master. I shall serve and protect only you for the rest of my days. Pythos said firmly. Why, may I ask, are you doing this? He asked, curious. You are speaker for one and your kind are revered by the serpents of the world. Pythos said, and you got the Amazons to stop trying to kill me. Smiling, he replied, then welcome to the family, Pythos, but don't call me master. Just Harry. Okay, just Harry. Pythos hissed while giggling. Cheeky serpent. He muttered before turning to the two women who were looking at him warily as they couldn't understand what he was saying. Did the ritual all the way? He asked curiously. Yes, it did, your highness. Profeta said, bowing before gesturing to a large piece of a mirror that was hanging on a wall. Looking at his reflection, he saw that while he was still only about 4 feet tall, but he was now covered with a fine layer of muscle from all of the chores his aunt and uncle made him do. His scar was fainter now than it had been before, and he saw the hints of stubble appearing on his cheeks. All in all, he looked and felt better than he ever had in his life. Wow, he muttered in shock, and after a moment he realized that he was seeing perfectly and wasn't wearing his glasses. It worked quite well, your majesty. Profeta said, smiling. Please just call me Harry, he pleaded. If that is your wish, your Harry. Profeta said, seeming to struggle to now call him your majesty. Suddenly a thought struck him. Turning to Pythos, he asked, Pythos, you said that you would only protect me for the rest of your life, yes? Yes, Harry, Pythos said, nodding his scaled head. Why do you ask? What about my wives and future children? He asked. I shall protect the family of the speaker. Pythos declared firmly. Well, Bellona, there is my first wife, he said, pointing to the queen of the Amazons. Eyeing her, Pythos slithered over and raised himself up, inspecting her as he tasted the air around her while she stood her ground and did not look afraid. Finished with his inspection, he returned to Harry and said, she is good. She will bear you many strong children. What did he say, Harry? Bellona asked curiously. He said he approves of you and that you would bear me many strong children, he said simply. Bellona's eyebrows shot into her hairline when she heard this before she frowned slightly. You are taking all of this surprisingly calmly, she said, confused. That is a side effect of the ritual. Profeta said sheepishly. He will mature greatly due to its effects. He is for all intents and purposes a very short adult, but he will keep growing taller as he grows older until he reaches his full adult height. Will there be any other effects? He asked, his voice calm as he processed the new information. It can help you process information faster, but other than that, not that I know of. Profeta said calmly. Now I am sure the two of you will wish to spend some more time together, so you are more familiar, so I shall take my leave. She bowed to the two before walking out, followed by Pythos, who took up a post outside of the door. General point of view. Over the next few years, Harry spent on the island of the Amazons. He grew stronger in both mind and body, as well as using his power to help his new people. One of the first things that he did was change some of the customs of giving away male children. He knew that the culture was that the Amazons were warrior women, so he made it so that while the daughters would be the warriors and dominants in the society, apart from him, the males would do jobs like cooking, healing, building, basically helping the lives run smoother among the people. Most of the Amazons seemed pleased with this idea, as it saved some work for them and allowed them to devote their time to their fighting skills. One, however, was angry at this new law. Reyna still hated anything that was male with a sadistic passion. It all came to a head after 3 years, when he was 10 and had just come back from a patrol, and she handed him a jug of water. He was about to drink it when Pythos knocked it out of his hands and said that it had been poisoned. Sure enough, when he had Profeta check the water, it was found to have traces of wolf's bane in it, and Reyna was given what could be considered the worst punishment to any Amazon woman. She was made a South Avenue. She had her weapons taken from her and was made a South Avenue of him and the royal family to serve their needs and produce future generations of Amazons. He had spent much of his time training and learning how to fight, and by the time he was 10 had a very large set of muscles and was never far from his spear. What made him the happiest of his 4 years on the island was his new family. Besides Bellona, he had married Profeta and Otrera 2 months after he arrived, and within the year each had given birth to a child. Bellona had given birth to a baby girl with owned hair like her mother's and his eyes that they named Artemis. Profeta had given birth to a son that had messy black hair like him but turned white like his mother's at the tips, and they had named him Apollo and had named him as the next keeper of the ancient scrolls. Otrera had given birth to a daughter that was almost identical to her mother and was one of the first of her siblings to be able to walk around. They had named her Lillian, which he remembered was his mother's name. Hyla had become his surrogate sister and was welcomed as part of the royal family and loved spending time with her nieces and nephew. Pythos had become something like his brother and adored the 3 children and was never out of their presence apart from when he was patrolling with Harry. The lives of him and his people were relatively calm, until one day a letter came with a group of strange people. Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald, winner of the Order of Merlin First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizenaugamot, Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sat in his office along with his 4 heads of house, the Minister of Magic, the head of the DMLE, and Madame Pomfrey, as they waited for Harry Potter's Hogwarts letter to be addressed. 4 years ago his monitors tied to his health and location had gone haywire and exploded, making him go to the Dursley residence once they had returned from a vacation to find out why. When he arrived there, he discovered that Vernon Dursley had dumped Harry in a crate over the side of a ship. He was furious that the man had ruined his carefully laid plans and had the family sent to Azkaban's top security sector for what they did. He had spent his time since then trying to find the boy and place him in a home where he would still be controllable for the greater good. His searches had turned up empty, however, but finally he would know where the boy was. As he was watching, he saw the quill write on an envelope, Harry James Potter, King's Hut, Island of the Amazons, Black Sea, Island of the Amazons. Fudge exclaimed, "What is this?" "I don't know, but we must go collect Harry and place him in a proper home," he exclaimed before yelling out, "Fox!" And the group was flashed away in phoenix fire. When they landed, they were immediately surrounded by women wearing sparse clothing made of leopard skin, pointing spears at them. "Who are you?" a rather attractive woman with long brown hair demanded. "Identify yourself." "We are teachers from Hogwarts trying to find Harry Potter," Minerva said nervously. The brown-haired woman's eyes hardened. "What do you want with our king?" "King?" Fudge exclaimed in shock. "Perhaps we should take them to my brother to pass judgment, Otrera." A young woman with owned hair said to the brown-haired woman, "Otrera." "Good idea, Hyla," Otrera said, lowering her spear. follow me and be respectful in our king's presence." The group of women led them to a large hut at the back of the city. Inside they saw 4 thrones, 2 of which were occupied while 3 children played on the floor with a monstrous snake. The first figure on a throne was a beautiful woman with flowing owned hair and green eyes, while the second was a man who, while only 5 feet tall, exuded an air of power as he leaned back into his throne and watched them approach. The man had a powerful build akin to that of a Spartan warrior and had a small beard which was clearly taken care of. "Otrera, Hyla, who are these people?" he asked the 2 women from before. "They claim to be teachers here to speak with you, my king," Otrera said, bowing, causing Dumbledore to start in shock. She had said Harry was their king, but that would mean, he thought, shocked at the appearance of the man that was apparently Harry. At this the man, Harry, rolled his eyes. "Otrera, we've been married for 4 years. Would you please call me by my first name?" "Married?" Severus yelled out in shock. Dumbledore was surprised that he had kept his tongue held for as long as he had. "Yes, I am one of Harry's 3 wives," Otrera said, sitting on one of the empty thrones. "3 wives?" Minerva asked, aghast. "It is the customs of our people that my brother does this." "The owned girl from before," Hyla said, before walking over to the children on the floor. "Daddy, what do these people want?" a small brunette girl asked, looking at Harry. "Pretty soon nothing will surprise me," he heard Amelia Bones mutter behind him, and silently agreed. "That is a good question, Lily," Harry said, smiling as he placed the little girl in his lap. He turned to them and asked, "Well, what is it you want?" "We have come to offer you a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Minerva said, still clearly miffed at the fact that someone who should be 11 years old already had 3 wives and 3 children. "And I should leave my people? Why?" Harry demanded. "I have 3 beautiful wives and 3 amazing children. I have a people to lead. Why should I come with you?" "You need to learn to control your magic," he said firmly, trying to think of a way to control Harry. "Not good enough," Harry said simply. "What if your people could come with you?" Phileas interjected quickly, making him curse mentally. He wanted to separate the boy from these people, not keep them around. "I'm listening," Harry said calmly. "We could find a place for your people to settle near our school, or find you an island where your people could live that you could use magic to get back to easily." Phileas continued, much to Dumbledore's dismay. "I would consider it," Harry said flatly. "What all would my husband learn at your school?" the owned woman on a throne asked. "He would learn the subjects of defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, herbology, potions, history of magic, and astronomy, and in 3rd year he can select 2 or 3 other subjects to learn," Pomona said happily. "You would first need to go to Diagon Alley to get your supplies and get money from your vault," Phileas continued. "And I would have my medical expert Madame Pomfrey look you over for any illnesses," he said, hoping that he could influence Poppy into putting some bindings on the boy's core. "I have trust in my own healers, but I know nothing of yours," Harry said with a hard look on his face. "I will go with you to this Diagon Alley and my vault for now, and then will inform you of my decision for your school." "Well then, if you would just grab my arm we could be off," Dumbledore said, hoping to get the chance to obliviate every one of the information gained today and find a way to make Harry look like a normal 11-year-old. "I go nowhere without my wives, children, sister, and protector," Harry said firmly. "Of course, Your Majesty," Amelia said, making him mentally curse again. "Would you permit me to ask a question?" "Proceed," Harry said, waving for her to continue. "Why do you look the way you do and have, well, children?" Amelia said, slightly flustered. "When I first washed ashore 4 years ago and fulfilled the prophecy of the island, our oracle, Profeta, who happens to be my last wife, performed a ritual fueled by the power of the island itself on me that all but made my body that of an adult's. The only difference was that I would not grow taller due to the ritual and would have to wait naturally for that to happen." "I understand, Your Majesty," Amelia said, nodding. Standing, Harry began hissing, and at first Dumbledore thought he was in pain before he realized that he was speaking in Parseltongue to the snake, definitely not going to be surprised anymore. Amelia muttered again. Once he was done hissing, Harry turned to the little boy and asked, "Apollo, could you go get your mother, please? We're about to leave." "Okay, Daddy," the boy said happily before running off. "This is going to be a long day," he heard Severus say, and agreed wholeheartedly. After a few minutes of waiting, Apollo returned with his Profeta, and I turned to the strangers. All right, we may leave now. Where are we going, Harry? Profeta asked, not having been present for the earlier conversation. We are going to England for now to view my finances, which could be used to acquire a great deal of resources for our people, he told her, smiling. How are we going to get there, Daddy? Lillian asked him curiously. I can create a support key to Diagon Alley, the manacled woman said somewhat nervously as she looked at Pythos. What is a portkey? Hyla asked, confused. It is a magical means of traveling great distances, the incredibly short man piped up happily. Ah, he replied, nodding. Well, while you prepare this, I need to leave instructions for my people. With that he walked to the entrance and tapped one of the guards on her shoulder. Diana, he said to the woman who happened to be Otrera's sister, I and the rest of the royal family are leaving for a few hours. Until then you are in charge of the encampment. Make sure Reyna doesn't do anything stupid either. Yes, Your Majesty, Diana said, clapping a fist to her chest in salute. Nodding, he turned back to those assembled in the hut and said, All right, let us depart. Nodding, the manacled woman held out a piece of rope that had a knot at the end. Just have everyone hold onto the rope and have your snake bite the knot at the end and make sure nobody lets go, the woman said. Nodding, they all grabbed onto the rope and, with a tug behind their navel, they were off. After a few moments of spinning it stopped, dropping them off in a cobblestone street. Welcome to Diagon Alley, the small man said happily as he picked himself off the ground. Is that the bank? He asked, pointing to a large marble building at the end of the alleyway. Yes, it is, the woman who smelled like dirt said, smiling. Very well then, he said, nodding before he and his family walked off towards the building. Wait up, Harry, the old man said, running after him, followed by the old woman, the woman with the monocle, and the man with the odd green hat. Turning, he glared at the old man. I have not given you permission to address me by my first name. You may address me by my title, by Mr. Potter, or not at all, he said, leaving no room for debate. That is no way to address your headmaster, Mr. Potter. The old woman tried reprimanding him. I have not yet accepted your school's invitation, I would suggest you remember that, he said, glaring. Ignoring them, he turned and walked into the bank, but stopped when he saw the goblins guarding the inner doors holding spears. Recognizing them as a fellow warrior race, he stared the closest one in the eye for a full minute as he sensed the four people who followed him sweating nervously before both he and the goblin smiled and burst out laughing, clasping each other's arms like old friends as they shared a warrior's camaraderie. It is good to meet a fellow warrior, the goblin said, grinning. What are your people? I am Harry Potter, King of the Amazons, he said, and the goblin's jaw dropped before the rest of him followed as he knelt before him and the other goblin guard followed his lead. Rubbing his temples, he said, Please don't bow to me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get my own people to treat me like a normal person? Smiling faintly, the two goblins stood up before the first said, I shall take you to our leader, Director Ragnarok. He shall be as glad to meet a fellow warrior as I am. Nodding in gratitude, he said, Lead the way then, my brother in arms. Pounding his spear once on the ground, the goblin turned and walked off, leading them into the bank and past the stunned customers and down a hall towards a large set of double doors that appeared to be made of pure gold that had two more guards flanking the entrance. Halt, Ripfang, one of the guards said, What business do you have here? I bring the leader of a fellow warrior people to Director Ragnarok, the one who guided them said, gesturing towards him and his family. I shall announce you, the first one said, and entered the office before walking back out a minute later. Director Ragnarok will see them now. You may return to your post, Ripfang. Nodding, Ripfang left and the two guards held the doors open for him and his family, letting them pass, but used their spears to block the four others who had followed them to the office. What is the meaning of this? The man with the green hat demanded, clearly angry. You are not one of the ones the director wishes to see at the moment, the first guard said, again glaring at the man until he backed down. That was all he saw, however, as the doors closed behind them, leaving them in the office with the single goblin who looked at them curiously. After staring at them curiously for a minute, the goblin looked at him and said, I thought you would be taller. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, Are you really one to talk? Which got a laugh out of the goblin. You would be Director Ragnarok, I presume. Getting control over his laughter, the goblin said, You would be right. And what would your name be? I was only told that you were a leader of a warrior race. I am Harry Potter, King of the Amazons, he said standing tall, and these are my wives, Bellona the High Queen and the one who helps me handle the laws of the people. Profeta the Oracle, she keeps the ancient scrolls containing our laws, knowledge, and prophecy. And finally Otrera, who is the commander of our forces and the greatest hunter of our people. This is Hyla, Bellona said gesturing to the younger woman, she is our husband's sister and the most promising warrior of her generation. We also have our children, Otrera said gesturing to the 3 small children who were looking around the office in awe. Artemis is the Bellona's daughter, she pointed to the blonde-haired little girl who was in her mother's arms. Apollo is the son of Profeta, she gestured to the little boy with black and white hair that was holding his mother's hand, and finally Lillian, here is my daughter, she smiled and looked at the little girl who was standing next to him. Lastly we have Pythos, Profeta said pointing to said serpent that was curled up next to the fireplace, who is something like a brother to our husband. Looking at the leader of the goblins he laughed as the scared Ragnarok had his mouth hanging open and his eye twitching. I think you might have broken him, he chuckled. Shaking his head Ragnarok said, I did not expect that. The boy who lived married with children and the leader of a warrior people. Chuckling at the situation Ragnarok then asked, is there anything my bank can do for you today, your majesty? Please just call me Harry Director, he began as he always did when someone he respected addressed him by title, and I was recently informed that I had funds at your bank. I wished to discover the amount that resides here and what options there are for moving my people closer to here should I decide to attend Hogwarts. Nodding Director Ragnarok pulled a piece of parchment out from his desk and a small knife and set them on the desk. Well, if I call you Harry then please call me Ragnarok. Now I need you to place a drop of blood on the parchment. It will inform us of what vaults you possess. Nodding he took the knife and made a cut on his hand, not flinching at it, which got a nod of respect from Ragnarok. Once the blood hit the parchment it soaked into it before resurfacing as words. Once the words were done appearing Ragnarok picked the parchment up and read it eyes wide and handed it to him, where he read. Name, Harry James Potter. Houses heir to, the ancient and noble house of Potter. Blood, the most ancient noble and revered house of Slytherin. Conquest, the ancient house of Gaunt. Conquest. Titles, King of the Amazon Nation, Lord Potter, Lord Slytherin, Lord Gaunt. 1. House Potter. Vaults, Potter Family Vault, Vault 39, Potter Family Heirloom Vault, Vault 40, James Potter Personal Vault, Vault 592, Lily Potter Personal Vault, Vault 617, Harry Potter Trust Vault, Vault 687. Properties, Godric's Hollow Cottage destroyed, Potter Manor lockdown, Potter Chateau Paris, France. Businesses, Quality Quidditch Supplies, Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blots, Diagon Alley, Grunnings Drill Company, Muggle World. Wizenaugamot Seats, 3 seats. 2. House Slytherin. Vaults, Slytherin Family Vault, Vault 13, Slytherin Family Heirloom Vault, Vault 14, Salazar Slytherin Personal Vault, Vault 92. Properties, Slytherin Manor, Fen, Hogwarts, part, Hogsmeade, part, Slytherin Island, off coast of Hogwarts. Businesses, none. Wizenaugamot Seats, 5 seats. Note, the properties of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade are owned by the heads of the houses Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. If only one house is currently active, then that house has total control over the properties. If there is more than one, then an agreement must be reached between the 2 houses. Currently there are no known heirs to the other 3 houses. 3. House Gaunt. Vaults, Gaunt Family Vault, Vault 332. Properties, Gaunt Shack, Little Hangleton. Businesses, none. Wizenaugamot Seats, none. Where is this Slytherin Island and how big is it? He asked Ragnarok once he finished reading the parchment. Opening a drawer in his desk, Ragnarok pulled out a file and, after flipping through it, said, well, the School of Hogwarts is a castle built by 2 witches, Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw, as well as 2 wizards, Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. The castle is on a large part of property which includes a lake that is connected to a river leading to the ocean not too far off, and the island is magically hidden about 150 miles or so off the coast. It is a fairly large island that even has the beginnings of a village along with its fortified castle, but the village was never finished. Nodding he stroked his beard and asked, how hard would it be to move my people to this new island? Our island is nice, but we are only there as we have no way of leaving, and having a fortified citadel would be of benefit to us. It would depend on what all you intend to take with you and if you wish to trade anything to the Goblin Nation. Ragnarok said simply. We have a large store of pearls that we have discovered over the centuries, as well as a supply of gold and jewels that have washed ashore and been discovered on the island, he said, plus I wish to establish an alliance between our people and yours for trade and aid in times of need. Your people are clearly master smiths and crafters as well as warriors, and my people's fighting skills are beyond measure. I don't doubt that, Harry. Ragnarok said with a slight shiver. When I was a lad, my grandfather told me something that had been told to him by his grandfather: if you ever meet witch raised by the Amazons, befriend her quickly or run for the hills. You may not be a witch, but I believe the concept still applies. My grandfather was young. He fought at the War of Troy and saw the Amazons first-hand in combat. He was awed and terrified. Good to know, he said, smirking at the goblin. So do we have a deal? You said that your island had a gold mine on it. Ragnarok asked to clarify. Nodding, he replied, we were unable to truly mine from it due to lack of equipment, but we have found gold nuggets in it. You give us the right to mine from the island and we will make sure your people are moved to the new island and will provide you with what is needed to finish building the village. You may keep what you already have, and a trade agreement sounds most agreeable. Nodding, he clasped hands with the goblin and said, before we leave to get some gold, I have a business venture I wish to suggest to you. Raising an eyebrow, Ragnarok asked, and what would that be? I remember my cousin always on his computer using the internet and was thinking of a business where people could order something and it would be delivered to them. A Muggle venture, of course, he said. Nodding his head, Ragnarok replied, that sounds like a decent venture. I will handle setting it up and getting it running in exchange for 10% ownership. Deal, he said, clasping hands again. Do you have a name suggestion for this website? Ragnarok said, pulling out a piece of parchment and writing down notes. He said with a grin as his wives and Ragnarok chuckled at his choice in name. I looked it up and actually was started around 1991, so I figured it was a funny idea. Now if you'll excuse us, I need to go get some gold from my vaults. No need, Harry. Ragnarok waved him off and pulled out a black box which he placed on the desk. Seeing as you are married, you are emancipated in England and therefore an adult, which allows you to take up your titles. This box will give you your lordship rings, which you can use to sign a Gringotts writ at any store you go to, as they are tied to your accounts. Nodding his thanks, he opened the box and saw 2 rings along with a third slot that after a moment a ring flickered into it and a black mist seemed to seep out of for a minute before vanishing. Shrugging, he picked up the first ring, a gold ring with a ruby on it, and placed it on his right ring finger, where it resized to fit his finger. After that he placed the second ring, this one a silver ring with an emerald, and the third ring that had shown up last, a lumpy gold band with a black rock with a strange symbol scratched into it. Well, Ragnarok, I have some things I need to do, he said to the director of Gringotts, who nodded and showed them out of the bank. Smiling at his children, he said, I have a special treat for you 3, before leading them over to an ice cream shop he saw when he arrived and bought everyone a cup of chocolate ice cream, which was quickly appreciated by his 3 children. Finally, Mr. Potter, a voice yelled at him from the entrance to the store, you should not run off without me. Turning, he saw the 4 people who had followed him into the bank, but before he could say anything else, a voice to his right exclaimed, Harry Potter, causing him to turn and see a large family of redheads, the youngest of whom was staring at him in awe. Looking at the family of 7 redheads, he saw 4 different expressions on their faces. The father of the group and a pair of twins had expressions of intrigue, the oldest son had an uncaring look about the situation, the mother and the youngest son had looks of greed as they stared at him, and the small girl stared at him with lust in her eyes. Yes, I am Harry Potter, he said with a hard expression on his face. Is there a problem with that? Of course not, Mr. Potter, the father of the group said quickly, we were just surprised. You haven't been seen in the 10 years since your parents were killed and you defeated he who must not be named. Who? He asked, confused, not knowing what the man was talking about. He who must not be named, Mr. Potter, the man said, confused, the terrorist who killed your parents when you were 1. He attempted to kill you as well with the death curse, Avada Kedavra. Do you have the scar? the youngest boy suddenly demanded, staring at him with greed still evident in his eyes. Glaring at the redhead, he demanded, "Which Scar, and I don't even know you. Don't presume to make demands of me again. Daddy, can I have more ice cream?" Lily asked him, pointing at her empty ice cream followed by her siblings. "Sure, Lily," he said, ruffling her hair and gesturing to the store owner to get 3 more cups of chocolate, and got a nod from the man. "Daddy," the 2 red-haired women demanded, shocked, one in what appeared to be in grief and the other in anger. "Yes," he growled at them, getting angry, "these are my wives Bellona, Otrera, and Profeta, my sister Hyla, and my children Artemis, Apollo, and Lily. Is there a problem with this? You were supposed to marry me." The little girl cried out angrily before running out of the ice cream shop before being followed by the rest of the redheads. "Well, that was bizarre," he said tonelessly, making his wives and sister chuckle. His kids were too busy eating their ice cream. "Lord Potter," a goblin said, suddenly running into the shop, "Director Ragnarok needs to see you immediately." Sighing, he paid for the ice cream and started walking back towards the bank, ignoring the 4 fools who had been spluttering ever since he had started talking to the family of redheads. "Do you know what Ragnarok wants?" He said that. "It was very important and had to do with one of your lordships," the goblin said, nervous. "Lordships?" the green-hated man yelled from behind them. "He has multiple lordships." Ignoring the man, he continued into the bank and then to Ragnarok's office. "So what is wrong, Ragnarok?" "Well, I had figured that you did not wish to go to Hogwarts at all and only came here to get resources for your people," Ragnarok said, nervously tapping his desk. "Correct," he said, getting a bad feeling about what Ragnarok was about to say. "Well, I was looking over the law of the House of Slytherin, and it states that all members of the house must attend Hogwarts. As you have accepted the lordship for your houses, you have to go," Ragnarok said before ducking under his desk. "Ragnarok, stop cowering under your desk," he snapped at the goblin, who slowly came back up. "This wasn't your fault, but I could use some help finding some solutions to stop the problem, or at least make it less annoying." "Well," Ragnarok began once he was back in his seat, "there is no way to prevent it, the house law is ironclad. But there are several loopholes and forgotten rules that would make things less stressful for you." "Such as?" he demanded. "Well, for one, the ring for House Slytherin can act as a portkey between Hogwarts, Slytherin Manor, or Slytherin Island." Ragnarok began, getting a nod from him, as that would make things easier. "Another is that students, if they have their head of house's approval, are emancipated or are of age, can leave the grounds at any point so long as they do not miss a class or a mandatory event." "Another useful rule," he said, nodding, somewhat mollified about the situation, and gestures for Ragnarok to continue. "Finally, is that you don't have to live at Hogwarts as you are an owner," Ragnarok said, sighing in relief when he finally calmed down. "Very well," he said, resigned. "Now how long would it take to finish the town on Slytherin Island and to set up some sort of enchantment to make the climate more like that of our home island?" "I will have to send a couple of goblins to your island to inspect the mine so we can come to an agreement on how much the profits are split, and so we can alter your new island's climate to match the old one," Ragnarok said, shrugging. "Very well then, select 4 goblins. 2 will remain to inspect the island and 2 will return with the information for the new island," he suggested, which got a nod from Ragnarok. Slytherin Island Citadel. Sitting at the desk in his new office in the Citadel, he looked through the different files given to him by Ragnarok, putting some to the side. "Harry, is something wrong?" Hyla asked as she walked in, followed by Bellona, Profeta, and Otrera. "No, Hyla, just going through some files that Ragnarok gave me," he said, massaging the bridge of his nose as he set down the last folder. "How is everyone settling in?" he asked Otrera. "Everyone is exploring the town at the moment and deciding who is going to have what house as their own, while the goblins are finding out what needs to be finished," Otrera said as she walked behind him and began rubbing his shoulders to try and calm him down. "What was in the files?" Profeta asked, picking one up and flipping through it. Sighing, he thought back to what Ragnarok had told him while Bellona and Hyla had taken the 4 goblins back to the island. Flashback. "Ragnarok, could you explain something to me?" he asked the goblin director, curious, while Profeta and Otrera were taking Lily, Apollo, and Artemis to the bathroom. "Of course, Harry," Ragnarok said, "ask away." I met a man who said something about me defeating he who must not be named or something. Care to explain? He said, and saw the goblin across from him nod in understanding. Well, you see, when you were 15 months old, a wizard known as Lord Voldemort, who scared most witches and wizards so much that they refused to say his name, came to your parents' house and killed them before attempting to kill you. Your parents were two of the most powerful people in the fight against him, as they had already fought and escaped from him 3 times before that night, and as such it was believed that was why he had marked them for death. Anyway, after he killed them, he went and tried to use the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, which kills instantly and without a mark, but for some reason failed against you and gave you the lightning bolt scar on your forehead, and the rebounding curse destroyed his body. That's how my parents died. He asked in a small voice as he heard the real story for the first time and not the lie that his aunt and uncle had told him. His eyes hardened. I am going to kill them slowly and painfully. Who, Harry? Ragnarok asked, confused. My damn aunt and uncle, he growled. Those bastards had the audacity to lie to me and tell me that my parents were drunken drug users who died in a car crash due to their own stupidity, along with several other lies. Wincing, Ragnarok replied, I am really glad I am not them right now. They have pissed off the king of the Amazons. They're going to die in a truly gruesome manner, I would imagine. Of course. He gave Ragnarok a bloodthirsty grin at his statement. Shaking his head, Ragnarok said, well, that also reminds me of something that I have for you, and brings up a stack of folders from a drawer in his desk. Voldemort had a group of followers who NDED themselves with his mark to show that they belong to him basically. When you defeated him and gained his houses by right of conquest, you also gained the right to take one creature from each family of his NDED cattle. This was originally intended for families of cows or sheep, but the law can also be used in this context. These folders contain information for each of the families and their members. Looking at the folders, he nodded, intrigued. Thank you, Ragnarok, that sounds most intriguing. End flashback. So what folders are which? Bellona asked, looking at the different stacks. Well, this folder, he said, gesturing towards the first stack, are the people that we reserve decisions on for now, as they aren't worth going after very much, but it is good to have something useful if we need it. Makes sense, Otrera said, flipping through the first folder in the stack. The second folder is the opposite of the first, he said, gesturing to the stack of 5 folders. These are the ones that I would recommend taking one of them for sure, as they are powerful politically and financially, and this would be a large smear on their name. Plus the ones I selected have powerful magic and would birth strong Amazon women one day. Which families are they, and who do you intend to take? Hyla asked, curious. The families of Malfoy, Lestrange, Yaxley, Parkinson, and Caro, he said, listing them off, and I intend to take the wives of the 5 lords who aided Voldemort: Narcissa Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Andromeda Yaxley, Dominique Parkinson, and Hestia Caro. Narcissa, Bellatrix, and Andromeda are actually sisters too and are considered extraordinarily powerful. Andromeda did not leave to marry Ted Tonks, I just had him marry another Muggleborns in this FIC. And the last pile? Profeta asked. To save for if they annoy me, I can threaten to do to them what I did to the people in the second pile, he said, shrugging. Pulling out a piece of parchment, he wrote out a note to Ragnarok about who he wanted taken as a new South Avenue and sent it off with a nearby goblin by Portkey. Within half an hour, the magical defenses for the Citadel, Ragnarok had called them wards, had informed him that his 5 new avs had arrived and were in the cells below the main floors. Walking down, he entered the dungeon and saw each of the women shackled to the wall unconscious with a box in front of them. Narcissa Malfoy had platinum owned hair that went a little past her shoulders and was slightly curly, along with her pale skin and slightly sunken cheeks. She had a very curvy figure and had magical suppression cuffs around her wrists to prevent her from doing any magic to escape. She was wearing rose-red lipstick and a black dress, as she looked to have been preparing herself to go somewhere. Bellatrix Lestrange had sickly pale skin, likely from the prison she had been in, and flowing black hair that went down to the small of her back. She, like her sister Narcissa, was a very curvaceous woman and wore the suppression cuffs to prevent escape. All she wore was a ratty prison jumpsuit that looked close to falling apart. Andromeda Yaxley, the third and final of the 3 black sisters, had chocolate brown hair that was curly like her sister Narcissa's and a few inches longer. She had a paler skin tone than Narcissa but not as pale as Bellatrix. Like her other two sisters, she was very shapely and had the suppression. Dominique Parkinson had straight black hair that went to just below her shoulders and had snow-white skin. She wasn't as shapely as the Black sisters but still had an appealing form along with the suppression cuffs. She, like Narcissa, was wearing a black dress and red lipstick. Hestia Caro had soft white skin and brown hair that stopped an inch or so above her shoulders and was slightly curly at the bottom. She was curvier than Dominique Parkinson but not quite as curvy as a Black sister and also had the suppression cuffs. She was wearing no clothing and it appeared that she had been taking a shower when she was taken as she was dripping wet. Looking at the note on top of the first box, it informed him that inside was a color for each of the women that would bind them to him, preventing them from doing anything that could harm him without his direct consent. All the colors would need was a drop of his blood to activate them. Nodding to himself, he did the process to each of the women and then once he was done read off a password on the paper to wake them up. With a jerk all the women shot awake and tried to find out where they were. "Where am I?" Narcissa demanded, furious. "Who has dared to take me?" "You were in my citadel," he said, getting their attention as they snapped their heads towards him, "and the goblins brought you here." "How dare they?" Dominique seethed. "I'll have the lot of them killed." "Actually they had every right to do it," he said, pacing the room, smirking to himself. "What are you talking about?" Andromeda demanded, confused. "Well, you see, all of your husbands supported Voldemort," he began, "and they each accepted the dark mark from him, which in the eyes of your laws makes them NDED cattle. As I won the House of Slytherin by right of conquest when I defeated your husband's lord, I gained the right to take one being from each of his NDED cattle families. For the moment I have taken you 5. Who are you?" Hestia demanded, furious. He said, pausing for a moment before showing his scar, "I'm Harry Potter." They all gasped in shock at his identity and looked at him in fear. "I am the king of the Amazons and you 5 are going to be used to give birth to a new age of Amazon warrior women." "No," Bellatrix yelled, speaking up for the first time, "I refuse." "It is not up to you," he snarled at her. "Now I have to go and check on my people. Take time to think about your fate." With those final words he turned around and walked back. Outside, he may have to be a part of this world but he intended to make it fear him and his people. Standing by the window in his office, Harry smiled as he recalled what had happened over the past week since he had moved into the Citadel. Over the past week the town had been slowly rebuilt and improved from its original design thanks to the goblins, who had even set up a small bank outpost on the island and built several shops and other things so that the women who had been injured to an extent where they couldn't fight, the elderly, and any men that lived within the culture could contribute to the society. Along with the shops, the goblins had built several training facilities and 2 female goblin architects were living on the island permanently to try and make new improvements for the existing buildings while designing new ones. His people had settled in well, not surprising as they had wanted to get off the old island for a while, as they were only there when they got shipwrecked but lacked any sailing skills, and were starting to get used to the new island. There were some problems though. He scowled as his thoughts turned to the problems of the past week. Reyna had been causing problems when she met the other 5s. Avzan had convinced them to attempt to run away on the second night and escape to the mainland. It hadn't ended well. Pythos had caught them in the woods after a hunt and he was quickly alerted to the situation and brought them back to the Citadel and locked them up in the dungeon cells again instead of the room he had moved them to before as a goodwill gesture. He had to punish them to dissuade them from trying something like that again. Flashback. Standing in front of the 6 women, he scowled down at them as they lay chained to the wall. "Did you honestly expect me to not find you?" he demanded angrily. "I control the wards on this island and even if you got off I could have had you tracked down and returned through your collars." The 6 looked surprised at this, before sad that any other escape plans they had would be futile. "I expected something like this from you 3, he said, gesturing to the Black sisters, "and maybe from you too," he gestured to Dominique and Hestia. "But I had hoped that by now you would have accepted me, Reyna." He looked at her with a mixture of anger and pity. "I held off of truly punishing you all this time, but now maybe it is time that I start." What do you mean?" Reyna demanded, slightly scared, knowing that she was at his mercy. I could understand, somewhat, why you did a year ago even though it was incredibly stupid, but I simply made you a servant as I pitied you and knew how much you didn't want to bear my child. Now however you need to be punished and shown that you no longer control your own life. You tried to kill me and by our laws you were stripped of your status and made a South Avenue. I am no longer going to hold back. The black-haired Amazon woman broke down into sobs at these words before he turned to the other 5 women looking at him in fear. I shall deal with you all afterwards, and with those final words he dragged Raina off to a separate cell and began her punishment. End flashback. After he punished Raina he dealt with the other 5 but hadn't been as harsh as they had been following Raina and hadn't really known what all he was going to do. He discovered thanks to a truth potion from the goblins that they had expected to be tortured into insanity due to their husband's position as Death Eaters. Dominique, Andromeda, and Hestia were the most accepting after that, having hated their husband but being stuck with them due to arranged marriages. Bellatrix still believed that if she tried telling him no he would let her go, and Narcissa seemed unsure of how she felt. The 6 lived in the South Avenue quarters he had assigned and were only let out now when under guard until he felt he could trust them, or Ragnarok sent the modifiers for the callers to make it impossible for them to run away again. Turning to Diana he asked, "Could you please bring me Dominique and Hestia? It is time for me to go get the materials I need for that school I am forced to attend." Nodding, his sister-in-law said, "Yes, Your Majesty," before quickly walking off, not giving him the chance to tell her to simply use his name. Rolling his eyes at her stubbornness he picked up his money pouch that connected to his vaults and attached it to his vault while he waited for the 2 women to show up so he could use them to get information about what extra things would be useful to have, as they knew more about the society than he did and were the most accepting of the situation they were in. Finally Diana returned with the 2 women in tow. "Thank you, Diana," he said, gesturing that she was free to go before turning to Dominique and Hestia. "Now as for you 2. I am going to Diagon Alley today to get my supplies for Hogwarts as I am forced to attend. You 2 shall be joining me to tell me which items will be helpful and which won't." "Understand." Bowing their heads they both said quietly, "Yes, Master." Pinching the bridge of his nose he said, "Please don't call me Master, I don't like it. Call me Mr. Potter or Harry unless I tell you otherwise, understand?" "Yes, Harry," Dominique said, nodding, seemingly surprised with Hestia following suit. "Now come, we have to go pick up Bellona, Otrera, and my children," he said, walking past them to the quarters where he stayed with his wives and children and had them join him. Profeta had decided to stay beforehand to organize the Citadel's private Leary while Hyla had training. 2 hours later, sighing in relief that there was only one more stop after this one, he entered the bookstore known as Flourish and Blots, followed by his family and the 2 Avs. "Can I help you, sir?" the store clerk asked warily as he entered, probably nervous at the weapons he, Bellona and Otrera, carried. "Yes, I specifically need a full set of this year's first-year Hogwarts texts as well as a copy of every book you have in stock that is not on this list," he said before handing over the list Otrera and some others had made of what books he had in his Leary. "You trying to start your own Leary or something?" the clerk asked, amused as he took the list. "Not start, just update," he said, shrugging, making the clerk look at him in surprise. "I recently claimed lordship over a house that had been inactive for a while and I am updating its Leary." "You have your own Leary?" a voice demanded from behind him and, turning, he saw a bushy-haired 11-year-old girl staring at him holding a stack of books that seemed to weigh more than she did. "Yes, what of it?" he asked, a little irritated at her eavesdropping. Not noticing his irritation the girl pressed on, "Can I see it?" "No," he said simply before turning back to the store clerk. "What?" the girl screeched from behind him, drawing the attention of 2 people who might be her parents. "Why not?" she demanded. "Knowledge is supposed to be shared. I demand you let me see your Leary." Glaring at the girl he snarled, "That Leary is my private property and you are not even welcome on the island in which it is housed." Before the girl could continue her rant, her father placed a hand over her mouth and said, "I am so sorry about this, sir. My daughter is too headstrong for her own good and has an obsession to make everyone follow what she believes to the rules whether they are or not." Nodding at the man who was at least respectful he said, "Very well, but control your daughter or in the future." Of course, sir, the man said quickly while still trying to control his struggling daughter. My name is Daniel Granger, by the way, and this is my wife Emma. He nodded to the woman next to him, and my daughter Hermione, who you just met. I am Harry James Potter, King of the Amazons, he said, nodding and mentally snorting at their looks of shock. And these are two of my 3 wives, Bellona and Otrera, my 3 children, Artemis, Apollo, and Lily, as well as 2 of my Avs, Dominique and Hestia. Shocked by his words, the man, Daniel, let his hand drop from his daughter's mouth, which she took advantage of to begin her rant anew. You have 3 wives and 2 Avs. She yelled, that's barbaric. I have 6 Avs actually, he said in a cold voice that stopped her in her tracks. And how dare you insult the traditions of my people? Who are you to define what is right and what is wrong? At that moment the shop clerk returned with a package the size of a matchbox, which was handed over while telling him, all right sir, this contains your purchase shrunk down. All it needs is a simple shrinking charm to bring it up to and about the size of this counter, and the inside is expanded. It also has a feather-light charm placed on it for easier transportation. Thank you, sir, he said, nodding to the man before walking off and sending a final glare at the girl who had insulted his culture. I wonder how he got all of these together so fast. He mused out loud as they left. He probably used an elf maw, Harry. Dominique said hesitatingly. Explain please, Dominique, he said, turning to the dark-haired woman. Blushing at being the center of attention, at least for the moment, she said, well, there are different species of magical beings known as elves that serve wizard families. Their magic works differently than ours and needs to have a bond with either an individual witch or wizard or with a magical family, or else they go crazy and die. They are treated by some, but for the most part people, like my ex-husband, abuses and mistreat them, as there are no laws to stop him from doing so. Nodding said, thank you, Dominique. Would you recommend acquiring the service of some elves for the island? You, Harry, Dominique said a little more confidently. I would, and I also know of a place down in Nocturne Alley where we can find some. Nodding, he said, very well then, we shall go there after we get my wand. Entering the wand shop labeled Ollivander's, he paused as he senses a presence trying to sneak up on him, and spun, drawing his new sword as he did so, and pointed it in the face of a startled old man with white hair and silver eyes. Why did you try to sneak up on me? He demanded angrily. I find it amusing when people get startled, the old man said quickly, holding his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Not so amusing when reversed now, is it though? He asked, irritated. Not really, the man admitted before looking at the sword. Where did you get a goblin-made blade though? This blade was made by one of my blacksmiths who is working with the goblins, showing them some of my people's designs while they show her how they work the metal. This was the first sword she made with the new knowledge and gave it to me as a gift to her king. It is a Greek hoplite sword in the style that was used in what is known as the year 250 BC, he said as he sheathed the beautiful weapon. It was one solid piece of gleaming steel with a blade of 26 inches, with the hilt big enough for one of his hands and a little extra room for growth, and the cross guard just being a slightly wider piece of steel that had a circle-shaped scoop that showed part of the blade. Now I am here. For a wand, or are you going to do something else stupid? He asked the old man with a slight glare. No, Mr. Potter, the old man said, scared, which put him more on edge that he knew his name. I have just the wand for you. With those words the man went to a specific shelf and pulled down a wand and went into some speech about how it was the twin wand of the man who gave him his scar and was made of holly and a phoenix feather, but he held up a hand to stop the man when he approached. How did you know who I was, Mr. Ollivander? He demanded. I never said my name, but you knew who I was when I entered. The man started sweating lightly. No, you told me, don't you remember? The old man insisted but failed to convince him. Turning to Hestia he asked, Hestia, is there another wandcrafter that we can go to who will not lie to us? Blushing at being the center of attention, much like Dominique had earlier, she said, I know of one, yes. Nodding he said, very well then, lead on. Before walking out of the store, leaving a stammering old man behind clutching a single holly wand. Hestia led them down Nocturne Alley and to a building that had just the word, wands, written above the door in fading paint to indicate what it was. This the place? He asked and got a nervous nod from Hestia. Very well then. Pushing open the door, he saw a bored-looking man behind a counter who perked up when they entered. "How can I help you today?" The man asked eagerly once they were close enough. "I am in need of a wand," he said simply, and the man nodded before leading him to a pair of doors. "We will have to go through each of these rooms to find the parts for your wand, as I only do custom wands, not the pre-made ones like Ollivander," the man said, pointing to the two doors. Nodding, he entered into the first room and, following the man's instructions, he selected his wood before doing the same for his core material. "Blood Elder and the feather from a royal war phoenix," the wand maker said, practically giddy with excitement, "both of which only ever individually go with strong warriors, but both together will be incredible." "How long will it take to make?" he asked the man. "Give me about an hour or so," the man before shooing them out the door so he could work. Shaking his head at the man's excitement, he turned to Dominique and asked, "Can you take me to the place with elves then?" Dominique, nodding, the woman led us to a building where a balding man sat nursing a beer behind a counter, looking much less accommodating than the wand crafter had. "What do you want?" the man slurred as he took another swig of his beer. "I am here to acquire some elves," he said simply, "and I was told this was the place to come." "Fine," the man grumbled, followed by a belch, "come with me then." They were then led to a thick steel door which the man opened and let them enter. "Pick the ones you want out, but don't do anything to permanently damage them. I can't sell broken wares," before slamming the door shut. Turning to Dominique, he said, "I don't like him." Sighing, she said, "The last man to own the shop wasn't so bad." Nodding in understanding, he walked into the main area where the elves lived and saw a little over 100 different elves milling around, all who looked different. Some of the elves had blood-red skin as well as glowing white horns, hair and eyes. Other elves had soft-looking white skin, flowing black hair, and hazel eyes. A third group had soft blue-purple skin and eyes as well as pure white hair. The fourth group had tan skin, owned hair, and leaf-green eyes. The fifth group had flaming red hair, eyes the color of hot metal, and pale skin. The last group had pale white skin, owned hair, and golden eyes. The first three groups were the largest, with the last three being smaller. As soon as they entered, an elf woman from each group broke off and walked towards them, seeming to be emissaries of their particular group. "Greetings, masters and mistresses," the elf from the fourth group said, bowing to them. "How can we inferior beings serve you today?" Scowling at what they were forced to do, he said, "Please do not bow, I don't like it." The six quickly straightened up. "Now I would like to acquire the service of some elves to help things on my island with my people." "Your island, master?" the elf from the second group asked, curious. "Are you not English?" "I am the king of the Amazons," he said, making the six quickly bow again. "What did I say about the bowing?" he groaned out. Blushing slightly, the six straightened up again and he continued, "As I said, I am king of the Amazons, and as such my people's laws are not the same as they are in England. If you live on my island, you could have your freedom to find jobs you wish and live your own lives. Even have wands if you wish, as I doubt the English allow you to." Eyes wide, the elf from the third group asked, "May we go confer with our leader's master?" Nodding, he said, "You may, and please don't call me master, just call me Harry." "Thank you, Harry," the third group elf said before the six all ran off to their leaders. After a few minutes, the six returned with 6 other elfish women whom he repeated his offer to. After a few moments, the leader from the first group asked, "May you take all of us with you?" Nodding, he said, "That shouldn't be a problem," which got him a grateful nod from the elf. "Do you know much about elves, Harry?" the elf leader from the second group asked. When he shook his head, she said, "I thought so. Allow me to give you a quick education. I am a high elf, my kind are the best open combat warriors and are also scholars and poets." The leader of the first group stepped up. "I am a blood elf, my kind are the best at arcane rituals and magic. We are also most adept at torture and interrogation." The leader of the third group stepped forward. "I am a dark elf or drow, my kind are the best assassins and spies." The fourth group leader spoke next. "I am a forest elf, my kind are the best hunters and trackers. We are also adept at archery." The fifth group leader followed her. "I am a fire elf, my kind have natural control over fire and are the best at healing." The final elf leader walked up next. "I am a water elf, my kind are the best sailors and fishermen." Nodding he said, "We shall make sure to find homes for all of you back on the island, but as you know, this is the island of the Amazons. The women that are capable are expected to train to be warriors, while the men, apart from me and my children, are expected to do things like heal and run the shops and other similar more domestic duties." "We understand, Harry," the leader of the Blood Elves said, nodding, "and as a sign of good faith our emissary who spoke to you, Talia, wishes to become a servant of your household." The other leaders spoke similar sentiments and he agreed. After that they headed up and went to pay for them, but he had to draw his sword when the man tried cheating him, which quickly got a better price. After that they picked up his wand and had the elves teleport them to the island. Pacing in his office in his black armor covered by a hooded cloak, Harry smiled as he looked down on the village and saw the different elf groups mingling with the Amazon women and a few goblins. The 6 elf clans had settled in well since they came to the island, with each of them settling into their niche. The water elves tended to live at the edges of the city to get to the water faster, as they spent most of their day making boats or fishing in the shallows to bring food in for the city, while the forest elves, who lived in the same area, spent their days hunting in the forests and noting what animals lived on the island. The dark and high elves had each, with his permission, taken over a portion of his citadel where they worked and lived out of. The blood and fire elves lived scattered throughout the city, doing whatever work took their fancy. Turning to look at all the women in the office with him, he said, "All right girls, I figured that I might as well ride on the damn train to the school, but I can some of you with me. Otrera," he began, turning to his brunette wife, "you will be staying here to keep an eye on everything and to contact me in case anything gets out of hand." "Yes, Harry," Otrera said with a nod from her position in the back where she was keeping an eye on Reyna and Bellatrix. "Reyna and Bellatrix are going to be staying here in their rooms," he said firmly, sending the two in question a hard look, making them sulk. Now, he turned to his right, "Bellona, Profeta, I would like the both of you to come with me." "Of course, Harry," Bellona said, smiling while resting a hand on his shoulder as Profeta nodded in agreement. Now, he turned to the final 4s, Avs, Dominique, Hestia, Andromeda, Narcissa. "Do you 4 have any problems coming and possibly running into your husbands and, in Narcissa's and Dominique's case, children? I would like to risk it." Narcissa said faintly as everyone turned to her, I may be glad to be rid of Lucius, but I am worried about my son. I tried to make him a good man, but he took too much after his father." Andromeda gave her sister a comforting hug and nodded at Harry to show that she would come as well, followed by Dominique and Hestia. "Finally, I would like to bring Darna from the Dark Elves with us as some extra protection," he finished, to which the rest of the girls, bar Reyna and Bellatrix, agreed. Nodding to them, he walked towards the room where he knew his children were training, and they immediately ran up to him once he entered, yelling, "Daddy." "Hey guys," he said, scooping them up in a hug, laughing as they tried climbing all over him, "I'm about to go to catch the train, but I'll be back here later tonight to tuck you in." "All right, Daddy," they all said in unison, with Artemis and Lilying either cheek while Apollo tried to look tough, until Artemis poked him in the stomach, making him pout. Giving his children one last hug, he walked back to his office to get the girls before they head off through use of a portkey. After a few moments of spinning they all landed, with Darna fading into the shadows upon arrival, in what Narcissa informed him was platform 9 3/4. Looking around, he saw a train car that appeared to be made of silver, which was surrounded by a crowd of students, most of whom wore green and silver trimmed robes. Raising an eyebrow, he walked towards the crowd and heard the majority of them grumbling about not being able to get the door open, while the rest were simply amused at the situation. "You mean you honestly cannot figure out how to open the door?" he asked out loud, getting everyone to turn their attention towards him. "You mean you know how this damn thing opens?" a 15-year-old student wearing green trimmed robes asked him, curious. Rolling his eyes, he replied, "This is the car of the Lord and or heir Slytherin that are recognized and wear the rings of their houses. The ring is needed to open the door." "Well, how would you know?" an 11-year-old boy with platinum owned hair asked, sneering down at him. Noticing the way Narcissa was staring at the owned boy, he assumed this was her son. Walking forward, he ignored the sneering owned and pressed his Slytherin ring into an indent on the door, making it slide open and the jaws of those watching drop. Chuckling he walked in followed by the girls and chuckled as Narcissa's son tried to enter only for the door to slam shut in his face. Thanks to a spell from Dominique along with what he assumed was a locking spell. As they all settled down in the large compartment and prepared for the journey to start. Turning to Narcissa he asked, "Was that your son?" Nodding she replied, "Yes it was, but I don't know what all that will mean anymore. He never listened to me and only followed his father's beliefs." Standing up he pulled the bee-owned woman into a hug which she gratefully reciprocated as she held him tightly. After a couple of minutes of him trying to comfort her she let go and gave him a faint smile. "Thank you for that," she said gratefully as she wiped her watery eyes. Nodding to show that she was welcome he sat back down in his seat as Narcissa walked over to her sister. "Hey," Hestia asked, "where's Darna? Did she make it on the train?" Said dark elf appeared from the shadows for a moment saying, "I am here," before vanishing again causing everyone but himself, Bellona, and Profeta to jump in surprise. "So Harry," Bellona asked after a moment, "what do you intend to do to keep that annoying man Dumbledore in line?" "Remind him that I am a foreign dignitary and as such he cannot touch me without being removed from all his positions unless he formally declares war through the ICW as we are technically members of that group. 2. That I am Lord Slytherin, even if he doesn't know it yet, and as such I own the school and choose what goes on there. And 3. That he simply has no control over my life." "How did you get recognized by the ICW?" Dominique asked confused. "Because of the goblins," Andromeda piped up. "If the goblins recognize any human lead group as their own nation then they are immediately granted status in the ICW without question. And I have the documents to prove it," he added smirking and pulled a scroll out from the pocket of his cloak making the others smirk. "Well, there are going to be a lot of angry people at Hogwarts." Narcissa mused, smiling faintly. Before they could continue the train shook as it began moving cutting them all off. After a couple of minutes a 15-year-old from the crowd they had seen earlier opened the door connecting the compartment to the rest of the train and sneered at him while leering at the girls. "Clear out," the boy snapped at him, "this is my compartment now. The women however can stay and have some fun." The girls all looked decidedly green at the thought but before the boy could continue I stood and drew my sword, holding it to the boy's neck growling, "If you order me around you will regret it. If you try to make advances on my wives or my avs again you will regret it. If you cross me, you will regret it." I accentuated each word by pushing the blade a little harder against his neck with the boy paling whiter and whiter with each moment before he fell back and ran from the compartment. "Well, that was fun," he mused before Bellona slapped his arm playfully. "Harry," she groaned, "let us have some fun next time." "All right Belle," he said using the shortened version of her name that only he was allowed to use, "next idiot to come here is all yours." "Thank you Harry." Belle smiled before ing him happily. Unfortunately it seemed that they would be getting no peace on the trip as the door was once again opened without so much as a knock and one of the redheads that he had run into at the ice cream shop along with the bushy-haired girl from the bookstore barged in. Glaring at the two he snarled, "The door was closed for a reason, knock next time." Glaring at him the bushy-haired girl sneered. "Who are you to talk about what should and shouldn't be done? You admitted to having multiple wives and avs which are illegal." "Not in my culture," he said shrugging, "and not in the culture of Wizarding England either. Get the facts before you open your mouth from now on." He then turned to the redhead, who was the youngest of the boys as far as he could remember, and asked, "And what did you want?" "I'm here to offer to let you be the friend of Ron Weasley, greatest wizard of the generation," the redhead said arrogantly before sticking his hand out like he had just offered Harry the most amazing thing in the world. At his words everyone in the compartment, bar the two intruders, burst out laughing. He could even hear a faint giggle from one of the shadows where he figured Darna was hiding. "What's so funny?" the redhead demanded angrily. "The fact that you believe yourself to be more powerful than my master Harry," Narcissa said, which surprised him as he thought she was still unsure of how she felt about the whole South Avenue situation. Dominique decided to add in her 2 cents with, "He far outstrips you in every way little boy, so just run along." With those parting words, and a helpful conjured blast of wind from Darna, the two interlopers were thrown from the compartment. Waving her wand lazily, Hestia locked the compartment door to prevent any more unwanted visitors, and they enjoyed the rest of their journey in silence. At the end of the train ride they disembarked onto another platform and were led to a fleet of small boats, bar one that was again made of silver and was large enough to hold his entire entourage and kept rejecting Narcissus' son, which he happily boarded. Finally they were all in the great hall waiting to be sorted, him and his girls getting many strange looks from those not in the know and several students wondering what group of adults was doing with the first years. Finally though his name was called up, Harry Potter. And he walked forward hearing the gasps of shock and surprise from around the hall. "Hello Mr. Potter," the voice of what he assumed was the Sorting Hat spoke in his mind, "or should I say Your Majesty?" "Just Harry if you would, Sir Hat," he replied calmly, getting a chuckle from the article of clothing. "Very well then, just Harry," the smart A.S. Hat replied, "let's see where to put you. You're hard-working, you're intelligent, you're loyal, you're oh what's this? Well, with that there is no choice but to put you as Lord Slytherin," the hat shouted to the rest of the hall, and you could hear a pin drop. Smirking, he removed the hat from his head and walked over to the green and silver-clad table as a silver throne engraved with emeralds appeared at the end before the table expanded and smaller, less ornate silver thrones appeared for his girls. Looking back at the still frozen hall, he asked out loud, "Well, aren't you going to continue?" Which shook people from their stupor as whispered conversations sprang up around the hall, and the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall, continued the sorting. "I bet 5 silver pieces that the headmaster tries to call Harry up after dinner," he heard Bellona whisper to Profeta. "No, I would say at breakfast," Profeta replied, shaking her sister wife's hand, making him smirk before he relaxed in his throne, waiting for dinner to start. "All right," Harry said as he wiped his mouth and set down his fork as dinner ended, "let's go home." Before they could leave though, Potter, the man with greasy hair who had come to the island before, snapped as he strode up to them with a look reminiscent of constipation on the man's face, "The headmaster wants to see you immediately." "Damn it," Profeta grumbled as she handed 5 silver pieces over to a smirking Bellona. "Thank you," Bellona said, chuckling as she pocketed the coins. "Come on girls," he said, standing up, "let's go see what the old man wants." "Just you, Potter," the greasy-haired man snarled, "not your women." He glared at the man, "Either they come with me or I don't come at all. I am the Lord Slytherin, which means that I own this school. I don't take orders." The man opened and closed his mouth a few times, probably trying to come up with a response, before grumbling his acceptance and turning on his heel. Following the man, they were led to a gargoyle that stepped aside to reveal a staircase. Climbing to the top, they were led into an office where Dumbledore was waiting. "I ordered that your women not come, Harry," the old man said, trying to sound firm. "They are my wives and my Avs Albus," he said, remembering the man's first name from the letter he received, "and I don't take orders from you. Now what do you want? Do not use my first name, Harry, you don't have permission. And I am informing you that I am changing your sorting and placing you in Gryffindor as well as," Dumbledore began before the Sorting Hat cut him off. "You don't have the authority to overrule a sorting Albus." The Hat yelled at him, "Plus he is Lord Slytherin. He is required to be in Slytherin." "Thank you, Sir Hat," he said, giving a grateful nod to the enchanted Hat, who grinned back. "Now is there anything else, Albus?" he asked, turning back to the headmaster. "Do not call me Albus, Harry," the old man snapped. "You do not have permission to use my first name either, so don't assume you do," he growled back. "Now what do you want? You are not allowed to bring your women with you onto the grounds anymore." Dumbledore tried ordering. "You don't have any room to give me orders, Dumbledore," he growled. "I own this school, so my authority supersedes yours. Also, I will only be coming to attend lessons and some meals, nothing more. I am only here as the Slytherin family bylaws state that I have to be. Students are not permitted to live off of campus, Harry," Dumbledore interjected smugly. "As the owner of the school, I don't have to live at the castle, and furthermore, as I am emancipated, I may leave the grounds at any time I wish to." "Albus," he shot back before standing up, "we're done here." Then with a swish of his cloak he spun on his heel and walked out, followed by the others before they all grabbed him and he activated the portkey to the island. "Daddy." Immediately after arrival he was tackled by 3 happy 3-year-olds. Hey there, he said smiling as he scooped up his children, did you three behave for Mommy Otrera? Yes, they said, giving him the innocent look only a child can make. They were running around like crazy and asking when you would be back every 5 minutes. Otrera said, amused as she walked up and gave him a quick while the children in his arms pulled a face at the affection. I think it's bedtime for you three, he said, chuckling as the 3 children in his arms began protesting vehemently and begging him not to send them to bed. Laughing, he carried them up to their rooms and tucked them all in before going to his room and joined his wives in bed. The next morning he woke up, sandwiched between Bellona and Profeta, with Otrera using him as a pillow. Seeing the sleeping forms of the women he loved, he sighed, upset about being forced to attend this ridiculous academy and losing time with his family. A few hours later he was dressed in his armor and ready to go, with Otrera, Darna, and Hestia waiting to join him while the others would stay behind. Using his ring he portkeyed into the courtyard outside the great hall and walked in to have breakfast as well as to get a feel for how things would play out during his 7 years here. Immediately upon walking in he saw Narcissus' son, Draco, attempting to sit in his throne and being shocked by the throne's magic at every attempt. Brushing past the panting bee, he sat upon his throne as it conjured up 2 smaller silver thrones for Otrera and Hestia while Darna remained in the shadows to keep an eye out for him. Turning to the bee, he said, do not try to use that which does not belong to you, before turning to his meal while the fuming bee, stormed off. Is it true that you're the Lord Slytherin? A voice asked behind him and, turning, he saw 2 11-year-old girls. The one who had asked had long blonde hair and icy blue eyes while her friend had chocolate brown eyes and shorter auburn hair. Yes, I am, he said neutrally, and who would you be? Daphne Greengrass, the girl said, and this is Tracy Davis. Well, Miss Greengrass, as you are still here even after I answered your question, I would assume that there is something else that you wish to know, he said, watching her expression carefully. I also heard a rumor that you're the king of the Amazons. Daphne managed to get out clearly nervous. I am, he said simply, keeping his neutral tone. Would you be willing to accept us into training? Tracy asked when it appeared that Daphne lost her nerve. We are always being looked down upon for being girls and we're hoping that, Tracy trailed off, losing her nerve much like Daphne had. You want me to train you so that you can feel more confident and be a part of a group that won't you? He asked simply and they nodded vigorously. This is no simple matter, he said staring them in the eye, to be an Amazon takes years of training. Most of our warriors train from the ages of 6 up until they're 16 simply to become Amazons before even being allowed to begin their full training, which takes a further 4 to 5 years before they become full Amazons. If you do this, you would have to get the written permission from your head of house to leave the grounds to train with the rest of the Amazons, you would have to take oaths of to not reveal any secrets you may learn, you would have to follow our rules, our customs, and our laws. This will tear you down and rebuild you, the process will be long and it will be grueling. Are you still willing to try? I am, the 2 said without hesitation. Good, he said, giving them a faint smile, the first real emotion he had shown them at all. Once the letter comes I will find trainers for the 2 of you. Your magic will be incorporated as well when you are full Amazons, so don't think you may slack of on your studies here. Thank you, Your Majesty, the 2 said happily before curtsying and running, likely to write their letters. Is everyone always going to say that? He asked as he turned towards Otrera and Hestia, who were giggling. Probably, Otrera said, giggling at his sulk. Grumbling, he proceeded to eat his meal, noticing the glares he received from Dumbledore and the greasy-haired man the entire time. After breakfast he headed to his first class, Transfiguration. Damn that boy, Albus Dumbledore yelled once Harry was out of earshot, slamming his fist onto his desk, causing his Phoenix Fox to chirp sadly. Every time I think I have him, he slips away. It's maddening. Before he could continue his rant, the fireplace flared to life in emerald green as the head of his underground informant, Mundungus Fletcher, appeared. Professor Dumbledore, Fletcher hissed excitedly, I think I may have found what you wanted. Tell me, he ordered, excited, having given Fletcher the order track down any groups that might despise the Amazons the moment after he failed to gain Harry under his Control. I found two separate organizations that are devoted to the destruction of the Amazons, Fletcher said excitedly. They were descended from the ancient Greek wizards Theseus and Hercules. Apparently the Amazons tried to hunt down and kill every descendant of Hercules after Hercules killed one of their queens. As for Theseus, apparently his descendants blame the Amazons for how one of Theseus's children, Hippolytus, turned out, along with the fact that apparently the Amazons conquered one of the cities Theseus ruled before leaving it after getting what they wanted. As if the city didn't matter to them, Theseus managed to change the story so that the Amazons lost, but he and his descendants know the truth and it angers them. Are you sure they will help me? He asked urgently. I spread the word that a person had tracked down the Amazons and needed help to save a poor innocent soul who has been taken in and fooled by their trickery and guile. Fletcher cackled. They're up in arms wanting to rescue Potter from them even if they don't know who it is the Amazons have. But that isn't the best part. Well, don't just stand there, tell me. He urged desperately when Fletcher stopped. Each of the organizations has their leaders and each leader has a set of twins, one boy and one each, that are 11 and are magical. Fletcher said with a grin. He felt a grin split his face. Very good, Fletcher, when can you have them meet me? They can come over now if needed. Fletcher's head moved in a way that it seemed he shrugged. I have them nearby. Then bring them through, he said, sitting behind his desk as the head of his informant vanished, only for the fireplace to flare again a few moments later and 6 new people to step through. The first 3 people were distinguished by their hair that was as black as coal, their electric blue eyes, and, on the 2 males, their large muscles. These, he assumed, were the descendants of Hercules. The other 3 had less muscle than the first group, along with having sea green eyes instead of blue and owned hair instead of black. That, along with the intelligent gleam in their eyes, led him to believe they were the heirs of Theseus. Greetings, gentlemen, he said as the 2 adults clasped arms in greetings while the children mingled. I am Albus Dumbledore. Demorio Hercules, the man with the black hair said, shaking his hand in a painful grip, and this is Antioch Theseus. He gestured to the owned man. The small man said that you had tracked down the Amazons and they had captured someone. The Demorio asked as his owned headed counterpart Antioch nodded in agreement. That is correct, he said, putting on his best sad voice. 4 years ago an orphaned son of 2 of my best students was tossed into the ocean by his uncle who didn't want him. The boy washed ashore on the island of the Amazons. I'm guessing they made him their reproduction South Avenue. Antioch asked with a wince. They claim he's their king, he said, using his tone to imply that he didn't believe it. Demorio huffed in condescension, doubtful. But you've said they poisoned his mind with their lies. Yes, they have, he said sadly, and they have already used him to gain 3 children, but that isn't the worst part. What is? Antioch asked nervously. The boy is only 11, he said, getting gasps from the others, and his children are 3. How is that possible? The Demorio demanded, shocked. They used some sort of ritual on the boy, he said, not even having to fake his anger. He is the same height of a normal 11-year-old boy but has the voice and appearance of an adult. Along with that, he has taken 5 women from my people as avs of his own. This boy needs our help more than we thought, Demorio said, worried. But where is he? Have you heard of Harry Potter? He asked them, leaning forward on his desk. Isn't he some sort of celebrity to you English wizards? Antioch asked, confused. He would be 11, damn it. Exactly, he said sadly. Harry Potter is the one the Amazons have in their clutches. He is forced to attend school here at Hogwarts though, as he conquered Voldemort, who was the heir of Slytherin, one of the founders. He is only showing up for meals and lessons though. So what do you want us to do? Antioch asked, confused. I wish for you to enroll your children here, he told them, have them get close to the boy and use that as an in to get him out and away from the Amazons. While you do that, I shall use my resources to help you locate their new island, as they left their old one for some reason. Very well, Demorio said with a nod as his children showed signs of agreement, albeit reluctantly. And what of you, Antioch? He asked the heir of Theseus. I'm in, Antioch said firmly as his children responded similarly to Demorio's. Very good, he said, pleased. I'll put them in Slytherin, the same house that Harry is in, to try and make it easier for them to connect with the boy. Should we use a different last name for the children? Antioch asked. After all, he'd probably recognize the names of Hercules and Theseus. Quote. We could always say that the children ran away from your societies because they didn't believe in hunting down the Amazons. That might give them a better opening in the long run, he suggested. That should work, Antioch said, nodding before turning to his children. You understand what you have to do? He asked firmly and got somewhat reluctant nods in turn, while Demorio did the same with his own offspring. I just need the children's names for the school roster, he said after a moment. Mine are Maria and Damien, Demorio said, gesturing to his children, who nodded glumly at their names. Elizabeth and Marcus, Antioch said to his, who nodded neutrally. All right, he said, nodding, I'll add them into the records and introduce them tomorrow morning. Just flow back in at about 8 with their trunks and I'll introduce them to the school. I would also recommend you use that time to plan where you want them to live, seeing as they ran away. All right, Dumbledore, Demorio said, nodding as he gave another painful handshake before the 6 left via flow. Once they were gone, he gave a self-satisfied laugh at how things were finally going in his favor. Can you answer a question? Dumbledore asked Antioch and Demorio as he added the 4 new children to the Hogwarts roster. You're wondering how we both have a set of fraternal twins that are exactly the same age? Antioch asked with a smirk, to which he nodded. It is an old spell our ancestors developed, Demorio answered him. It ensures that we have an heir and a daughter to continue our organization. How large are these organizations anyway? He asked, curious. About 20 people for each, Antioch said sheepishly. It only has members of our lines that choose to stay in the organization, as many decide they want nothing to do with it. Ah, he sounded as he finished adding the 4 new students before standing up. Now I shall take the 4 children to the Great Hall and introduce them. You may use my flow to leave. Nodding, the 2 men quickly exited the flow after reminding their children to do their mission. Ready? He asked the 4 new Slytherins once their fathers had gone. Let's just get this over with. The one he remembered to be Damien grumbled, making him frown slightly, but he shrugged it off. Quickly leading the 4 new students down to the Great Hall, he led them up to the podium in front of the staff table and turned to face the students, who were watching curiously, wondering why he was interrupting their lunch. Students, he said happily as he looked over his domain, we have 4 new students that I would like to introduce. At his words, an outbreak of whispering spread throughout the hall. First we have Elizabeth and Marcus Theseus, he gestured to the 2 own children while noticing the eyes of Potter narrow in suspicion, and then we have Maria and Damien Hercules. By now Harry Potter's eyes were in a full glare directed at him with an intensity that might have made him flinch were it not for his occlumency shields. Our new students have been sorted into Slytherin House, so please welcome them. Harry, after breakfast, settling down in the Transfiguration classroom, with Otrera and Hestia on his sides and Darna hidden in the shadows, he waited for the class to begin. As the rest of the Slytherins and Gryffindors filled in, with the 2 girls Daphne and Tracy grinning at him, he noticed the eyes of the cat sitting on the teacher's desk flit to each student to enter before returning to glare at him. Finally every seat was filled bar 2, which he assumed were for Gryffindor students. 3 minutes after the bell had rung, the 2 tardy students rushed in out of breath. We made it, the red-haired boy he remembered to be Ron Weasley said to his panting friend. Could you imagine the look on old McGonagall's face if we were late? You were late, he said in a flat tone that still managed to convey a hint of amusement. Shut it, you filthy snake, Weasley yelled angrily. What would you know? Before he could respond, the cat on the desk jumped forward and shifted in midair until it, was Professor McGonagall. Take your seat, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Finnegan, the professor said with a stern look at the 2 Gryffindors. After a moment he asked, so they are not going to be punished for insulting me? He asked, unsure whether to be insulted at the bias or amused at how obvious it was. The Transfiguration professor looked as if she had been forced to swallow a before grumbling, 5 points from Gryffindor, and quickly walking back to the front of the room. Transfiguration is one of the most difficult and dangerous practices of magic there is. If I find you misbehaving in my class, you will be forced to live without an invitation back. You have been warned. After her little speech, the duration of which she looked at him in a way that he knew meant she hoped she could kick him out, she took out her wand before quickly transfiguring her desk to a pig and back again. They didn't immediately begin any practical work, instead she gave a lecture with several notes to take before finally allowing them to begin to attempt to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. The spell was relatively easy to accomplish, with Hestia offering bits of advice to correct him where needed. He was the first one to finish the spell, followed 5 minutes later by an irate Hermione Granger who glared at him when he got the spell correct. 5 points to Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall said happily when she saw Granger get the spell correct. Again you favor your own house so blatantly, he said, shaking his head in exasperation. I finished that spell more than 5 minutes ago and all I got was a disdainful sniff. Caught red-handed, McGonagall grudgingly handed over 5 points to Slytherin before turning away from him quickly to focus on helping her Gryffindors. The rest of the period passed relatively quickly before he walked down to lunch. Almost immediately after sitting down, the 2 girls from breakfast, Daphne and Tracy, sat down near him. "Hello, Your Majesty," the 2 said in unison once they sat down before. Daphne continued, "We sent out the letters to our grandfathers who are our heads of house and actually support our decision on this matter. We expect a response tomorrow morning with an official permission to begin." "Very good," he said with a nod to the 2 grinning girls. "I look forward to their responses." Before he could do or say anything else, Dumbledore walked in, followed by 2 sets of twins who seemed strangely dejected in opposition to the headmaster's highly cheery attitude. "Students," Dumbledore said happily while looking over the hall, "we have 4 new students that I would like to introduce." At these words an outbreak of whispering spread throughout the hall. "First we have Elizabeth and Marcus Theseus," while Dumbledore gestured to the B-own set of twins next to the podium. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, wondering what exactly Dumbledore was up to. "And then we have Maria and Damien Hercules." At this his eyes were no longer narrowed but glaring at the headmaster. "Our new students have been sorted into Slytherin House, so please welcome them." "Do you want me to go and prepare the warriors and increase the training, Harry?" Otrera asked icily as she glared at Dumbledore along with him while Hestia and the 2 first years looked curiously at them. "Yes," he said firmly, "and tell Commander Laterra to send in for shadow tags." "Right away, Harry." Otrera nodded before quickly walking out and likely activated her portkey once out of sight. "What was that about?" Hestia asked, confused. Sighing, he explained the history between the Amazons and the lines of Theseus and Hercules, as well as how he believed Dumbledore knew about this. "Who was that person you mention, Commander Laterra?" Tracy asked after he finished his explanation. "Commander Laterra is the commander of the Drow forces on my island," he explained. "She is their leader and battle commander. I ordered her to assign 4 shadow tags to our new friends, to see if the 4 of them are actually members of those organizations or just unfortunate enough to have the same name." The rest of the day was spent going through his lessons while keeping a sharp eye on the 4 new Slytherins who seemed oddly depressed to him. Finally the day ended and he quickly rushed back to his family. "Your Majesty." As he sat down in his throne, the 2 Slytherin first-year girls Daphne and Tracy rushed over to him, each clutching a letter happily. "Our grandfathers responded," Daphne exclaimed. "They gave their official approval," Tracy added, bouncing on her feet. Shaking his head in amusement, he looked at the 2 girls before turning to Belle, who was sitting next to him. "We'll take them back to the island with us for training this weekend," he told his wife, who nodded at him. "Put them through a few basic tests to gauge their skill levels." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the 2 girls said happily as they curtsied before going over to their seats. As soon as the 2 girls were gone, his face hardened slightly as he gazed at the 2 sets of twins that had been introduced to the school the previous day. "Any word from the shadow tags?" he asked Darna subtly. "They have found no conclusive evidence so far," the dark elf responded, "but they did say that the 4 of them were going to meet later at an abandoned classroom." "Keep me informed," he ordered as he finally began to eat his breakfast. His lessons for the day were charms, history of magic, and herbology, which were the most mind-numbingly boring lessons imaginable for him. He knew that charms could be very useful, but there would be nothing even remotely interesting to him until the later years in the courses. All they were going to do now were levitate feathers and make light come from their wands. Herbology held no interest to him at all, and the history of magic course literally put him to sleep. Finally the last class of the day ended and he walked down to dinner and ate, keeping an eye on the 2 sets of twins and noting when they left. Deciding to go down to the Slytherin common room for a little while, he got up and walked to where he knew the entrance to be before stating the password. The moment he walked in, there was a dead silence as every eye turned to him, only for Daphne and Tracy to rush over and pull him, along with Bellona and Darna, to the couches where there were 2 other first-year boys. "Your Majesty," Tracy began, only for him to cut her off. "Please do not call me that," he groaned, getting odd looks from the 4 first years, so he explained, "I have never liked being called by title, it just bugs me when those that I respect do so. If I do not like a person or wish to make a point, then, and only then, do I make them use my title." "You respect us?" Daphne asked hesitantly. "The 2 of you had the courage to try and find a better life for yourselves and approached me, a person that you were positive had a great deal of political power in both this and another nation, along with an army behind me. That takes courage, and I respect courage," he assured the girls, getting brilliant smiles from the 2. "Thank you," one of the boys on the couch, a pale B-owned boy, said to him. "For what?" he asked, intrigued at what the boy meant. "For giving them this chance." The other boy, this one with tanned skin and Spanish features, "Daph and Trace are like sisters to us, and we are more relieved than you could ever know to hear that they are not only going to join a group that can protect them but will also learn to protect themselves." "You're Harry," Daphne began hesitantly. "Tracy and I actually wished to talk to you about Theo." She pointed at the B-owned boy, and Blaze. Here she pointed to the Spanish one. "We were wondering what men do in your culture." Tracy added on, "In our society, men do most of the jobs that are available except fighting, which is the job of the female population." He explained, "I am the exception, and any sons I might have will be allowed to fight as well, or at least trained." "Why do you ask, though?" "Our parents don't exactly agree with our career choices," the boy called Theo grumbled. "My father supported the man who killed your parents, but I just want to be something simple, like an author or Lyrian. I love books, and I know I'm not really a fighter. My mother is a black widow," Blaze added on with his story. "She wants me to simply marry into a very rich family and rule the world through politics, or become some sort of champion dueler. I just want to be a healer, though." "We were hoping," Daphne picked up, "that they would be able to find work in your society, seeing as males don't need their head of house's permission for things like this, only girls do. If you receive healer training, you may find work among my people," he assured the Spanish boy before turning to Theo. "If you find some way to prove to me that you would make a good Lyrian, I'll see what I can do and where I will put you. I am giving you this opportunity because Daphne and Tracy, who I have respect for, vouched for you, and your goals are noble. If you double-cross me, though, then I will bury you." "Understood," Blaze replied solemnly while Theo nodded. "I don't think we were properly introduced, though," Theo added, clearly trying to lighten the mood. "I'm Theodore Knott, hopefully the future Lyrian of the Amazons." Blaze Zabini, the Spanish boy, smirked, "Hopefully future healer of the Amazons." He spent about an hour talking with the 4 fellow first years and felt that he might have made a good friendship with them as he left and headed back to the island. As soon as he entered his office, he saw Commander Latera waiting for him. "Report," he ordered when he saw the Drow commander waiting for him. "We followed the 4 as you ordered, Your Majesty," Latera began as she withdrew a vial from her robes and pouted it into a basin on his desk. "Narcissa said this would allow you to view the memory of what happened. All you have to do is touch the liquid." Nodding, he stepped forward and put his finger in the basin as he was led in before landing cat-like on his feet, followed a moment later by Latera. "Nobody in this memory can see, hear, or feel us, Your Majesty." The Drow commander informed him as the 4 Slytherin first years he was suspicious of entered, as well as his 4 shadow tags. "I can't stand this," the B-owned haired girl ranted the moment the door was closed. "What makes our fathers think this is a good idea?" "You know them," the boy with the black hair shrugged as he leaned against a wall. "If they believe it will undermine the Amazons, they'll do it. I once convinced my dad that the Amazons were terrified of men in frilly pink dresses. I was grounded for a month and it hurt to sit for 2 once he found out it was a prank. Was funny as all hell, though," the B-owned boy added with a chuckle, getting nods of agreement from the others. "So what are we gonna do?" the black-haired girl asked as she looked at the others. "We know our fathers, as well as that idiot headmaster, will expect us to try and win the trust of the Amazon King. It just feels bizarre saying that." Her brother snorted in amusement. "No kidding. But personally I think we should thank the guy, he got us away from our and dead dads for a while. The other three quickly agreed to the sentiment, so what are we going to do? The bee-owned boy asked. I say we just play it by ear for now, the boy's sister replied. Our dads may want us to eventually lead the organizations, but that doesn't mean we do. The rest quickly agreed and headed out as he exited the memory, followed by Laterra. That was interesting, he mused as he dismissed the drow commander. The next day he entered the school and barely paid attention to his classes, defense against the dark arts and herbology, and was waiting for the courses to be over. The moment they ended he stopped the two sets of twins from leaving. I need to have a word with you, he told them emotionlessly before walking off and gesturing for the nervous group to follow him. As soon as they were in an empty classroom he gestured to Otrera and Bellona to guard the door and knew that Darna had followed in while sticking to the shadows. What did you want to talk about? The boy with the black hair asked nervously while placing himself in front of the others in a protective stance. I know about the organizations that you are a part of, he stated simply while ignoring their widened eyes. I know that you do not wish to be here, and I know that you do not wish to lead your organizations in the future. You had us followed, the bee-owned boy said, less a question and more a statement. Shrugging, but not denying the accusation, he continued, I can offer you an out. Like what? The bee-owned girl asked warily. You four abandon your father's organizations and seek asylum from my people, he stated and was faintly amused at their looks of shock. You'd have to prove your loyalty of course, but it would get you out of your father's thumb, and neither your mothers nor your fathers can have any more children due to the nature of the ritual they used. How do you know about the ritual? The black-haired girl asked in shock, and what do you get from this? I know about the ritual because while your ancestors claimed to have invented it, they had in fact stolen it, he explained. An ancient Greek witch by the name of Artemis, who was considered a goddess by the Muggles of the time, had been given the domain of childbirth and developed that ritual. The original Hercules and Theseus stole it from her compound. As to what I get out of this, the safety of my people. Care to explain that? The black-haired boy asked confused. The sole reason for your organization's existence is the death of my people, he explained. Who knows if one day your groups would have the chance to eliminate mine. But each of your groups has special information and spells passed down from parent to child on with the leaders, and they are bound by magic to never reveal that information to any but their children. Added to that fact that the ritual your parents used to make sure you were born causes sterility after conception, well, I believe you can figure it out from here. We join your society, our parents lose their heirs, the organizations crumble. The bee-owned boy deadpanned, simple yet effective, and I'll be damned if it doesn't make sense. So what do you say? He asked. You will have to take oaths of loyalty to prevent betrayal as well as earn the trust and respect of my people. The black-haired boy raised an eyebrow. I thought your society didn't accept men though. I changed it so that while men, except for the royal family, cannot become part of the army or fighting force, they can have almost any other job in our culture. This clears up time for the female fighters and makes everyone's lives much easier. He explained. So we would actually be allowed to fight? The bee-owned girl asked hesitantly. When he raised an eyebrow in question, the black-haired girl explained. Our organizations make it so that the daughter of the leader handles the politics, finances, and similar jobs in the organization but are never allowed to fight. That's the job of the sons. And our sisters want to fight, the black-haired boy picked up. While myself and my counterpart, he gestured to the bee-owned boy who nodded, aren't interested in fighting if we don't have to. I'd rather be a hunter and he'd rather be a researcher. Nodding, he had them give a simple oath to not reveal anything of their meeting to anyone unless he gave permission to do so, before telling them to take a day or two to think about his offer before he left the four deep in thought. In the end, the two sets of twins had decided to take his offer and swore oaths of loyalty to him and the Amazon people. He was sure that the citizens had a heart attack when he made the announcement. Dumbledore had looked extremely pleased when he saw the four of them joining him, Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and Theodore at this section of the table. That pleased feeling quickly left when he received 4 scrolls stating that as the 4 students were now citizens of the Amazon culture, then they were exempt from certain rules. He knew what the scrolls were upon seeing them, having received a couple for Daphne and Tracy before. He had begun to enjoy his charms class after the diminutive teacher, Professor Flitwick, realized how bored he was with the current material and gave him a list of recommended reading for more advanced things to look into. While he still did the assigned pieces of work, boring though they were, he also took the time to work ahead. Transfiguration was both one of his favorite and one of his most hated classes that he took. He enjoyed the subject and being able to learn how to change things into other things, as well as finding out ways to use them in a fight. The problem was though that the teacher, Professor McGonagall, seemed to hate him for a multitude of reasons that he wasn't sure what exactly they were. Potions class, while relatively useful, was a chore to even attend due to the teacher's petulant attitude that he had quickly forced to stop. It was either that or fire the man, and, unfortunately, the man seemed to care about keeping his job more than insulting him. Defense against the dark arts sounded interesting but was mind-numbingly dull with the person they had gotten to teach it, so he spent the period doing self-study. His other two classes, History of Magic and Herbology, he just found useless and only paid enough attention to be able to pass the course. His flying lesson had been interesting and looked to actually be enjoyable until one of the Gryffindors, one Neville Longbottom, fell off his broom and broke his wrist, causing the teacher to leave to bring Longbottom to the hospital wing, leaving them alone. Malfoy took this as an opportunity to assert his dominance, and tried to call him out over who got to steal Longbottom's Rememel. In response, he walked up and knocked the whiny tea out with a single punch before pocketing the glass sphere. Later that night he returned the sphere to the shy Gryffindor, who accepted it surprised yet grateful before he left to return to his island. After that incident he had seen the previously shy Gryffindor had begun to try and grow a backbone and talked back to anyone who had begun insulting himself or Harry. 2 weeks after Daphne and Tracy began going to his island for training, when they and their fathers showed up to try and remove them from training. He had walked into the Great Hall to see the two men yelling at their daughters, who seemed scared but were standing their ground, as well as holding back Blaise and Theodore from attacking the two yelling men. He had quickly put the two men in their place and showed that they had no authority to do anything before having them removed from the grounds. On Halloween night he had been sitting down at the table with his wives and children who he'd brought as he thought they'd like the feast, when the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, burst into the Great Hall and screamed about a troll in the dungeon before fainting. Bursting into action before anyone else had even fully processed what had happened, he turned to his wives and told them to protect the children before having the Great Hall sealed and heading out to find the troll. Hearing a crash, he followed it to the source and saw the massive lumbering beast. Not giving it a chance to attack, he charged forward and used his sword to cut through the unnoticing beast's Achilles tendons, causing it to fall to the ground. Not giving any room for a counterattack from the downed creature, he rushed forward and removed its head. Cleaning his blade on the troll's clothing, he returned to the Great Hall and unsealed the doors. After putting down Dumbledore when the old headmaster tried to punish him, at first for acting outside his authority, then for sealing the Great Hall without permission, and finally, for needlessly killing an innocent creature. After having all the attempts put down, the headmaster slumped off to sulk. The patter continued until Christmas, where he brought his friends among the different first years to his island to spend the holiday. On Christmas Day everyone exchanged gifts, mostly books pertaining to subjects they all enjoyed, but everyone had gotten a myriad of toys for Artemis, Apollo, and Lily. Christmas afternoon he received a letter from Neville Longbottom along with a package containing what Narcissa called an invisibility cloak. Dumbledore had given Neville the cloak, along with a letter stating that it was a Potter family heirloom, and was another attempt of the headmaster to get Neville's support. After the holiday they returned to the castle, where he thoroughly chewed out the headmaster before having classes continue on as usual. Partway through the new semester, Darna came to him with information she had overheard from some of the Gryffindor first years, about how an item called the Philosopher's Stone was being hidden in the school in the forbidden third-floor corridor. He put the information to the back of his mind and continued on with his normal business. In early May, Raina gave birth to a child, a daughter, that was named Rowena, and her older siblings doted on her. A month later, in the beginning of June, just before the exams began, Bellatrix gave birth to a child as well, a son named Leonidas, who was just as loved as his little sister. After he finished his last exam, he was taking a stroll by the lake when Darna came to him and told Hi. Having read up on what the stone actually was, he leapt to his feet and took off running, making his way to the forbidden third-floor corridor. Reaching the door, he kicked it in, expecting to see a dangerous creature, and when he first saw the Cerberus he thought he would be right. He quickly realized though that something was wrong with the giant three-headed dog, as it was on the ground whimpering in pain and shaking. "Hygeia," he called out, summoning his personal healer from the fire elves, who appeared in a sound like the crackling of a flame. "Yes, my king," the bowing fire elf asked. Twitching, he ignored the use of his title for a moment as he said, "I need to press on, take this Cerberus back to the island and find out what is wrong with. Treat it well but don't let it attack anyone." "Yes, my king," Hygeia responded, and flamed out with Cerberus before he could contradict her. Shaking his head, he opened the trap door and jumped down after drawing his sword. The moment he landed, he felt the tentacle-like vines begin wrapping around his legs, which he quickly began cutting down. He continued to hack and slash before realizing that the plant was just growing back, and growled, pulling out his wand and snarled, "Potigre Ignis," causing a stream of white-hot fire to shoot from the tip of his wand like a blast from the maw of a dragon, causing the plants to quickly burn to ashes as he dropped a few feet onto a stone floor. Sheathing his, he mentally thanked Profeta for finding the elemental spell book in his leery before setting off. He quickly got to a door and, cautiously opening it, he saw a room filled with hundreds upon hundreds of keys, each with beautiful wings like those of a bird of paradise. Knowing he didn't have the time to try and catch the keys one by one to discover the correct key to the door at the other side of the room, he drew his wand and chanted, "Minuscule Fulgura," while pointing to the closest key, which sent out a small arc of lightning that struck the key and charged the metal with electricity, which fried the wings and began arcing off and hitting the other keys till every key lay on the ground without wings. Quickly he inspected the lock on the door and began looking for a large silver key, which he found after about 5 minutes, and entered the next room. Walking in, he saw a chessboard arrayed out in front of him, and he smirked. Walking up to the nearest chess piece on his side, he asked, "I have to take one of your spots and give the directions." Figuring it was sentient as all wizard chess sets were. When the knight nodded, he turned to the king, "I'm taking your spot." And the black king slid off the board. "Knight to A6, he called out firmly once he took his square, setting off the game with his signature opening move. The match was intense and one of the hardest he had even played, making it a far more challenging obstacle than the previous ones had been. After moving both of his knights past the line of pawns and into a protective area, he began moving his pawns forward until they formed a pyramid-like shape on the field, using the knights to stop any other piece from taking them. Eventually he lost about half of his pawns, but had taken the same amount of his opponents along with a knight, both castles, and a rook. Finally he moved 2 of his pawns all the way across the board, allowing them to turn into queens, before he used his trifecta of queens to block in the opposing king and end the game. As he walked across the board, he snorted in amusement as he realized that he had been a king with 3 queens to usurp the White King, and how much that reflected his actual life here at Hogwarts. In the next room he walked in and saw another mountain troll, only this one was far larger than the one he had slain at Halloween, and also had armor and a steel mace instead of a simple wooden club. Yelling out in annoyance, he charged at the massive beast, rolling under a swing of the mace to get to the back, where he hoped the Achilles tendons were unprotected again, but there was no such luck as that area was heavily armored. Continuing to dodge, he looked for any opening that he could use to slay the creature when he finally saw one. As he jumped back from a downward strike that would have crushed him had it connected, he saw that the creature's helmet was protected with a simple leather strap to hold it in place. Grinning, he waited for the next downward strike, and when it came he jumped up onto the mace before charging forward up the beast's arm until he got to the shoulder and slashed at the strap, cutting clean through the leather and causing it to fall to the ground with a bang. Before he could strike, he noticed out of the corner of his eye the mace of the mighty beast swinging at him, causing him to leap off the troll's shoulder only to laugh as the troll struck itself in the temple with its own mace, killing it instantly. Shaking his head at the idiocy of the creature, he continued on and opened the next door, which quickly closed behind him before being sealed with purple flames. Walking forward to a lone table in the middle of the room, he picked up a note and read, "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Looking it over a few more times, he shook his head in exasperation. A logic puzzle, he grumbled. They used a logic puzzle to protect an extremely valuable and dangerous artifact. Checking the bottles, he reread the riddle one more time before nodding. 3 poison, 2 nettle wines, 1 potion to go through black flames and 1 through purple. Looking closely at the different bottles, he went through them as they were lined up. Poison, nettle wine, black flames, poison, poison, nettle wine, and purple flames. Shaking his head, he pocketed the purple flame potion for later, added the nettle wine to a different pocket as he knew it was useful in medicines, and pocketed the poison in different area as they were useful. Opening the black flame potion, he sniffed it carefully to try and pick up any hints of poison, something that Pythos had made sure he was capable of doing after Reyna and the Wolf's Bane water incident. Once he was sure it was safe, he drank half the potion and gingerly poked a toe into the fire and, when he wasn't burned, quickly made his way through. Opening the door, he walked into a fairly large room to see the defense professor looking into a large ornate mirror. Drawing his sword, he said, "Interesting to see you here, Professor." The turbaned man quickly spun around and drew his wand, trying to bind him in ropes only for him to sidestep and the ropes wrap around a column. "Impressive reflexes, boy," the professor complimented him, all traces of his usual stutter gone. "But it was foolish of you to come here." "Is that so?" he asked simply as he slowly began to circle the man. "And why should I be scared of a man who fainted at the sight of a troll?" "Foolish boy," the man snarled in anger, "I let the troll in on Halloween." "That would explain how it got in," he stated, altering his course slightly so he was slowly getting closer and closer to the man and the mirror in the middle of the room, "but not the why." "I needed a distraction," the arrogant man continued. "I wanted to be able to check on the protections for the Philosopher's Stone." He finished, making the man look in surprise before nodding. "How did you find out?" the professor asked with seemingly honest curiosity. "I have eyes and ears everywhere in this castle," he said with a smirk, bending the truth somewhat to throw the man off. "I know all your secrets." "Impossible," the man screeched. "How can you know I serve Voldemort?" "I didn't," he said simply. "Thanks for telling me. Now I have absolutely no regrets about killing you." Before the man could respond, he charged forward and attempted to slash at the professor's throat, only for the man to leap back and send a banishing curse his way, which knocked his sword out of his hands. Wincing at his cracked ribs, he pulled his wand and responded, "Not bad, Professor," making the word professor as ing as possible, much to the man's clear annoyance, "but I still have a few tricks up my sleeve." "Manus Gia," he yelled, and the stone around Quirrell bubbled before forming large stone hand that gripped the professor's arms and legs and snapped his wand. Having his opponent restrained, he calmly picked up his sword and walked over. "Any last words before you die?" he asked coldly. Quirrell opened his mouth to respond, only to gurgle and thrash before his neck spun sharply and with a sickening crack so that the back of his head faced forwards and the turban began disintegrating. "Impressive, Harry Potter," a rasping voice came from within the folds of the disintegrating cloth. "Most impressive." "Thank you, Voldemort," he said simply, figuring who the voice belonged to, "but flattery won't save you." "You can't kill me, Harry Potter," the voice continued, speaking as the last of the turban fell away. "This vessel may die in a few moments when I leave it, but I will live on. Then I'll just have to keep killing you, won't I?" he asked sardonically, cutting Voldemort off as he slammed his sword into the heart of Quirrell. After thrashing for a few moments, the body went limp and a black shade shot out and fled from the castle. Shaking his head, he turned to the mirror and walked up to it, inspecting it. When he looked at his reflection, though, he jumped back in shock. Instead of seeing himself holding a bloody sword, he saw himself surrounded by his wives and even the Avs while he played with his children and Pythos at his home, happy and carefree. The head of his reflection self looked up and smiled before pulling a large ruby-like stone out of his pocket, winking, and putting it back. When the mirror him put the stone back in his pocket, he a large weight enter his own and he smirked. Things just got a whole lot more interesting. After recovering the Philosopher's Stone and killing Voldemort's host, he made his way back through the different, now ruined, traps and was met by Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall in the Cerberus room. The trio had quickly tried confronting him about what happened, but he just brushed them off and told them that the stone was safe and the matter had been resolved. Later that day, the groundskeeper Hagrid, whom he hadn't interacted with much, came to him to ask about the Cerberus. After explaining that the beast had been in pain and taken away for medical care, the giant man thanked him and returned to his hut. He then returned to his island and had the stone put into his treasury immediately before heading out to find his family. Finding them in the room of the Citadel that had been put aside to relax in, he quickly sat down in his armchair and began telling his family about what had happened with the stone. Partway through his story, Hygeia had appeared and told him that she had found the problem with the Cerberus. The beast had been kept in the small room for almost a year without being able to leave and had been given very little food, which greatly reduced her health and endangered the lives of the litter she was carrying. He had been shocked to find out that the Cerberus was a female and had been attempting to birth her pups during the whole situation. Unfortunately, due to her deteriorated health, the mother Cerberus hadn't survived giving birth to the litter, but the puppies were being cared for and would soon be back to full health. He had sent a letter to the giant man, Hagrid, shortly afterward to explain the situation, and, after a couple of weeks, the man had responded and asked him to care for the litter and thanked him for trying to help the mother Cerberus, or Fluffy, as the man called her. Towards the end of the summer, a small creature that Hestia called a house elf appeared in his citadel and tried to order him to not go back to Hogwarts for his second year, but was quickly driven off by Darna, who was angry at someone trying to order him around. The rest of the summer was spent playing with his 5 children, managing his nation, and raising the litter of 3 Cerberus puppies who his children had taken to. Eventually he received his letter that contained his book list for his second year at Hogwarts, and he made his way over to Diagon Alley, where he met the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a man named Gilderoy Lockhart. The vain fool had spent the entire time in the bookshop posing for cameras and, upon noticing him, attempting to pull him into the camera's view and get more attention. He quickly rendered the man unconscious by striking the pommel of his sword into the back of the man's head. After collecting his books, and brushing off the rantings of a red-haired banshee woman that he discovered to be the mother of Ron Weasley, he returned to his island until it was time to return back to the school. Eventually, on September 1st, he once again boarded the train bound for Hogwarts with some of his family with him. The school year quickly measured up like the previous one had, with Professor Flitwick letting him study ahead, transfiguration and potions being an inconvenience due to the teachers, herbology and history being completely useless, and defense turning out to be a joke. Lockhart spent more time trying to teach about himself than he did the actual subject. His 8 friends in Slytherin continued to train alongside him, the girls with the warrior training and the boys with the training for their respective professions, and tended to stick with him whenever they could. An interesting addition to his group had been Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. Last year, the once timid boy had showed that he didn't like people talking bad about Harry, and had even sent him the stolen cloak, but now that boy was completely gone. In his place is a Neville Longbottom that was confident. The new Neville walked the halls with his head held high and his back straight. About a month into the school year, in the beginning of October, an event happened that, to his later chagrin, earned himself and his friends the title of Hadrian and the 9 Titans, or just Hadrian and the 9, by the rest of the school. The fathers of Elizabeth, Marcus, Maria, and Damien arrived at the school to try and force their heirs to fall into line. The moment that the 2 men barged into the great hall, he had been on his feet with his sword in hand, while Daphne and Tracy each lofted their spears, which he had them carrying around to get used to their weight, as Maria and Elizabeth drew axes. While they did this, Theo and Blaise drew their wands and each selected a target, as Marcus and Damien did the same thing with bows. Neville then made his way over to them and drew his wand as well to show his support. He demanded that the 2 leave the grounds, and when they refused, he used the magic of the school to remove them from the grounds. He knew his friends would have tried to fight alongside him, and he didn't trust their skills enough yet to fight against two seasoned warriors of those bloodlines. On Halloween night he had been attending the death day party of the Gryffindor ghost, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, when he heard screams echo through the castle. Quickly rushing to the source of the sound, he found a hallway flooded with water and a group of students staring at a wall that had a petrified cat and words written in blood stating, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." It had taken a great bit of effort to clear his name of the event, and eventually he had been forced to make a magically binding oath proving that he had nothing to do with those events, along with having his alibi confirmed by the ghosts from the party. After that event he had Profeta and her assistant scouring his Leary for any reference to the so-called Chamber of Secrets, hoping to find out what was going on. Shortly after the discovery of the blood on the wall and the petrified cat, Mrs. Norris, he had found the announcement of a dueling club which he decided to attend to see if it would be any good. To his disgust, the club was run by Gilderoy Lockhart, who was only making another attempt to bolster his own image. After watching an exhibition match between Snape and Lockhart, which amused him, he had been called up to go against Narcissus' son Draco, who looked at him with a look of misplaced superiority. The fool tried using a spell to summon a snake, only to recoil in horror when he used Parsleytongue to control the serpent. His display had resulting in him having to remind the students of Hogwarts of his oath, which proved that he was not the one behind the attacks. As the year progressed, several Muggle-born students were attacked in different locations throughout the castle, and he had yet to discover anything in his Leary about the chamber's location or what was inside it. One day Darna came to him, having overheard that Hagrid had been expelled 50 years before for opening up the chamber, so, deciding that Hagrid might have the most information, he made his way down to the man's hut. After being let into the hut, Darna reappeared and informed them about Cornelius Fudge, Albus Dumbledore, and Lucius Malfoy coming this way to arrest Hagrid. After quickly verifying that Hagrid had not opened the Chamber of Secrets, having the man give a magical oath with a borrowed wand to prove it, he offered Hagrid sanctuary on his island and a job caring for the Cerberus puppies and any other animals on the island. The man readily accepted, clearly hurt that Dumbledore was coming to aid the men trying to arrest him. Hagrid gave him one final piece of advice, to follow the spiders, before Darna apparated the man to the island, and he left the hut before following a trail of spiders like the man had suggested. At the end of the trail he had met a colony of giant spiders, from whom he learned that the beast in the chamber was their sworn enemy and they could not speak of it, and that the last time the chamber had been opened a girl had died in a bathroom. The giant spider let him leave after learning that he was protecting Hagrid and planning on removing their enemy from the school. Quickly making his way to the island, he gave the information to Profeta, who had quickly brought him a book of magical creatures, and they had discovered that the creature was a basilisk. He spent the rest of the night in contemplation on where the chamber might be when he remembered about what the giant spider had said about the girl dying in a bathroom, and how there was a bathroom haunted by a girl who had been a student. The next day he left the citadel and made his way to visit the ghost of Mo, Ning Myrtle. "Mo, Ning Myrtle," he called out when he got to the haunted bathroom, "are you there?" Almost instantly one of the toilets exploded open in a shower of water and, well, what normally goes in toilets, making him take a couple steps back to avoid the overflow. "What do you want?" the ghost demanded as she rose from the toilet in what, he assumed, was supposed to be a dramatic entrance. However, her choice of locations to haunt rather diminished this effect. "I came to ask how you died," he stated, simply causing the ghost girl to blink in shock before blushing demurely at what was, apparently, a rather flattering question. "Ooh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right in here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked, and I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language, I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door, to tell him to go and use his own toilet, and then," Myrtle swelled importantly, her face shining. "I died. How?" he asked, urging her to continue. "No idea," Myrtle answered in hushed tones, "I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away." She looked dreamily at Harry. And then I came back again. I was determined to haunt Olive Hornby, you see. Oh, she was sorry she'd ever laughed at my glasses. Where exactly did you see the eyes? He asked, adrenaline coursing through him in preparation for the battle to come. Somewhere over there, Myrtle said, pointing vaguely toward the sink in front of her toilet. Quickly he hurried over to it, examining it all over, scouring every inch of its surface with his eyes and fingers, checking from the basin to the pipes below before he finally saw it. Scratched onto the side of one of the copper taps was a small yet intricate snake. That tap's never worked, Myrtle told him brightly as he tried to turn it, just as the door burst open and the four heads of House, Dumbledore, and Lockhart barged into the bathroom. "What are you doing in here, Mr. Potter?" Professor Flitwick asked in shock. "I believe I may have found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets," he answered without turning around before leaning back up. He mused, perhaps Parseltongue is needed to open it. "I command thee to open," he hissed, ordering the entrance to open. Immediately the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin before the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. Hearing a gasp, he turned to see the group of teachers standing shell-shocked before he stated, "I'm going down there." "Well, you simply can't go on your own," Lockhart said with a cocky grin. "I'll just have to come with you so you don't fail." Raising an eyebrow, he grabbed the man's robes and dragged him to the entrance of the pipe before saying, "If you're so eager to go with me, then you can test the pipe first. Have fun," before pushing the man off and into the darkness. The man's screams of terror echoed up through the pipe for several seconds before there was a thump, and then, "You know, it's really quite filthy down here." Turning, he raised an eyebrow at the professors and saw that all of them, bar the headmaster, were laughing to some extent at what he had done. 50 points to Slytherin. Flitwick said happily before he nodded and jumped into the pipe with his knees bent, landing on his feet and sliding down the pipe in a crouch before drawing his sword in preparation, almost surfing through the pipe. Eventually the pipe leveled out and he kicked off the lip, flying through the air with a flip before landing in a fighting crouch and looking around his surroundings. Near him he saw Lockhart, covered in slime from head to toe and as pale as a ghost while he looked around fearfully. "We must be miles under the school," he mused, his voice echoing in the black tunnel, probably under the lake. Turning to the darkness ahead, he pulled out his wand, while keeping a firm grasp on the hilt of his sword, before lighting the tip and saying, "Come on, but remember, any sign of movement, close your eyes right away." "There's something up there," Lockhart squeaked, hiding behind him at the massive shadow before them. Looking in the direction the cowering man was pointing, he saw that it was completely immobile. Not even the motions of breathing could be seen before he stepped closer and saw that it was simply shed skin from the basilisk. "Relax, coward," he spat at the man behind him, "it's just shed skin." From what?" the terrified man asked, shaking like a leaf in a storm. "The basilisk," he stated simply before he felt the man stiffen and, on instinct, leapt back while drawing his sword to see the now grinning Lockhart pointing a wand at him. "Well, I'd say that the adventure ends here, my boy," Lockhart crowed victoriously. "I shall take a bit of this skin back up to the school, tell them I was too late to save the girl, and that you tragically lost your mind at the sight of her mangled body. I'm rather gifted with the memory charm, you see, and they won't be able to tell the difference." "Girl?" he demanded, confused. "What girl?" "You don't know?" Lockhart asked in surprise before smirking. "The Weasley girl was taken by the monster into the chamber itself less than an hour ago." Groaning, he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Great," he grumbled, "now that creepy little stalker is going to be even more obsessed over me." "Oh, there's no need to worry about that, Mr. Potter," Lockhart sneered. "After all, you won't remember a thing in a moment. So, say goodbye to your memories. Obliviate." At Lockhart's yell, he charged forward, slicing with his sword and using the goblin steel to redirect the ball of light shooting at him back at Lockhart before stabbing through the man's heart. Growling, he pulled his blade back before wiping it clean on the man's clothes. Looking around, he whispered, "Darna, I need you," causing the dark elf to appear with a soft pop. Before she could ask anything, he put a finger to her lips to keep her quiet. "Speak softly," he whispered to her. "I don't want to risk anything finding out where I am. There's been enough chance of that as it is." I need you to bring me Pythos and that potion I've had a Triana of the Blood Elves brewing. Nodding, Darna popped away only to return a few seconds later with the potion and a disoriented Pythos. What's going on here? Pythos asked, confused. We're about to slay a basilisk, he told the serpent before repeating the same in English for Darna's sake. Lifting up the bottle, he explained to Pythos, I had a Triana make us this potion. It will allow you to become my familiar and let my magic enhance you in size, strength, you'll even develop poison. I'm going to need you at full strength for this fight, alright? After Pythos eagerly nodded, and he explained the situation to Darna, who refused to leave him alone during the battle, he poured half of the bottle down Pythos' throat and drank the remaining half himself before doubling over as the energy coursed through him. As he doubled over, Pythos thrashed about as he grew to a monstrous size, nearly 200 feet long and thicker around than an oak tree before finally settling down. All right, he whispered to Darna, I'm going to go in and blast open the wall to cause a distraction, as well as a dust cloud to hide Pythos until he can come in. When I get in there, I want you to grab that Weasley girl and get her out of the line of fire. When the basilisk appears, I'll call in Pythos and we'll kill the one who is claiming to be the heir of Slytherin. Before he explained the same to Pythos. But what about the death gaze? Darna whispered urgently. It doesn't affect Parseltongue, he assured her before moving down the tunnel. As they crept along, they came to the final door and, taking in a deep breath, he gathered his magic before sending a blasting curse at the wall, causing it to explode inwards while a massive dust cloud covered where he stood and shielded Pythos from view. Striding into the room, he saw a partly transparent teenager standing over the body of the Weasley girl, twirling a wand between his fingers. Ah, the boy said upon seeing him, not fazed by his explosive entrance in the least, you must be the famous Harry Potter. But where are your 9 Titans, or were they too scared to come? I'm not risking their lives in this battle, he stated coldly, they are not yet ready for a fight of this magnitude. Ah yes, the teenager, who was growing more solid by the moment, said with a nod, that is true, but neither are you. Let us see how you fare against my basilisk, shall we, Potter? The man yelled, his previously calm demeanor gone. Let us see how you fare against the true heir of Slytherin. With those words, the figure spun around to a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, who he recognized by a bust that was in the citadel, and chanted out, Speak to me, Salazar, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. As the maw of the behemoth slowly opened to reveal the basilisk, 100 feet of glistening green scales, sword-like fangs, and boring yellow eyes that gazed into his soul. Snorting, he hissed back, Pythos. Show this pretender what a real snake can do. As his familiar hissed furiously and shot into the chamber from the hole he had blasted, causing the specter to stumble back in shock. Drawing his blade, he pointed it at the teenager and growled, Now, let's settle this, man to man. Roaring in anger, the teenager conjured a sword and charged him, swinging wildly, causing him to snort. In derision and sidestep the pathetic lunge, that was rather pathetic, he stated simply, causing the teenager to growl again, Who is it that I am about to kill? I am Voldemort, heir to Salazar Slytherin. The disheveled teenager screamed only to freeze at a serpentine screech that came from across the chamber. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Pythos had wrapped his boy around the basilisk and was holding it in place while constricting the smaller snake's airflow, causing the beast to screech in pain. Having a thought, he sliced through the chest of the specter, causing it to drop to its knees and regenerate slowly, not fully alive and as such unable to die, before going over to the basilisk and stabbing the inside of its mouth where he knew the venom sacs to be, coating the blade in the poison. Turning around, he saw the specter trying to protect a small black book, which he assumed was his anchor. Sneering, he strode forward and slashed once across the throat of the spectral teenager before stabbing his poisoned blade into the book, causing the spectral Voldemort to scream and crack, before shattering into 1,000 particles of light. After killing the basilisk and the specter of Voldemort, Darna had reappeared in the chamber with the Weasley girl, who was beginning to come to, only to faint again when she saw Pythos. Leaving Pythos in the chamber to explore the tunnels and see what all there was, he and Darna had made their way back up the tunnel to find the 5 professors from before, standing where he had left them along with the rest of the Weasley family. After delivering the daughter, and having to refuse to marry the girl 10 separate times, he finally managed to leave and return to his island. Exams were cancelled afterwards as a school treat, so he simply stayed on the island and spent time training with his friends and simply being with his family. Partway through the summer he received his usual letter from the school with his book lists only, to his anger, to find that Dumbledore had tried to change what his elective courses were. After going to the school and drawing his now poisoned blade on the headmaster, he got the correct schedule and went to Diagon Alley to get his books and supplies. While in the alley he learned about Sirius Black, a mass murderer who had been the one to sell his parents out to Voldemort. When he had learned of that fact, he had vowed to do everything he could to find Sirius Black, capture him, and put him through an Amazonian trial. Eventually the day of September the 1st dawned and he had his wives, children, and Darna join him in the train car that journeyed to Hogwarts, laughing merrily at his children's antics as they ran around the large compartment. Halfway through the journey though, the train slammed to a halt and a bone-chilling cold filled the air. Almost instantly his children fell to the ground sobbing hysterically while his wives began shaking and shivering. He himself was racked with shudders as his mind relived the horrible beatings and abuse he had endured at the hands of his aunt and uncle. Darna had quickly explained that it was Dementors, something he and the others had learned about the previous year when they were researching what the monster was, and he growled in fury. Ordering Darna to take his wives and children back to the Citadel, he went to work, tracking down every Dementor he came across and stabbing it with his sword, their frail bodies unable to stand up to physical blows as they quickly crumpled before him until the survivors fled into the night. When the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, the Minister of Magic was waiting there, along with the woman with the monocle from when he first returned to England and some woman who looked like a toad. An argument had ensued that gained the attention of the majority of the students disembarking the train. The Ministry, or at least Fudge the Toad Woman, wanted him arrested for killing the Dementors, while the woman with the monocle seemed rather pleased at their destruction. They had looked rather defeated when he pointed out that the train was a part of the school, which he owned, and that he had not given his permission for the Dementors to be there at all. When they tried insisting that the Dementors guard the school against Sirius Black, he had put his foot down and flat out refused, pointing out that he had an army of his own to protect the school if need be. The trio had quickly slunk off at his declaration and he had entered the school. Dumbledore, to his surprise, hadn't been angry at his slaying of the Dementors until he found out that, for once, the old man had a similar opinion to himself on something and found the Dementors just as repugnant as he did. The first 2 months of the new year were rather simple and boring if he was honest, with nothing exciting happening of note other than him beginning his lessons in ancient runes and arithmancy. On Halloween night, shortly after the feast, as he was talking with his friends in Slytherin for the evening, they were all called back to the Great Hall to see the other 3 houses there as well. Neville explained to them that Sirius Black had tried to break into Gryffindor Tower and had made an escape after slashing at the portrait guardian to the tower. The school was searched but there was no sign of Sirius Black. The next day he called in different groups to guard the school. During the day the main grounds and the school itself were guarded by high elves and the traditional Amazon women, while at night the drow took their place. The forest was guarded by the forest elves and the lake by the water elves. After the break-in, people began questioning what Sirius Black was actually after, as, before the attack, it had been common belief that Sirius Black had broken out of Azkaban to kill him. But since it was common knowledge that he was a Slytherin instead of a Gryffindor, then people began wondering what he was really after. As the year progressed he received several reports from the elves and Amazons stationed at the school of one of the Gryffindors in his year, the arrogant Hermione Granger, being in more than one place at once. After having one of his drow tail her, he discovered that she had a time travel device known as a time turner. He quickly confiscated the device from her and, when she complained about it being taken from her, pointed out that having a device that gives her almost infinitely more time to study and attend more lessons was cheating, plain and simple. It was in March that Sirius Black was caught, trying to sneak in through the forest when one of the forest elves, Ismira, caught him transforming into a large black dog. He was captured and taken to the island before he invited the woman with the monocle to witness for the British ministry during the man's trial. After tying the man to a chair in the courtroom, he had Profeta administer a potion known as Veritaserum, which forced him to tell the truth. Through use of the potion he discovered that Sirius Black hadn't betrayed his parents, was his godfather, and was trying to hunt down his parents' real betrayer, one Peter Pettigrew, who was a rat animagus and was in hiding as Ron Weasley's pet rat. The monocle woman, Amelia Bones, quickly returned to the British ministry and signed Sirius Black's pardon while sending out memories of the trial to Fudge and the other department heads as well as a squad of Aurors to arrest Pettigrew. Within the hour he learned of the Aurors failing to catch Pettigrew as the rat escaped without a trace. Sirius Black was released and sent to the Wizarding Hospital Street. Mongoose to receive medical care and recover from his stay in Azkaban before doing anything major. The year went surprisingly smoothly after that, but he spent the entire month before, during, and after the exams twitching nervously, expecting to have to face some giant monster or series of traps. Closing his eyes with a sigh of contentment, Harry Potter leaned back in his chair, having finally finished going over the reports from his soldiers who were exploring different areas of the island and the surrounding waters as well as performing the usual patrols. Due to the 2 international sporting events happening that year in England, he had decided to up the patrols just in case, as he didn't know anything about the foreign dignitaries and as such did not trust them, or England for that matter. "Dad," he heard a voice ask and turned to see his eldest son, Apollo, at the door to his office with a hopeful look on his face. Smiling, he gestured for his son to step in further and raised a slight eyebrow when Lily and Artemis followed Apollo in, each holding the hand of one of their younger siblings, Rowena and Leonidas. "We heard that the Quidditch World Cup is in England this year, Daddy." Lily began hopefully, and mentally he groaned. Ever since Andromeda had told them stories of Quidditch matches, his children had become obsessed with the wizarding sport and were desperate to see a game. "Can we go see the game?" Artemis pleaded, using her best pout and begging eyes which got him every time. "Game, game." Rowena and Leonidas crowed happily, bouncing up and down in excitement at the thought of going to the game, making him chuckle softly. All right," he said with a smile at his children, "we'll go to the game." A cacophony of cheers was their response as they raced out, likely to tell their mothers the news. Shaking his head in amusement, he sat back behind his desk as he dipped his quill into the inkwell as he penned out a letter. As the Quidditch World Cup was an international sporting event, dignitaries of different nations who wished to go would send letters to the ICW informing them of their presence so that the proper actions or accommodations could be made, mainly to avoid putting feuding nations near each other or even in the same box. Once it was penned, he turned to the snowy owl in the corner of his office that he had named Hedwig. He had found her on his last venture into Diagon Alley to meet with Ragnarok about the mine, and had seen her in the window of Ilops Owl Emporium and had purchased her due to the intelligent gleam in her eyes. Since she had been brought to the island, he had considered the purchase to be a wise investment, as she was far more proficient than the other owls that resided on the island, making deliveries far faster than the others, and he had made her the personal owl of his family. His children absolutely loved the white-feathered bird, and it was quite amusing watching the proud owl preen under the praise of the 5 children, and he often saw her watching over them protectively. "Can you take this to the ICW office, Hedwig?" he asked as the owl chirped happily with a bobbing nod of her head as she took the note in her beak. "And don't be afraid to hit Dumbledore, Fudge, or Umbridge with a few of your droppings if you see them," he added as an afterthought, and saw a pleased gleam enter his owl's eye. Hearing his door open once again, he turned and saw Hygeia standing there with a few folders in hand. "You're Harry." The fire elf stopped herself from using his title when she saw the look in his eye. "I have the reports about the health of the Cerberus pups from Hagrid, and Pythos sent in his report about the tunnels under Hogwarts with the dictaquill you left for him." "About time the old snake finished that," he said, amused at how much time Pythos spent playing in the large tunnels instead of reporting what he found. "Thank you, Hygeia." "That will be all." "Yes, Your Majesty," she replied, and quickly fled his office before he could correct her. Groaning, he pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. "Why do they insist on doing that every single time?" he asked, and was surprised when he heard an answer. "Because they love you, Harry." He heard and, looking up, saw Hyla standing in the doorway with a small smile on her face, followed by his 9 titans. "But I hate titles," he groaned, causing the others to laugh at his plight. "To them it is showing you at least part of the honor they feel you deserve, Harry." Blaze said with a laugh from his position on the couch with one of his arms around the shoulders of Maria as she leaned into her boyfriend's shoulder. That was a surprise that he hadn't seen coming over this summer, and they weren't the only new couple. Theo had started dating Elizabeth at around the same time, along with Daphne asking out Marcus and Damien asking out Tracy. "I see you lot are doing well together," he said with a smile on his face as he looked at the quartet of happy couples. And speaking of couples, he turned to Hyla, who blushed knowing what he was getting at. "How are you and our favorite Gringotts liaison doing?" Within the first year of them moving into the new island, when Hyla had joined him at one of his routine meetings with Ragnarok, his sister had met one of the Gringotts curse breakers who intrigued her, and they had started a causal relationship. After a few months, when they had made it official, Gringotts had made him the official liaison between the bank and the Kingdom of the Amazons. "It's going amazingly, Harry," Hyla said happily before a dreamy look came across your face followed by a severe blush. "In fact." At this point she paused before taking a breath to steel her nerves and continued, "Charles proposed last night." At this statement she held up her left hand and showed the golden band and looked at him nervously, as if afraid of his reaction. "Good for you, Hyla," he said with a genuine smile, causing his sister to slump in relief. "I'm guessing he's going to be moving onto the island on a more permanent basis than just the small apartment the bank provides at their outpost." "That's the plan," she said, her nervousness once again returned. "I was actually hoping that he could, well, move into the Citadel," he asked with a raised eyebrow which got a nod. "I've said it before and I'll say it again, Hyla, I like Charles. He's a good man and the two of you are good together." He reassured his sister with a calming smile. "I'm more than happy to welcome my new brother-in-law to live at the Citadel." Now that the awkward moment had passed, the other girls all swarmed Hyla to ogle her new ring and gossip about the engagement, while he and the other guys just chuckled and watched the girls walk out in a group. The next morning he received a letter from the ICW stating that he would be placed in the top box along with the representatives from the British and Bulgarian contingents, causing him to nod and turn to his eager children, who had probably guessed what the letter was about and declared that they were going to be in the top boxes reserved for the dignitary parties. Watching his children run around the room cheering was thoroughly entertaining. Quickly though the mood turned serious at his expression as he turned to his titans. "I have something very important to discuss with you all, so I need you to pay attention," he said, and all eyes were immediately on him. Even his children had calmed down to see what was going on. This year at Hogwarts there is going to be a second international wizarding event, the Triwizard Tournament. Those raised in the magical world gasped in shock and horror at his statement, while the Amazon raised simply looked confused. "The Triwizard Tournament is a tournament between the three largest magical schools in Europe," he explained, for their benefit, to basically give GGing rights to the schools and eternal glory to the victorious champion that won. "That doesn't seem so bad," Hyla said, confused at why her new fiancé was looked so shocked and horrified at the thought of the tournament. "You have to remember, Hyla, that most witches and wizards aren't trained for combat," he stated seriously. "This tournament was shut down decades ago to the abhorrently high death toll. The last 5 tournaments didn't have any winner at all, as all 3 of the competitors died, usually during the first or second task. The last batch were all killed in the third task, in which they had to navigate a stone maze filled with an assortment of traps and an entire herd of minotaurs. Apparently it only took half an hour for the 3 to die, one by a pitfall trap, one by goring, and one was eaten alive." At this point Hyla looked suitably disturbed at the news of the tournament being resurrected. They were Amazons, yes, but as he had said before, they were actually trained to handle dangerous situations like this, while the majority of witches and wizards weren't, and even the few who were only received that training after school if they made it a profession. "I've been having Pythos explore the tunnel system below Hogwarts for the past year or so and have found several different escape locations," he continued on, "and have them marked on different maps that I'm having made for your Sirius gave me his notes on how to make his Marauders map, so I incorporated their spells into the map's design. I have a feeling that someone is going to attempt to use the tournament to try and kill me, and you all might get dragged into the mess as well, so I want to ensure that you all are protected and safe." Getting nods of thanks from his titans, he turned to Leonidas, who had tugged at his sleeve, and asked, "Yes, little lion?" Leonidas means born of lion's stock, for those who were unaware, causing his youngest son to ask, "When will Unca Padfoot come back?" Chuckling at his godfather's title amongst his children, he responded, "He's going to be coming back in early November, little lion," before ruffling his son's hair and shooing him off to go play with his siblings. After Sirius had been treated at St. Mungo's, he had decided to travel the world with his school friend Remus Lupin for a while the situation in England blew over, but had continued to send letters and remain in contact. Over the next couple of weeks before the World Cup, he spent going around and making sure things ran smoothly on the island, as well as trying to explain to Hagrid that dragons were not cute, cuddly, misunderstood creatures that only want a little love and won't hurt a fly, as well as that Hagrid was not to attempt to take his children to Hogwarts, Forbidden Forest, so they could ride Aragog the giant Acromantula. He had never seen his wives or Avs fight as fiercely as they had when squishing spiders that were trying to sample his children, while it took Aragog and Hagrid to hold him back. Hagrid had spent a month in the infirmary for that stunt and continued to flinch at the sight of even one of his wives or Avs. Something that surprised him, though, was that as soon as the children were away from the spiders, Bellatrix began frantically checking them over for any injuries, and he was sure he saw her cry in happiness when Leonidas called her mama, as she accidentally tickled him in her search. She had changed a great deal over the past few years, and now all of his Avs, bar Reyna, were quite happy on the island, and he had even removed their collars and offered to give them citizenship as their wives. They were still talking it over together. Finally, the day of the World Cup had arrived, and he had gone ahead with his children and Otrera to set up their campsite while the other explored the area. Within an hour of arriving, he saw Hyla storm back into their camp enraged and go off on a rant about arrogant, egotistical, red-haired males who wouldn't know a sword from a scabbard if one was jammed up inside them. Apparently she had run into some redhead with long hair in a ponytail as well as a fang earring, and the man had tried flirting with her and even tried to grope her before she slapped him, screamed that she was engaged, and stormed off, angry at the man for his actions and herself for not bringing her sword or spear. After she had calmed down, she had turned to him. "Charles went to go meet some of his colleagues. He said he might bring one or two of them back over here to introduce to us." Getting a nod of acknowledgement from him and the others. Finally, once everything had been set up and he began roasting a boar for their lunch, he saw Charles walk in with two men at his side. One of the men was an assistant he had often seen at Gringotts, who he nodded to respectfully, but before he could observe the other one, he heard two shouts of "You" from his sister and the other man Charles brought, and saw the person who fit his sister's description, right down to the large handprint across his face. "He the one from earlier who tried flirting with you and even tried to grope you, Hyla?" he asked in forced calm, knowing that this situation was for Hyla and Charles to resolve unless it got out of hand. "Yes," his sister growled, reaching for her sword while Charles drew his wand. "Joy," was his only response as his sister and brother-in-law chased the scared redhead from the camp, wand and blade drawn as the terrified screams trailed off into the distance. Turning to the Gringotts assistant that had remained behind, likely not wanting to get involved in what was going on, he struck up a conversation with the man about how things had been going at the bank, his guest eagerly taking the silence breaker. "I also heard a rumor that several young goblin girls are going to be accepted into your people's training," the assistant asked as their conversation wound down. "Is this true?" "I actually hadn't spoken to Ragnarok about that, but it is an interesting idea," he mused as he saw a much happier Hyla and Charles walk back into camp with no sign of the red-haired man they had chased away. "It certainly has merit." After another few minutes, the assistant left to go wander around, wanting to allow him and his family some time together. As he turned towards his sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law, "Did you two have fun?" he asked in amusement as Hyla giggled happily and Charles nodded somewhat sheepishly. "Yeah," Charles admitted before giving an angry scowl. "I always knew that Bill was a flirt, but I never expected him to try a stunt like that on a woman who not only showed she wasn't interested but was already engaged." "He looked familiar for some reason," he said in confusion, "but I know I've never seen him before." At his statement, Charles gave a loud snort in amusement. "You probably just see the resemblance he has with his siblings. There were 5 of them at Hogwarts last year, the Weasleys." "That explains the stupidity," he deadpanned as Hyla snorted in amusement. "Either way, he's not my problem." "Where are Otrera and the kids?" Hyla asked as she looked around, just realizing that she hadn't seen his wife or children. She decided to take them around so they could take in the sights and maybe get some souvenirs. He explained with a small smile, I sent Darna to follow them as extra protection. Harry, I heard about the great spider extermination. Your wives did, Charles said in a deadpan voice that still somehow conveyed amusement. Merlin himself couldn't hurt your children if even one of your wives was around. I'd rather not take the risk, he said firmly, clenching the hilt of his sword till his knuckles were paler than the steel he clutched. I spent 6 years of my life without the love of a family, hell without any love at all. I finally have a family and I will do whatever it takes to protect them. Hyla placed a comforting hand on his shoulder at that statement while Charles looked him dead in the eye. You're a good man, Harry, his brother-in-law said with a nod, and I know you'll do whatever you have to in order to keep your family safe. When will Bologna and the others be arriving, Harry? Hyla asked after a moment of silence. They are coming, aren't they? They'll be here shortly, he assured. I just wanted to bring the children here early so they could get the full experience, and maybe burn off some of their energy. Which caused Hyla and Charles to laugh in amusement, the duo having babysat for him in the past and knowing how much energy his children seemed to have. Looks like they're here now, Charles said, pointing towards the excited group of women that were running over, Otrera and a group of confused children with them, and they look really excited for some reason. Before he could call out to them, curious as to what had them so excited, Bologna leapt forward into his arms, ing him enthusiastically as the other girls surrounded him, all of them practically shaking in happiness. After Bologna had pulled back for air, he gasped and stared at his first wife and asked, not that I'm complaining, but what brought this on? In response, Narcissa walked over and captured his lips in a before placing his hand on her stomach. I'm pregnant, Harry, we all are. What? He breathed on shock. You, all of you. He asked, and, when Hestia laughed and nodded, tears of joy in the woman's eyes, he yelled his joy to the heavens as he began ing all of his girls, keeping them close as Hyla and Charles offered their congratulations. You hear that, little ones? He asked, turning to his confused children. You all are going to get some new baby brothers and sisters in a few months. As his children cheered at the news, he smiled at the women he loved, ing each of them tenderly, and reveled in the joy he felt at the news that his family was soon to grow even bigger. As the morning continued, others passed by their campsite to say hello, the majority thrilled at the news of the girls' pregnancies. Daphne and Tracy had been first and had been overjoyed, eagerly asking to be able to babysit his children when they were born, at which he grinned and promised to let them, knowing they wouldn't be as enthusiastic after seeing how much energy his children could have. Blaise and Theo had shown up as well and offered their happy congratulations before they continued on, trying to find Daphne and Tracy, who had left earlier. Neville had come by along with a woman who had introduced herself as the Gryffindor's grandmother. While Neville was overjoyed at the news of the slew of pregnancies and congratulated both him and the girls enthusiastically, the grandmother had had a problem, especially after Neville had congratulated Bellatrix, who Neville had made peace with over the past few years. When the woman made a threatening move towards Bellatrix, he drew his blade on the woman, pointing the poisoned steel at her before explaining angrily how Bellatrix had been forced to do the things she had as a Death Eater, but hadn't actually taken part in the Longbottom's torture, that only her ex-husband Barty Crouch Jr. and brother-in-law had actually cast the curses. The old woman hadn't believed him and tried to scoff and demanded recompense before he told her to leave or start an international incident, with him being the king of a sovereign nation and Bellatrix being one of his citizens. The furious woman stalked off after his declaration, her anger only growing when Neville refused to leave and continued congratulating the girls. Other students that he knew in passing stopped by to say hello when they saw him, offering their own congratulations at the news. Just as they were all getting ready to head to the stadium for the game, they were confronted by a large family of redheads, some glaring angrily at him while others showed lust, jealousy, or greed. What do you want? He demanded, not in the mood for dealing with the Weasley family. I want recompense for your sister's unprovoked action against my son. The matriarch of the redheaded family demanded, her eyes shining with greed. You'll get nothing, he growled. He made advances against my sister, who was openly wearing an engagement ring. Even after being told that his advances were unwanted and that she was already engaged to another, your son persisted and tried to lay his hands on my sister. Then she should be honored. A boy as good as my William was even paying attention to her. The banshee-like woman screeched at him, her voice scaring Rowena and Leonidas, causing the pair of 2-year-olds to cry at the loud noise. Rage coursed through him, not only at the woman's words but that she had made his children cry. Trying to rein in his fury, he turned to Apollo, Artemis, and Lily, telling his older children, "Kids, take your younger siblings inside the tent please. I'll come get you when this situation is over." Apollo, realizing that he wanted to deal with the woman without traumatizing Rowena and Leonidas even more, nodded and ushered them inside before he turned to the woman and drew his sword, pointing it between the now pale woman's eyes. "Give me one reason not to declare a blood feud with your house right now, Weasley," he growled, his magic bubbling to the surface and forming an ominous aura around him, "because I would be more than willing to do so. I have no love for you or any member of your family, but you made a mistake by not only insulting my sister but making my children cry. You're too young to have children," she screeched, seeming to have no sense of self-preservation, "and you're supposed to marry Ginny." "Enough," he roared, his magic entering his voice, causing the family of previously irate redheads to back up in fear. "I've had enough of your idiocy in trying to control my life. From this moment on I declare a blood feud with the House of Weasley as the head of Houses Potter, Slytherin, and Gaunt, as well as the king of the Amazon nation. Now, get out of my sight." He ended his tirade by slamming his sword back into its scabbard, the click of the blade settling into place, pulling the Weasley family out of their stupor as they turned and bolted, fear exuding from them in waves. After calling his children from the tent, and giving each of them a hug while promising to take them all out for ice cream later to cheer them up, he led his group over to the stadium and up to the top box, buying several souvenirs for not only his children but his pregnant wives and his avs that had agreed to become his wives as well when they discovered their pregnancies. Climbing to the top box, he greeted the delegations from Ireland and Bulgaria cordially, getting nods of respect in return from the foreign ministers before watching as the box continued to fill up. Upon noticing the last two groups to enter, though, he breathed out a sigh of irritation as the two Malfoy men and the Weasley family walked in. Seeing the plethora of idiots that strode into the box, he scoffed, turning away before seeing a mischievous gleam in Narcissa's eye. Before he could question it, or her, though, she grabbed his face and pulled him into a deep, her hands burying themselves in his hair as she began to moan loudly. After a moment of shock, he realized that she was trying to anger her ex-husband, her marriage having been ended when she became a South Avenue, and decided to play along, as it were, eagerly eyeing his fiancée back as her once exaggerated fake ns quickly became real. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the rest of his wives and fiancées looking amused at him, having figured out as well, while Apollo tried to look away while covering Leonidas' eyes. His daughters had joined his wives in giggling, while his sister and Charles decided to copy what he and Narcissa were doing to piss off the Weasley from before. After breaking apart for air, he gave Narcissa, his soon-to-be wife, a tender smile as they turned to face Lord Malfoy, who was fuming alongside Draco. The Weasley family looked equally upset, some over his actions while a few were angry about his sister and Charles. "Is there a reason you are glaring at myself and my bride-to-be, Lord Malfoy?" he asked the Malfoy head coldly, his voice drawing the attention of the foreign dignitaries that had looked away in embarrassment at the public displays of affection. "You can return my wife to me, false king," Lucius snarled angrily, causing him to smirk, the foolish lord having failed to get close enough before to make said demand, as all letters from the Malfoy family were burned the moment they reached the island. Resting his hand on the hilt of his blade, he raised an eyebrow before pressing on. While before with the Weasley family, force had been what was required for the situation with Malfoy, from what he had learned from Narcissa, would require a more subtle approach, or at least a more political one. "Perhaps you should go see a mind healer, Lord Malfoy," he said, false concern dripping from his voice in levels even the idiotic Ron Weasley had been able to grasp the falsehood of his statement. "Something has clearly addled your to result in you making such a statement, as it is clearly untrue, as I have been recognized as the king of my people, who are an official nation, recognized even by the ICW." As he finished, his loose grip on his sword's hilt turned into an fist, ready to pull forth the steel at a moment's notice as he went in for the kill, unless of course you were trying to personally insult my person, the king of an entire people and a lord of higher standing than your own in this nation by demanding I give you my fiancé. So which is it, Lord Malfoy? Are you going to go see that mind healer to find out what has caused this lapse of sanity, or are you truly attempting to have me declare a blood feud using the power of not only the British houses I command but the nation I rule against your minor house? He had Lucius Malfoy by the throat, and the Death Eater knew it as well. It was clear in the Lord Malfoy's eyes. He had set up a scenario that gave Lucius only two options. One would damage the man's reputation a great deal, while the other would outright shatter it and possibly end the man's life. While the Malfoy family had a great deal of gold to their name, which allowed them to gain and keep power by bribing those they needed to, their house was still only a minor noble house. They hadn't had true cause to fear any political situation due to very few of the houses whose standing was above their own had cause, drive, or gold to oppose the Malfoy line. He on the other hand had a minor ancient house in the Gaunt line, an ancient and noble house in the Potter family, and a most ancient and noble in the form of the Slytherin line, not to mention his position as king of the Amazons. Suffice to say the Malfoys' days in power were numbered. I will go see that healer, Lord Malfoy growled, the man's teeth clenched together as were his fingers against the silver head of the cane bearing a snake head, to see what caused this momentary lapse of sanity. Come, Draco. As the man spun off to leave, anger oozing from the man's presence, he turned to look at the foreign dignitaries, all of whom were now eyeing him in a new light as they too had realized the possession he had placed Lucius in. Some were impressed and sent nods of respect towards him, others were angry at him. Although this group consisted only of the British minister and the allies of House Malfoy, the final group though sent him looks of fear, likely realizing that he could just as easily outmaneuver them if they tried a stunt like Lucius had. The silence was broken when Rowena toddled over to him and raised her hands to be picked up as he smiled at his daughter lovingly and obliged, lifting her into his arms, which started a stampede as the rest of his children began climbing up him, much to his amusement as he laughed happily, the awkward silence shattering in the joy that only a child could provide as the looks of fear on the fellow dignitaries was washed away. All right now, he said sternly to his children as they made their way over to the seats in their portion of the skybox. I always pictured the dignitaries having one of these at the Quidditch World Cup, an enclosed box-like room with a wall made of glass for them to see out of, where they could have refreshments, go to the restroom, and avoid any bad weather instead of sitting outside like a commoner. As Draco would put it, I expect you five to behave yourselves during the game. You can cheer, and you can sell it, but don't get out of hand and don't go running around the box, understand? Yes, Daddy. The chorused as one, innocent grins on their faces that didn't fool him for a minute, although he did appreciate the little halos his children's accidental magic created above their heads, which made his wives giggle. Shortly afterwards the match started, his children's attention riveted on the zooming players as they used the omnioculars he had purchased them to watch the game and try to keep up with the fast actions of the players on the field. While he enjoyed the game to an extent, he spent most of the match meeting the other foreign dignitaries and their wives, proudly introducing his own during these meetings. Finally though, the match drew to a close as the victorious team, Bulgaria, came up into the top box while Apollo and Artemis grinned and collected some coins from their siblings, the children having made a bet about who would win, much to his amusement. Come on, loves, he said, wrapping an arm around Bellona and Narcissa's waists and gaining the attention of the rest of the girls as some of them bent down to scoop up the children. Let's take these little warriors back to the tent so they can sell it there without bowling someone over. That night, sitting in a chair outside his tent, he sighed calmly, relishing the silence of the night as the revelers' merriment died down and the partiers went to sleep, leaving a calm silent night with the stars shining brightly in the sky. Just as he was about to go back into the tent when he heard a loud explosion followed by screams of fear. Spinning around, he pulled out the omnioculars from the match and zoomed in towards the source of the screams, cursing when he saw a horde of several Death Eaters marching through the campsites. There were dozens of them, most of them having regular bone masks, but at their core were a few Inner Circle members with the silver masks. An initiation rite, Narcissa breathed in horror as she ran outside, looking through her own pair of omnioculars. The ones in the bone masks are being tested to see if they can join. Turning to Hyla he ordered, Hyla, You and Charles take the children back to the island through Darna and sound the alarm. It's time for battle. Hyla nodded quickly as she shot inside, Darna and Charles following after her as a loud crack was heard when they took the children. Pulling out a hunting horn, he took a deep breath before blowing into it, its call echoing and resonating throughout the night as the Death Eaters stopped in confusion at the sound. I love Voldemort's stupidity sometimes, he said with a sadistic grin as the girls looked at him in confusion, causing him to explain. Narcissa explained it to me how Voldemort reveres snakes so much he put an enchantment on the Dark Mark, and the Death Eater asks for the initiates so that if any tried to kill or harm a snake it would kill them and remove their magic for violating an oath that is enacted when they put the masks on or accept the mark. Pythos, Bologna said in realization as he gave his High Queen a bloodthirsty grin before a large portal ripped open, revealing his massive familiar shooting towards the panicking Death Eaters while various Amazon warriors popped in via an elf that was their partner for battle. Well, we can't let him have all the fun, can we? He called out to his warriors, drawing his blade as he did so. Charge. Giving a bestial roar, he charged down the hill towards the Death Eaters, an army of Amazons and elves charging behind him, weapons drawn, and battle cries upon their lips. Seeing Pythos shooting towards the Death Eaters and drawing close to him, he leapt into the air, landing on his familiar's head as he pointed his blade at the masked terrorists in front of them and yelled, "To battle! Hold the line!" One of the inner circle Death Eaters screamed as the recruits began panicking, "Don't flee! Kill the false king!" Grinning, he called out, "Hello there, Lucius, shouldn't you still be at that healer?" Causing the man to twitch. Before Lucius could try to retort or deny, the first wave of Amazons met the Death Eater recruits, screams piercing the night as his warriors' spears pierced the flesh of the terrorist recruits. Leaping from Pythos' head, he dove into the middle of the group of terrorists, slashing and weaving around the recruits as his basilisk poisoned blade pierced their flesh as they dropped to the ground while the poison raged through their veins. "Retreat!" Lucius cried as more and more of the recruits fell to him. "Pythos and his army, retreat! Forward!" he yelled, speeding up his slashes. "Don't let them get away." In the end, most of the inner circle managed to escape, only 2 of them managing to die from his army as he gazed out over the field of corpses of the terrorist recruits and the 2 inner circle. Sighing, he pulled his sword from the chest of the final recruit he slew and wiped the blade clean on the robe of one of the Death Eaters before turning to Otrera. "Report," he ordered, taking in deep breaths to try and calm down from his battle high. "What are the casualties?" 89 Death Eater recruits killed, 8 captured, and 2 inner circle members dead. Otrera reported as an elf brought forward a roster of the casualties for both sides before she looked mournfully at the list. "We have 11 warriors who died in the attack along with another 20 who are seriously injured. Have the injured warriors taken back to the island for medical care immediately," he ordered without hesitation, "and have the bodies of our fallen comrades prepared for honorable burial. Their names will be added to the Stone of Fallen Heroes upon our return." The stone was something he had created shortly after his reign began, where any Amazon warrior that died in combat for their people had their names added to a stone monument so their sacrifice would be remembered for all time. "As you wish, Harry," Otrera said with a nod before she turned to walk away, freezing when he grabbed her arm. "Otrera," he trailed off, fear showing on his face. "Are the girls in the list of casualties?" Otrera froze at his question before sighing and turning back to him and answering. "Hyla came back with one of the elves and joined the battle. She was one of the 20 who were seriously injured. She was hit by a dark cutting curse when she confronted the inner circle member we think was Lucius." He stiffened at her words before his fist clenched around the hilt of his sword, rage coursing through him at the knowledge that the sniveling little worm he had dealt with earlier had nearly taken his sister away from him. "He will die," he snarled. "I will carve his shriveled little heart out of his chest and make him choke on it." He finished with a roar, his magic bubbling to the surface of his skin, creating a furious aura that whipped a violent gale around him. Upon seeing Otrera's frightened look, he forcefully wrested control back over himself and drew his magic back inside his core before turning to his wife and pulling her into an MCE to calm both her and himself down. After letting go, he gripped her shoulders. "Take Pythos and the rest of our people back to the island. I need to stay here and deal with the fallout from that idiot Fudge. I'll return as soon as I can, my love. Must get our people to safety." "Will you be all right?" Otrera asked nervously. His wife knew he could handle himself on the battlefield, but politics was still something that confused her. They don't have the power to touch me, he said with a weak smile, either politically, magically, or physically. He could tell she didn't like it, but she complied and issued the orders, the elves quickly taking the dead and injured back to the island before doing the same with the still alive warriors, leaving him alone in a field of corpses as orders began to pop in. Island of the Amazons. Landing from the portkey with a groan, he slowly rose to his feet, looking around as he saw his family run over to him, his arms quickly filled with his sobbing children who were scared that he wouldn't come back and who had been retting over Hyla. Quickly he began trying to calm his panicking children, hugging them close as he assured them he was all right and that Hyla would be up and playing with them in no time. After calming his children and putting them to bed, he sighed and said his wives, who had been in a panic since he stayed at the battleground, "What happened?" Bellona asked as he held a shaking Narcissa in his arms. A woman with red hair and a monocle, the same one that came to our first island, appeared with several dozen Aurors who immediately surrounded me as I was still standing in the middle of a pile of corpses. He explained as one of the elves who acted as servants of his household brought him a glass of Indi. They ordered me to stand down and surrender to the ministry for acts of mass murder. I'm guessing that didn't go over too well. Profeta asked with a wince as she began thinking about what he might have done at the demand. I simply punched the weakling, he said with a shrug. The so-called elite Auror couldn't even take a single punch before getting knocked out. I then turned to the monocle-wearing woman, ignoring the rest of the Aurors, and stated that if they tried to arrest me for defending my family and stopping a terrorist attack, then I would not only be withdrawing all of my gold and wealth from Britain but would be declaring war on Wizarding England, pointing out that my army is several times the size of the DMLE forces. And how did that go over? Hestia asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, I learned a new shade of pale a person could go, he said with a small chuckle before his face turned serious. She quickly ordered her Aurors to stand down as they tried to figure out what had happened. I explained the situation, and with my story and the evidence of the bodies we left behind, it looked like she was going to believe me before that idiot Fudge showed up along with some freaky-looking woman who resembled a toad. They tried ordering me to surrender control of the nation to their control in recompense for the slaughter of innocent pureblood heirs and lords. I threatened to declare war again and have both him and the toad woman publicly executed. You threatened the leader of a foreign nation? Bellona asked in surprise. He threatened me and our people, he said with a shrug. I simply told him what would happen if he didn't back off. So who were the inner circle members? Dominique asked curiously. Lords Crabbe and Goyle, he answered his bride-to-be. I made sure to stop by Gringotts and check about the situation and found out that due to the right of battle conquest, as they were leading a force that was wiped out by ours, we gained half of their family fortune. What are you going to do with it? Bellatrix asked in confusion. At that question his gaze hardened. I feel war approaching, it will soon be upon us and we have to be ready. I want our people's training advanced. Every warrior is to be ready for combat at all times, to be at peak physical condition. Voldemort will be back to life soon and I'm going to make sure he's going to have a fight on his hands when he comes back. So Harry, how are the other schools going to arrive? And when, for that matter? Neville asked him as he settled down with his friends in their private compartment, his wives having stayed home for this journey to avoid the danger of being cursed while they were pregnant and to help care for Hyla, who was still recovering, and the children. They'll be arriving on October 30th, he answered as he turned to his Gryffindor friend, and Beauxbatons is going to arrive by flying a giant carriage pulled by axes. Durmstrang on the other hand is going to be taking one of those ships that can sail underwater. Drama queens, Tracy responded with a snort, the lot of them. Most politicians are. He stated with a shrug. Personally, I prefer my method. Would this be the method of either threaten to ruin their reputation, threaten to stab them with a sword, or just threaten both if they piss you off? Theo asked with a raised eyebrow. Why mess with a good system? He asked with an uncaring shrug. If a person is willing to work with me or at the very least is respectful and doesn't do anything to make me angry, I won't ruin them. If they do mess with me or mine, I make them regret the day they were born. So Neville, he asked as he turned to his Gryffindor friend, how have things been with you since the cup? I haven't seen you since then and your grandmother seemed less than pleased by how things transpired. She refuses to accept that Bella didn't have anything to do with what happened to my folks, Neville explained with a sigh, and now she's trying to find a girl to contract me to so that I will have someone to keep me from you lot who are, as she put it, corrupting my mind. She fails to realize that as my father has been in his comatose state for so many years, I'm technically the Lord of Longbottom and as such the only one who can sign marriage contracts for the family. It does bring up a good point though, Maria said thoughtfully, you're the only one of us who's still single. We need to get you a date. Please don't, Neville said in a panic, I don't need anyone playing matchmaker for me. I have to deal enough with the Gryffindor fangirls who think that dating me will get them an in with Harry. Please tell me you're joking, he deadpanned, nobody but a Weasley or a Malfoy can be that dumb. Ginny Weasley is one, Neville said with a nod causing him to sigh in exasperation, but several Gryffindor girls, both younger and older than us, have tried the same. Well, at least try to find a girlfriend, Neville, Blaise said with a chuckle, you really need one. And don't try to deny it as we've seen how you look at other couples, can tell you're picturing yourself in a relationship. Alright fine, Neville gave in exasperatedly, I promise to look for a girlfriend this year. Are you going to bring your kids to watch the tournament events, Harry? Marcus asked him after a minute, or do you think they're too young? I couldn't keep them away if I tried, he said with a roll of his eyes, they have the elves that act as servants for my family wrapped around their finger and all it would take is a little pout and they'd have the elves pop them over. Well, they are adorable, Tracy offered weakly, but he could tell the girl was doing everything in her power to stop from giggling, it is kinda understandable. Yeah, but did they have to learn to use it to their advantage? He groaned as the compartment dissolved into laughter. Several hours later they sat inside the great hall waiting for the feast, his 8 Slytherin friends sitting in minor thrones near his own while Neville sat at the Gryffindor table, his friend looking miserable at the fact that they had to sit at their own house tables during feasts. Where's the new defense professor? Daphne asked in confusion when they looked up to see the chair for that post empty, were they not able to get one? No, they got one, he said shaking his head. After Lockhart I insisted that Dumbledore tell me whoever he hired each year. This year's new teacher is a retired Auror named Alistair Moody. He was supposedly both the greatest Auror in the Ministry's history as well as raving mad. Well, if you have that many people after your head you do tend to develop paranoia, Theo pointed out with a shrug, I'm honestly surprised you're not as twitchy as Mad Eye is. I trust my own skills, as well as those of my friends, to the point that I know I don't have much need to fear. He said with a shrug, if you ever see me get twitchy then you know then something truly dangerous is coming. Good to know, Theo gulped as the Lyrian in training digested what was said, now let's focus on something besides the idea of anything dangerous enough to cause our friend to become twitchy. Attention students. Dumbledore declared, the old man rising and drawing the eyes of the various students assembled in the hall. Before we begin our wonderful feast I have a few announcements to make. To begin with, our defense against the dark arts professor, Alistair Moody, won't be here until tomorrow due to some legal matters that have arisen concerning an altercation last night. If the rumors I've heard about the man are true then he hexed his garbage cans again while thinking they were intruders. Blaise deadpanned while he slapped a palm to his forehead, just knowing he wasn't going to like the man. Added to this, Dumbledore continued, the man having to use a charm to be heard over the mass of whispering students, there will be no inter-house Quidditch competition this year. At those words the whispers between students became roars as people proclaimed their outrage at the aged headmaster, some even rising to their feet as they screamed and railed. Idiot, he said with a snort, there usually only ever 3 tasks for each tournament unless the schools agree on more, so there would be no reason to cancel the Quidditch Cup. They're taking away something that means a lot to several students, both for pride, for entertainment, and future careers for those who use the competition to attract the eyes of talent scouts. In its place, Dumbledore yelled, the charm having to be upgraded to be heard, Hogwarts School is going to play host to a legendary event, the Tri-Wizard Tournament. At that declaration the hall, which had only seconds before been full to the brim with shouting and raging students, was now as silent as the grave. And now the sheeple think that it's a fair trade-off, Daphne sighed before she looked over at him, I am so glad I became a citizen of the nation, Harry. It's embarrassing being associated with people like this. That's why most nations consider Britain a joke, he said with a shrug. They don't advance much and are easily distracted by the closest shiny object. Most of the lords could be replaced with toddlers under Polyjuice and nobody would ever notice the difference. Please don't say things like that out loud, Harry, Theo said with a sigh. The last thing we need are the Weasley twins hearing it and actually trying to turn that into a reality. Let's just eat, Daphne said with a sigh. I'm tired and would like to go to bed already. You can put those away, their new teacher, Alistair Moody, growled, the scarred man limping into the room just as the class was scheduled to start. Those books. You won't be needing them. Now, the man began after calling roll, the Exorer's electric blue eye flitting to each student when they answered while the brown one stayed focused on the parchment. I've gone over the notes from your previous teachers and found that you lot are woefully behind on dealing with curses. Actually, a better statement would be that most of you are behind in general with who you've had teaching for your first few years here. And so the professor had begun to go into a lecture about the various uses and levels of curses, how some were illegal and others weren't, and a bit of the course aims for the term. Finally though the man started drawing the lesson to a close by asking, now, do any of you know which curses are the most heavily punished by wizarding law? The second the words left the teacher's mouth several hands shot into the air, every half-blood and pureblood apart from his close group of friends along with Granger raised their hands and the man immediately focused in on Ron Weasley and pointed for the fool to answer, something he noted with more than a little amusement upset Hermione Granger. The red-haired garbage bin offered hesitantly, I remember my dad mentioning one of them, the Imperious Curse. Moody said, the man's tongue flitting out like a snake's, your father would know all about that one. Caused the ministry quite the problem after the fall of you-know-who. Trying to figure out who had followed him willingly and who were being controlled. With surprisingly fast reflexes the man's arm shot out and grabbed a spider form ajar on the front desk and placed it onto one of the empty tables. Imperio, the man intoned, pointing at the spider which frozen in place and remained as still as a statue. Complete and utter control, Moody growled, whoever you put under this spell will obey your every wish and feel higher than a cloud while doing so. It takes a great deal of willpower to even remember what you were ordered to do and even more to actually resist the spell. For most people they won't be able to resist in the slightest and won't remember a damn thing once it's lifted. Added to that muggles have an even harder time resisting it than magicals do as the spell also has to fight off the power of the magical core in witches and wizards. This spider though has no magical core and no real willpower so it won't be able to resist. I can, for example, order it to leap from desk to desk. At those words the spider sprang into action, scuttling along the wooden surface it stood upon before leaping to the next table and then the next one after that. I can order it to sit upon one of your heads. The spider leapt up and landed on the head of Ron Weasley who froze, began shaking, and, if the smell was any indication, wet himself. As this was going on the other students, bar his friends, the shivering Ron Weasley, and Granger, began laughing and clapping. Talented isn't she? Moody cackled, what shall I have her do next? Bite one of you with her venom. At those words the room froze as Moody levitated the spider away from them but it was clear it was making biting motions, jump out the window. Drown herself. With each sentence the spider tried to carry out the new order before Moody dropped it into a glass jar and ended the curse as it seemed to slump down in relief. Scores of witches, wizards, even muggles, magical creatures, and animals, have all done some of the most heinous crimes imaginable while under the influence of the Imperious Curse and woke up with no memory of doing so. Others claim the Imperious as an excuse to avoid prison for their crimes. But there's the problem, how do you sort out the liars? Moody asked, the man's tongue once more flitting out like a snake's. Another curse, another curse. Moody demanded, once again pacing along the desks and tables. The Cruciatus Curse. Draco Malfoy spoke up with a lazy drawl causing him to scowl, despising the tea almost as much as the Lord Malfoy, both having sent a ing and clearly false letter of condolence about his sister's injuries. Yes, Moody said, and he could practically feel the man's distaste for Malfoy in that one word, the torture curse. Also unsurprising that you know of that one. Spinning around the man pointed his wand at the spider and roared, Crucio. As the spider began to twitch and flail, its mandibles flailing about, and he knew, if it could, the creature would be screaming in agony. This spell, the man continued, not even bothering to lift the curse, affects the pain receptors for the human body and gives each one the feeling of being stabbed with a red-hot needle. For every square centimeter of your body there are 200 pain receptors. This curse is known to drive those held under it to madness if used for too long, and most under it wish for death. Finishing his tirade, Moody ended the curse on the spider, which collapsed, twitching, to the bottom of the jar, remaining completely still otherwise, and he was sure that it suffered the fate Moody had just mentioned. Glancing over at Neville, he saw his Gryffindor friend clenching the desk in anger, the lion among his titans clearly struggling not to attack their teacher due to the memories brought up about the elder Longbottoms. He was sure if he and the rest of his friends and family hadn't helped Neville through his problems and offered help in researching a cure, Neville may very well have attacked the man in front of them. "Does anyone know the last curse?" Moody asked, arms open in invitation. "Anyone at all?" Hesitantly Hermione Granger raised her hand, the only time he had ever seen her hesitate to answer anything, as Moody rounded on her. "The killing curse," she stammered under the man's mismatched gaze, "the Avada Kedavra." "The killing curse," Moody said with a nod, limping back over to the spider, "instant death for whoever it touches. It leaves no mark, it causes no damage to the body or any noticeable sign of death, it simply rips the life out of whoever it hits, Avada Kedavra." As he knew would happen, a jet of green light shot out and struck the twitching spider, rendering it completely still as it collapsed onto the bottom of the jar, although at this point he would deem it a mercy killing. "That is what awaits anyone who gets touched by this curse," Moody continued. "Only one person has ever been known to survive it, and I very much doubt Mr. Potter knows how." Spinning around, Moody stomped over to the blackboard and wrote out the 3 curses onto the board. "These curses can't be shielded by any spell," Moody growled. "The only way to avoid their effects is to have something solid in between you and the spell, or to jump out of the way. Anyone who is found guilty of casting these curses on another witch or wizard is sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban." The rest of the lesson was spent with Moody leaving the floor open for any questions from his classmates. Nobody dared to even open their mouth. As the class progressed, he watched each of the students have the curse performed upon them, each of them doing something stupid or embarrassing. A Gryffindor student named Dean Thomas hopped around the room while singing the British national anthem. A Gryffindor girl who he knew to be an avid gossip named Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Ron Weasley attempted to perform an impressive set of gymnastic feats, but the idiot's body was too weak and collapsed partway through. Granger was told to pick up the book on Moody's desk and set it on fire. It was quite amusing to watch her panic and cry when the curse was lifted and she was told what she had done. Finally, though Moody got to his friends, the teacher's shock growing as, one by one, his friends resisted the curse and threw it off, some showing more signs of a struggle than others, but none gave in to the spell. "All right, Potter," Moody growled, "your turn." Imperio. The moment the curse hit him, he felt its presence within his mind but shoved it aside with ease, having grown used to having to control his temper and actions when dealing with politicians and paperwork day in and day out. "I order you to Hermione Granger." Moody tried to tell him. "No," he said simply, showing no signs of any struggle against the curse. "I would sooner cut out my own tongue." He didn't even seem fazed by it. One of the other Gryffindors, Seamus he believed, whispered in awe. "I spend every day dealing with politicians and paperwork as I lead a country," he deadpanned at the Irishman. "I've had to learn to have good control over myself and my emotions. This curse doesn't have a chance of controlling me." "Class dismissed," Moody growled, ending the ineffective curse. "For homework you all are to read up on the curses and theories about ways to avoid or counter them." "All right," Dumbledore began, the man pointedly ignoring him, and he knew that he was only in this meeting as he had given Dumbledore no other choice. "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving tomorrow evening. The Beauxbatons contingent will be coming in a flying carriage pulled by Axons, while the Durmstrang students will be in a ship that has the ability to travel both above and below water." "And Hogwarts will be doing?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, intrigued about what the man would do as a display of power towards the other schools. "Do?" Dumbledore asked in apparent confusion. "What on earth are you talking about?" "The other schools' chosen methods of arrival are displays of strength," he said firmly as the staff stared at him, they are trying to not only show off but to make us feel lesser. It is a political mind game. If the foreign schools are having shows of strength, then so shall Hogwarts. And what would you propose we do? The charms instructor asked hesitantly, the man's goblin nature clearly at war with the man's wizard nature. I shall bring a full contingent of my warriors and have them in a position as a display of strength, he informed them, as I am the owner of this school and the king of the Amazons, they are tied together and the showing of power will be legitimate. I will not allow your soldiers at my school. Dumbledore growled angrily, I barely tolerated them last year and that was only to catch a killer. Be silent, you naive old fool, he snarled as he rose from his seat, it would seem I've been too lenient with you. I'll say it again, as I am the master and owner of this school and, as such, it is territory of the Amazon Kingdom lest an heir for one of the other founders arrives. You however are nothing more than a member of the staff who only stays here so long as I permit it. Your second chances are over, Dumbledore. If I feel that you've overstepped your bounds within my school once again, you will be removed and never again allowed through her doors. End flashback. He knew that Dumbledore was angry at his decision, he knew Dumbledore disapproved, and he knew that Dumbledore was aware of the truth of his words. There are the French, Neville said with a nod at a growing speck in the distance, looks like it's time to rock. The moment that the giant carriage landed, he called out to his soldiers, present arms. As they bared their shields and used their spears to make a pathway for the foreign students to pass through. A gesture that could seem both welcoming and intimidating as they passed through the wall of steel. The first person out of the carriage was a woman who he knew right away was a half-giant, much like Hagrid, as she eyed the tunnel of spears and shields while the girls behind her shifted nervously. Then her eyes fell on him and he saw indignation in the orbs. Why are you at the forefront to greet us? She demanded. Did your Headmaster wish to insult us so? Allow me to make one thing perfectly clear, Headmistress Maxime, he said in a controlled tone that practically screamed danger. Dumbledore's control at this school is only that which I allow him. I am the owner and master of Hogwarts, not him. My decisions matter at this school, not his own. And finally, should your students step out of line when outside their carriage, then it is up to me to determine their punishment. How dare you? The woman demanded, affronted. Who do you think you are, you little? Be silent. One of his warriors growled as all the spears of his warriors were no longer in a respectful pathway but aimed at the giant woman. He is our king. And this school is my land, he spoke coldly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. When inside your carriage you are inside the territory of your and their rules apply, but outside of it this is Hogwarts, this is my land and on it you will follow my rules. Am I understood? Crystal. The woman ground out angrily, an expression mirrored by several of her students. Good, he said stiffly, now you may enter into the hall and be seated, or you may stay out here with me to welcome the students of Durmstrang. I will be inside, the French woman sniffed before, gesturing for her students to follow her inside, every one of them clearly nervous as the eyes of his soldiers followed them. Within minutes the surface of the Black Lake began to froth and roil before a ship burst from the water dramatically. Soldiers, he called out once again, present arms. Once again his warriors created the hall to walk through, and this time, when High Master Karkaroff stepped out, he saw a glimmer of respect in the man's eyes. Would you be King Hadrian of the Amazons? The man asked, approaching somewhat hesitantly. That I am High Master Karkaroff, he said with a nod. I welcome you to my school but give you the same warning I gave to your French counterpart. So long as you and your students are on your ship your own rules apply to you, but when off the ship and on Hogwarts grounds the Hogwarts rules apply, as do our punishments. Understandable, Karkaroff said with a nod. I already informed my students to expect such before we departed. At least you appear competent compared to Madame Maxime, he said with a small snort. What on earth are the qualifications for the job in France if a woman so devoid of tact can have such a high-ranking position? Then again, Dumbledore has gained a great deal of authority here in England, so I can't say much for this country either. Laughing heartily, Karkaroff gestured for his students to go through the corridor of spears, the male students nodding in respect to his warriors before moving in. I think the two of us are going to get along just fine. Karkaroff said with a grin. Now, let us feast. Laughing along with the man he entered the hall, dismissing all but two of his warriors who stood as guards, behind him during the feast as he laughed and dined with the Durmstrang students who enjoyed the conversation he and his friends provided. As the feast drew to a close, he saw Dumbledore stand up and make a slight gesture towards the caretaker Argus Filch. Now that we are all fed and watered, Dumbledore began, let me explain the rulings for the tournament. What are they, horses? One of the Durmstrang student he recognized as Victor Krum grumbled in irritation as he snorted. Now due to the heavy death toll of previous years, the ministries decided to add in an age limit so that nobody not of age is permitted to enter their name for the tournament. Dumbledore began before stopping as the majority of the minors in the school began yelling in protest. It took several large conjured firecrackers to regain control before Dumbledore continued, the selection shall be done tomorrow evening by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire. As the man said this, Argus Filch walked in, directing two ministry flunkies who carried a plinth which held the goblet that was alight with blue fire. The goblet shall be protected by an age line, Dumbledore continued, so that only those 17 or older may enter into the tournament. Added to that, every student at the school age 17 or older shall be required to sign a magically binding contract stating they will not put in the name of any student besides their own should they choose to do so. He saw Dumbledore wince at that last one as the man hadn't wanted to add that portion of the protection, but he had insisted and threatened to remove Dumbledore if the old man didn't comply. It was quite clear that the man was still reeling from having all authority within the school ripped away. As of this moment, Dumbledore declared dramatically while casting the age line, the Triwizard Tournament has begun. While his betrothed hadn't recognized the term, even if it did sound somewhat familiar, she had told him that Voldemort had once given her a golden goblet to store in her vault, saying that it was important. She had been embarrassed at how she had forgotten before he pointed out that people who spent even half as long as she had in Azkaban often had their minds even more damaged. Now though he was about to go to Ragnarok to get the item removed so they could see what it was and if the goblin leader knew what the term, Horcrux, was. "Ah, Harry," Ragnarok said when he entered the office, "what can I do for you?" "Last night I had a vision of Voldemort," he said as Ragnarok sat up, all sense of calm vanishing from his goblin ally who immediately went into war mode. "Explain," Ragnarok said instantly as the guards in the room stiffened. "I saw a vision of Voldemort killing a muggle while mentioning a plan to attempt to break out Bellatrix's ex-husband to get something called a Horcrux out of her vault." He said only to stop when Ragnarok shot to his feet. "A Horcrux!" Ragnarok yelled in anger, "He made one of those abominations. Guards, go down to the Lestrange vault and collect the item. It's supposed to be a golden cup." He added in helpfully as the guards nodded and rushed off. "What exactly is a Horcrux?" Bellatrix asked once the guards were gone and Ragnarok seemed to calm down slightly. "The darkest of magics," Ragnarok explained, the goblin bringing out a bottle of fire whiskey and pouring them each a drink, where one splits their own soul in an attempt to gain immortality. "How would that work?" he asked in confusion. "The soul piece would anchor the individual to the world of the living," Ragnarok explained, "and while the main piece of the soul can attempt to come back through a few dark rituals, the shards themselves can attempt to return as well by possessing and draining the life force of an individual. You have to destroy the items beyond any hope of repair to get rid of the shards, or move the shard to another item and then destroy that, as some items can't be destroyed. I think I've run into another of his Horcruxes before," he said as he remembered the Chamber of Secrets incident, back during the Chamber incident. "Another?" Ragnarok asked in horror. "No one has ever made more than one. Splitting a soul once is horrid enough to consider, but to split it several times is beyond evil. And who knows how many others that the bastard made," he growled. "For all we know there could be even more out there somewhere." "Then we'll have to track them down," Ragnarok said firmly. "We have an old runic device that used to be used to track down the witch or wizard that created the Horcruxes by transferring the soul shard to the device and using it as a compass of sorts." "But what if there are multiple shards left?" Bellatrix asked hesitantly. "Then we can use it to triangulate its position," he answered, "perhaps filling a second device with other shards when we find them." Nodding in agreement, Ragnarok began going through several plans on how to best track down the different shards and then Voldemort's new homunculus body to end the bastard once and for all. About 10 minutes after they had left, though, the guards returned with the chalice, which was set upon the desk along with a wooden box that was covered with runes and had a glass dome containing a compass needle. "This is indeed a Horcrux, sire," the guard said to the goblin leader, "but the size of the soul piece within it is too small to be a lone Horcrux." "We know," Ragnarok sighed, "we will have to use the device to triangulate the positions of the other shards before we destroy Voldemort himself." Nodding, the guards began chanting as the golden chalice began to glow with a strange ethereal light before a dark-looking mist began to seep from its gleaming surface before entering the runic device, which began to glow with a faint violet light as the compass needle began spinning rapidly before the glow faded and the needle spinning slowed to a stop with the needle pointed directly at him. "That's rather disturbing," he said, eyeing the needle warily as he did so. "It's likely pointing in something that's in the same direction," Ragnarok said with a shrug. "It is designed to point to the nearest piece of the same soul within the device, so I doubt it is actually pointing at you specifically. Just to put my mind at ease, though," he said as he stood up and moved to a different part of the room only for the needle to follow him as the goblins and Bellatrix paled in horror at the implications of what it meant. Neville, sighing, he lazily watched the other attending schools as people whispered about Harry not sitting on his throne at the Slytherin table. Earlier in the day he and the others had received a letter from their friend saying that a medical emergency had shown up, Harry having come into contact with some sort of cursed object as the goblins worked to get him back to full health. Dumbledore had received a letter as well, he had noticed, and he had also noticed the gleam of enjoyment in the old man's eyes at the thought of Harry being cursed, which pissed him off to no end. Dumbledore's enjoyment had quickly abated when he had spread word about the manipulative old man's enjoyment in seeing Harry's suffering due to a curse that was inflicted upon the man who had become both the official and unofficial leader of Hogwarts. "The goblet is ready for the champion selection," Dumbledore called out as the fire within the ancient artifact began to turn from the bright blue to a dark bloody red until there was no blue left and a streak of the crimson fire shot into the sky. Reacting quickly, the old headmaster shot his hand out and caught a piece of paper from the flames and read out, "The Durmstrang champion is Victor Krum." As the Durmstrang students, and just about every professional Quidditch fan in the school, began cheering loudly. After Krum walked up and received the parchment, the champion was ushered into a side room as the fire, which had gone back to bright blue, was once more turning red. When the process had finished a second time and the pillar shot into the sky, Dumbledore caught the new paper, which he noticed was a doily. "The Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour," Dumbledore called out as an absolutely beautiful French girl stood up and received her parchment with a nod before going to the same room as Krum. Finally, though, the hall waited with bated breath to see who the last champion would be, each Hogwarts house hoping for one of their own to be selected. The tension in the room was thick enough to be cut with a knife when the pillar of crimson fire shot skyward for a third time before Dumbledore caught it and read out, "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table burst out into wild cheers at the fact that one of their own had been named champion, while the Ravenclaws nodded thoughtfully. The Slytherins, for the most part, kept their cool due to not wanting to upset Harry when the king returned, and his own table, well, most of them were glaring at the Hufflepuff pretty boy, as they referred to the new champion, as he sighed in exasperation. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed something that caused him to stand up slowly in shock, as if not sure what he was seeing, as people quickly noticed and followed his line of sight to see the goblet, once again, turning crimson as whispers filled the hall. Finally, the pillar of fire shot into the air as Dumbledore caught the parchment, and the hall fell silent only to hear two simple words, "Harry Potter." "So let me get this straight," he growled, giving a harsh glare at Dumbledore as the headmaster sat nervously behind his office. The heads of the two visiting schools there, as well as Madame Maxime, spent her time glaring at him while Karkaroff was simply sitting back to watch the entertainment. "You convince me to not post my guards to guard the goblet. You go so far as to insist that it would deter students from entering and that your safety precautions would be more than enough. But now, I've been entered into a tournament against my will, and if I refuse to do a task I will have my life and magic stripped away due to the fact that my not refusing entry within 24 hours due to being unconscious in a hospital bed counted as acceptance. Give me one good reason to not fire you right now and ban you from ever stepping foot within my castle ever again." "Why, you arrogant little," Maxime began before he hit her with a silencer. "Oh, shut up," he spat, the adults, or should I say adult and pathetic old windbag, are talking, so keep your mouth shut. Now, Dumbledore, answer the damn question. You don't have the authority to. Dumbledore began only to turn silent when he shot the old fool with a body-bind curse. Wrong, he snarled, as of this moment onward you are fired as the Hogwarts headmaster. You are permitted to remain at the school for the rest of the year, but you will have no authority to give out punishments, revoke punishments, or change any rules. The day that the school year ends you are to leave the grounds and are forbidden from ever returning. So I say, so mote it be. At his decree the school shook to its very foundations, testament to the validity of his authority, as Dumbledore sat there, stunned and immobile even after he countered the body bind, the old man simply unable to comprehend the fact that he had stripped the man of all power within the school. Turning to Karkaroff he nodded and said, "If you'll excuse me, Karkaroff, I must go. I now have a new headmaster to hire and a tournament to survive along with everything else on my plate." "Good luck," the man said with a snort. "I certainly don't envy you right now." "Thanks," he grumbled before sighing and walking out of the office as he thought back to how he had found out about his entry into the tournament as well as how he had his scar cleansed. Flashback. The moment that they realized the compass was actually pointing at high instead of simply in the same direction as him, Ragnarok had been on his feet, ordering every goblin guard within earshot to get the top curse breakers and medical goblins to the medical ward as fast as possible. "What's going to happen?" Bellatrix demanded as the goblins brought in a gurney and strapped him down onto it. "We have to remove the soul fragment from him," Ragnarok growled as he was sped down the hall, "and we have to see how deeply rooted the shard is. Horcrux soul shards are a mixture of the wizard's magic, soul, and memories. The memories are always a complete copy up until that point in the wizard's life, but the soul and magic would become a smaller fragment with each Horcrux made. Luckily for us this piece is most assuredly a very small piece, so it shouldn't have as large of a hold as it could be. But how are you going to get the damn thing out of me?" he demanded as he tried to remain calm and focused. "We're going to try to pull out the soul shard as carefully as possible," Ragnarok informed him as they entered the medical bay, "while also severing any connections it has tried to make to your own soul and magic. Doing this should also destroy the memories, which is definitely a good thing, as having those in your head could end up mutating into a split personality, which would be less than pleasant." "And what about the shard of magic?" he asked as they began strapping him down onto a medical bed. "We're going to sever the connection to the soul shard so that way the magic will be absorbed into your own magical core and any abilities it gave you will become permanent." Sighing he nodded as the curse breakers entered the room along with the medical goblins as the extraction process began, Bellatrix saying she was going to go and send a letter to Neville and the headmaster, saying that he was receiving medical treatment for a curse. The process was agonizing as he realized why he had the straps on. Throughout the entire procedure he had been forced to remain awake and unsedated as he had to be fully conscious to fight off the soul shard which would try to possess him to avoid destruction, and if he was unconscious or in a sedated state he wouldn't be able to fully fight against it. The procedure lasted for hours as he roared and thrashed under his restraints, his body coursing with agony as his soul fought against the depraved soul that had been nesting within him for years, while the curse breakers worked carefully to sever each and every connection that the shard had made to him. With each connection severed he felt the struggles of the shard grow weaker as its grip grew slacker and slacker before it was finally ripped from his skull, making his scar burst upon, a pulsating mass of black ooze that was hissing and steaming as it pulsated in the air. He didn't see what happened to the soul shard after it was removed though, as the second it was out of his body and he saw the foul mass he collapsed into blissful unconsciousness where his body rested and tried to heal from the ordeal, aided by the goblin medical professionals who worked to repair his muscles and tissue which had torn in his struggles to contain the soul shard and the shard's own efforts in making his body fight against him. When he came to, he saw a nervous Bellatrix sitting by his bed as she chewed on her knuckles. "Hey," he whispered softly, his voice dry and hoarse from the screaming he had done during the operation. "How long was I out?" "Harry," Bellatrix cried as she said him, sobbing into his chest as he held her and tried to reassure her that he was fine. Idly wondering how the rest of the wizarding world would react if they could see this side of his betrothed, the caring nurturing woman he had seen her develop into. You've been unconscious for 48 hours, the voice of Ragnarok spoke up as he turned to see his ally walk into the room. Your other wives and betrothed as well as your children have all visited you, but they left a couple hours ago as your children were close to collapsing from exhaustion, not wanting to leave your side until you were well. The shard? He asked weakly as Bellatrix nuzzled against his chest. We removed the soul fragment and placed it into a second tracking device, Ragnarok assured him. The memories were dissipated when we transferred the soul shard, and the magical core fragment, which is where your Parsletong ability came from, has been assimilated into your core. We've already begun attempting to track down the different soul fragments, but the problem is that the two devices count as Horcruxes technically, so they pick up on each other. We've had to keep them far apart in our attempts to triangulate a location, so it might take a while to find them all. We've contacted your godfather and his friend Remus Lupin, and they are returning to England to aid in the search. Let me know when you have won, he said weakly. I want to be there when you destroy them. We're still trying to decide the best way to destroy them, Ragnarok said with a grimace. The only known ways to destroy the damn things are basilisk venom and fiend fire, but we sure as hell aren't going to risk those accursed flames inside this bank, and we don't have any of the venom left from the basilisk you slew. The remains already sold to potion masters are used by our own. My sword, he coughed as he felt his eyes growing heavy once again, is coated in the venom. Would that work? Yes, it will, my friend, Ragnarok said, sighing in relief. You just solved a large problem, only 1,001 to go. But there is one more piece of information. What's that? He asked, barely awake now. Someone entered you into the Tri-Wizard tournament, Ragnarok said with a wince, and because you didn't refuse entry within 24 hours of the selection, you can't back out without losing your life and magic. Unable to stay awake any longer, he drifted off, his arms still wrapped around Bellatrix, as he muttered, sleep now, kill Dumbledore later. Sighing, he walked down the hall towards the classroom where the weighing of the wands was to take place. It had been 2 weeks since his selection. As the fourth champion, he hadn't had a single moment's rest within the castle ever since. The hardest decision though was trying to figure out what had caused a bigger headache, the reactions of the four houses at the firing of Dumbledore or the reaction of the public to his selection. When it came to Dumbledore, the most aggressive reactions came from Gryffindor, as the House of the Lions were enraged when the announcement of Dumbledore's sacking was announced the day after it had occurred. Some of them, like Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, yelled and screamed and even tried to convince him that he had to rehire Dumbledore. There were a few similar Dumbledore supporters in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, while a good portion of Slytherin supported his decision. His placement in the tournament though had led to more people in Hufflepuff angry at him, as they felt like he was stealing their glory. Granted, some of the Badgers were understanding of the fact that he hadn't entered into the tournament, the ones that actually used their ins and realized that if he was away from the school he wouldn't be able to actually enter himself. As of the moment, the school was nearly in a three-way war, as Hufflepuff was angry at him, and by extension Slytherin, for being entered into the tournament, while Gryffindor was angry at him for firing Dumbledore, as well as at Hufflepuff, as they didn't want a cowardly Badger as the Hogwarts champion. The Ravenclaw house was, mostly, staying out of the inter-house war. Things had begun to simmer down, thankfully, over the past few days when he had hired a new headmaster in his betrothed and soon-to-be wife Narcissa Black. Narcissa had cracked down the second he gave her power, as she began to rein in the warring students. With Gryffindor, she had punished the students like Weasley and Granger who tried to force him to bring back Dumbledore by giving them detentions. The students in Hufflepuff who tried to pick fights with him due to his placement in the tournament were the same. Entering into the classroom, silence ensued as all eyes turned towards him. Some, like Dumbledore and the British Ministry officials, were glaring at him angrily. Others, like the reporters, were gazing at him almost hungrily as they eyed him like a piece of meat. His fellow champions eyed him warily, only Cedric having any idea of what he was capable due to the stories of what he had done in the school over the years, while Fleur and Victor Krum looked at him with trepidation. "What are you doing here, Dumbledore?" he demanded as he sent a glare at the ex-headmaster. "You were fired from your post within this academy and have no grounds to be at this meeting. Now leave. Narcissa will be arriving shortly and your presence is neither needed nor wanted. Know your place." One of the Ministry officials sneered at him. You are. He is the owner of this castle and the land it rests upon, Narcissa said as she stepped into the room, sending a cold look to Dumbledore and the officials. Dumbledore was fired from his post. He has no place attending any official standing, so he is hereby ordered to leave by both the current headmistress and the owner of the school. You heard the woman, Dumbledore, he said with a smirk as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Get out. Scowling furiously, the old man stormed out of the room while the ministry lackeys looked less than pleased. Well, Mr. Potter, one of the reporters, a particularly loathsome-looking woman with glasses that were covered in fake jewels, my name is Rita Skeeter and I was wondering if we could take this time to have an interview while we wait for the good Mr. Ollivander. No, he said simply, to be blunt, I've read too many of your articles and seen too much of your work to actually trust you. You will only write an article about the tournament, and if you do any interviews on these grounds, they must be with my permission. Any interview conducted without said permission, or if you publish any fabricated interviews from any student or staff of this institution, and I will have you taken to my island to stand trial by my courts. The woman spluttered in indignation, but he could see the fear behind her eyes as the other champions looked at him in amusement. Quote, is Ollivander on his way? He asked Narcissa with a small smile at the woman he had grown to love. Of course, she said as she walked over and said him with a tender, he'll be up momentarily. Actually, I am already here, the old wandmaker said, walking into the room. Where's Dumbledore? Albus Dumbledore was fired from his post at this school 2 weeks ago and no longer has the right to act in any official position within these walls. He said neutrally. Now, are we going to begin this ceremony? Yes, well, please have a seat. The suddenly nervous old wand-maker said, the man's eyes never leaving his sword as he smirked slightly, remembering why the bastard would be wary of it after their first, and only, meeting. Shrugging, he sat down in one of the chairs as Fleur took the seat next to him, then Cedric, and then Krum as they watched Ollivander walked over to a table by the window and set down a large leather bag as the man unloaded several tools and pieces of equipment onto the table. First up we have Ms. Delacour, Ollivander said as the man set out a final piece of equipment that looked like a scale. Of course, Mr. Ollivander, the French champion said with a nod as she got up out of her chair and handed the wand over to the old man who spun it around his fingers. Ollivander muttered while pulling out a measuring tape and took the measurements of the wand, 9.5 inches, inflexible. Rosewood if I'm not mistaken, and, oh my, Ollivander said in surprise after setting the wand on the scale, Avila Haircore. Of course, Fleur said proudly, it was one of my grandmothers. I've never used Vila hair myself, Ollivander said, but he could detect a small hint of disdain in the man's voice at someone using a core he didn't, too temperamental. Now, the man finished up by conjuring a bouquet of roses. Everything seems to be in order. Thank you, Fleur said coldly as she snatched back the wand from the man who had not only insulted her wand but her heritage and her, he assumed, deceased grandmother. Next up is Mr. Krum, Ollivander said, gesturing for the Quidditch player to rise, clearly not caring about having given a rather rude insult to the French girl. Now I know this isn't one of mine, Ollivander said in curiosity as he snorted at the arrogance of the statement, but it seems familiar. Grigorovich perhaps. One of the last he ever created. Krum said with a nod, the man clearly proud of his wand. Yes, Ollivander said idly, while not quite up to my level. Grigorovich was indeed a skilled wand carver. Now let's see what we have here. 10.25 inches, hornbeam wood, and a dragon heartstring core, thicker than a usual wand, and rather rigid. It has shown no sign of problems. None, Krum said coldly as he pinched his nose in exasperation, having seen Ollivander insult 2 of the foreign students. Yes, well, here you are, Ollivander said after conjuring a fountain of wine and handing the wand back. Mr. Diggory, you next, Ollivander said, the old man much more exited now. The old man's face lit up with glee once the Hufflepuff champion handed over the wand. Ah, now, this is one of mine, isn't it? Yes, I remember it well. Containing a single hair from the tail of a particularly fine male unicorn, must have been 17 hands, nearly gored me with his horn after I plucked his tail. 12.25 inches, ash, pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition. You treat it regularly. Just polished it last night. Cedric said with a calm shrug, the champion of the Badgers shooting an apologetic wince at Fleur and Victor for the difference in treatment. Well, this wand has no problems. Ollivander said happily, handing the tool of magic back after conjuring a flock of birds. You next, Lord Potter. Nodding, he rose and stiffly handed over his wand as Ollivander eyed it distastefully. I do not recognize the craftsmanship of this one. It was a custom wand built specifically for me, he said coldly, made of blood elder with the core of a royal war phoenix. It is the wand of a warrior. Be blood elder? Ollivander asked aghast, the old man practically throwing the wand back at him. You lie. No wand crafter is skilled enough to make a wand out of that wood. Let alone lucky enough to get a feather of a royal war phoenix. Do not decide the skills of all your colleagues simply by your own shortcomings, he said with a snort. You acted disdainfully towards Ms. Delacour's wand simply because you don't have enough skill to work with the core material it has. My wand has never failed me before, old man, but if you made Champion Diggory's wand, then I fear for his safety during this tournament. With that he turned towards the ministry officials. I believe that this ceremony is now complete. Leave my castle immediately. Sitting down, he stared at Ragnok and Darna, both of them having informed him that they had gathered new information regarding the upcoming war against a returned Voldemort. How has the search for the Horcruxes gone? He asked the goblin leader as he steepled his fingers and stared at his allies that sat at the meeting with him. We've managed to locate the locket in, surprisingly, your godfather's home. Ragnok informed him as he blinked in surprise at the item's location. It would seem that your godfather's brother decided to abandon Voldemort and the Death Eater regime and successfully stole one of the Horcruxes, replacing it with a fake, but was killed in the attempt. The Black family house elf has spent the past couple of decades attempting to destroy the locket and was beyond grateful when we destroyed it for him. So that's 4 of the 7 Horcruxes destroyed so far, he said with a nod. But what locket was it? The locket of Salazar Slytherin, Ragnok explained. We transferred the shard, of course, to avoid destroying the artifact. Good, he said with a nod before turning to Darna. And what sort of information had you acquired for me? It is about the 2 organizations of Hercules and Theseus. Your Majesty, Darna informed him as he scowled in distaste at the mention of the 2 groups. They have allied themselves with Voldemort in exchange for the Dark Lord, capturing and re-educating Maria, Damien, Elizabeth, and Marcus so that their organizations won't die out. Glaring coldly, he turned to Ragnok. Ragnok, he said authoritatively as his ally turned to focus on him. I'm be putting a bounty out on every member of the organizations of Theseus and Hercules. For every dead member they bring me, with proof that the person was a member, the person who brings the corpse in will get 500 galleons. If they bring them alive so we can interrogate them, then they get 1,000. I was more than willing to allow the groups to die out on their own as the heirs have joined me, but this crosses the line. Oh, Ragnok said with a bloodthirsty grin, I would be most pleased to have that information given out. But are you going to warn the heirs about their biological father's plans to have them, for all purposes, inwashed? It would be foolish not to, he said with a nod. If they know, then they'll be on their guard, more so than normal at any rate. End flashback. He was already in a less than pleased mood after learning about the threat against his allies, but when he returned, one of his house elves who helped run the school informed him about how Madame Maxime had informed her champion, Fleur Delacour, about the dragons of the first task, which he had found out due to the fact that he had been given the forms about their order, albeit after they had already been signed in a binding contract with the school for which he had torn into Dumbledore. When he had been selected after that, the officials from the ministry had decided to allow him to retain the information about the creatures as it was his school, so he was legally required to have that information. What the hell is wrong with you? He demanded as he burst into the staff room, glaring intensely at Maxime as all conversation in the room went silent. When the half-giantess opened her mouth to speak, he continued, Actually, don't answer that, as I don't want to know. You went and told your champion about the nature of the first task and were even dumb enough to do so on the grounds of my school, where you were overheard by one of my elves. I have already sent a notice to the French ministry requesting a representative to take your place on the panel of judges. one who won't cheat to aid their chosen champion, and you are having your authoritative power stripped from you for the duration of this tournament. You have no right to do that. Maxime roared, the woman shooting to her feet angrily. It was in the contract that you signed when you agreed to this tournament, he scowled. By being caught cheating you have given up your position on the judges' panel and can no longer make any important decisions in this tournament. And added to that, your champion has to either choose to have the knowledge you gave her about the task obliviated from her mind by a professional obliviator, who will do the same to you for good measure, or she can choose to allow the other champions to know of the nature of the task as well. It is in the rules of the tournament. Barty Crouch said, speaking up. Your answer, Ms. Delacour. Let them know, Fleur said quickly. I'd rather not avenue anyone, professional or not, poking around my head. Nodding to the French which he turned to look at Crumb and Cedric. The first task is going to be the four of us each having to go against a dragon to retrieve a golden egg that they will be guarding. The dragons are selected for each of us by random draw and are a Chinese fireball, a Welsh green, a Swedish short snout, and a Hungarian horntail. How did you know about it? Cedric asked in confusion, the Hufflepuff champion paling with each dragon listed. A paradoxical flaw in the tournament rules, he explained. As the owner of the school I am required to be informed about any creatures being brought onto my lands, which Dumbledore never informed me of until the dragons were already under full contract, something which I had to verbally lay into him for. Due to these laws I knew about what the task would be even before the selection, and, as I was still required to know about their presence and why by law, I was not allowed to have the knowledge removed. So you were given immunity by a loophole? Crumb asked hesitantly as he nodded. Anyway, he said as he stared at the other three champions, there are 2 weeks left until the first task, so I would recommend that you begin preparing for it so that you manage to survive facing your dragons. Turning to Narcissa, he reached out and took her hand into his own as he pulled her to her feet. Come on, love, he said softly as he pecked her lips, let's head back home. I have a lot to talk about with you and the others. It was the morning of the first task. The three schools sat in the main hall as breakfast was served, gossip and rumor being shared like a side dish. At the staff table he saw the new French judge, a thin little man named Jean-Luc, had an air about him that he didn't like. The man at least seemed better than to act out openly, however, having seen how quickly Madame Maxime was punished when she had tried such. Said half-giantess was at the table as well and in a remarkably bad mood, sending frequent upset looks at him. Over at the Slytherin table he saw Victor Crumb over with the Durmstrang contingent muttering under his breath whenever not eating. The champion from Bulgaria was poring over books, over notes, over anything he could study in the last few minutes before they would be taken away for the third task. Yet Crumb seemed, while not calm, extremely focused, ready to face whatever the tournament decided to throw his way. At Ravenclaw's table Fleur sat alone, her schoolmates having never seemed to show any care or support for her, and none of the Hogwarts students wanted to support anyone apart from himself and Cedric. She alternated between trying to force down some toast and biting her fingernails in nervousness as she studied something from what looked like an old journey, family spells perhaps. Madame Maxime was under constant watch, an oath not to provide any more aid to Fleur, and it was clear that without that tutelage the French champion was growing nervous, having apparently never been allowed to try and flourish on her own. Under Hufflepuff's banner Cedric sat like a king, his entire house cheering and encouraging their housemate. The House of the Badgers kept their champion's plate piled high with food, his cup was never dry as they celebrated as if they had won the tournament already. A mountain of books was around Cedric and the upper-year students of House, the entirety of which had been looking up anything and everything they could that might help Cedric with the task. Even still he could see the boiling fear hiding behind the cheer in Cedric's eyes. He himself, however, felt perfectly calm. His opponents had talent, but he had that as well as training to handle dangerous situations. He had fought and slain magical beasts and survived assassinations. A dragon, while dangerous, was far from the most threatening he had done in his lifetime. Best of all, he was prepared, having studied the most powerful combat spells within his lyre. Students, Narcissa called out, gaining the attention of the three schools, begin finishing up your breakfast and follow your heads of house to the arena for the first task. Champions, follow Mr. Crouch, who will explain the rules of the round. And may the odds ever be in your favor. Ignoring the loud cheering war that was started between the fans of Cedric and Crumb, he and Fleur's fans being more sedate, he stood up and made his way out of the hall, meeting up with the other three champions as they followed the British bureaucrat to a tent built outside a massive arena. Now, the man began to explain as the other judges came in, having seen to the arrangements of the students getting to the arena, you four are already aware that the task involves retrieving a golden egg from a dragon's nest. You will each take turns reaching into this bag to draw out a replica of your dragon. Hearing the tent flap open, he glanced over to see Dumbledore striding in, a group of reporters following in silently and setting up in a corner. Sorry I'm late. The ancient imbecile smiled as if his presence was a great treat to them. Now, you four are forbidden from killing your guards. Harry snapped, cutting off the headmaster. Remove these people. I'm a judge. Dumbledore began to protest as the guards approached, a little under half of the reporters being intelligent and leaving on their own, the rest had to be drug out kicking and screaming. The Hogwarts judge is the headmaster, or in this case headmistress, Dumbledore. He explained as if speaking to a child, you had said title stripped from you, therefore you no longer have the right to sit as a judge for this tournament. Now go sit in the stands and enjoy the show. With that the security drug off the protesting old man, the tent falling to silence after he was gone. Anyway, Crouch blinked, not even fazed at the interruption. The rules state that you are permitted to use whatever means necessary to win your task, however judging the points is left up to the discretion of the judges. Some may not approve of lethal force or certain spells. Now, ladies first. Crouch offered the bag to Fleur who, hesitantly, reached in and pulled out a tiny replica of a Welsh green which let out a squeaking roar, the miniature having a tiny pendant with a number 1 around its neck. The Welsh green, good luck young lady. Nodding, Crouch turned clockwise and offered it to Crumb next. You then, Mr. Crumb, go on. Nodding resolutely, Crumb pulled out a Chinese fireball which growled at Crumb who, without missing a beat, growled back, stunning the tiny creature into silence. A Chinese fireball, I look forward to seeing what you make of it. Mr. Diggory, then, your turn. Nodding, and possibly trying not to whimper, Cedric reached in, muttering something repeatedly under his breath, before pulling out the Swedish short snout which eyed Cedric lazily before dismissing him as a lesser being, biting the champion's finger, and then flying off to a rafter to watch. The Swedish short snout, do be careful, its fire can reduce a man to ash within seconds. That leaves you Mr. Potter, with the Hungarian horntail. Crouch nodded gravely as he pulled out the model, a most dangerous opponent for a most dangerous wizard. Looking down at the replica he matched its gaze till the tiny dragon submitted and bowed its head. This looked like it would be interesting. So, Ms. Delacour will go first, then Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb, and finally Mr. Potter. Do you four have any final questions before this begins? When they shook their heads, Crouch nodded. Good luck to you all then. At the sound of the cannon, Ms. Delacour, you may come out and face your opponent. With that the judges all departed, leaving just the champions alone and in silence with their thoughts. Sitting down he began to do breathing exercises while meditating, Crumb moving to join him, their dragons resting on their laps like loyal guard dogs. Cedric began pacing around the tent, following the walls of the structure while muttering spells and strategies under his breath. Fleur stood by the exit, anxiously chewing her now ruined nails. Finally, the cannon blasted, and Fleur exited the tent. The roar of the crowd was matched only by the roar of the dragon. Ludo Bagman's voice called out commentary as Fleur engaged the beast in combat. For several minutes such was the sound that existed until once more the cannon fired. She's done it. Ludo cheered. In 23 minutes and 48 seconds Fleur Delacour has gotten her egg. Now for the scores. Some in the audience cheered at the score, some booed, but soon enough the noise settled and the cannon for Cedric was fired. Soon it was just him and Crumb in the tent as Cedric faced his dragon. Constant gouts of fire could be felt, the heat lighting the air like the sun. Eventually though, the cannon fired, and there we go. In 18 minutes and 35 seconds Cedric has gained his egg. Let's see the judges' scores. The scores were sent up, but at the last part there was an enormous cry of outrage from almost the entire audience. Sharing a look with Crumb they wondered what that was all about. Now Mr. Crumb, Bagman called out along with the cannon as Harry was left alone. There were the sounds of fire and explosions and cheering as Crumb did battle before eventually the cannon fired. 18 minutes and 12 seconds. Now for the scores. Once more the scores were sent up, although he still knew nothing of what each score was, and as before there was a massive outraged roar at the end. Now finally, Mr. Potter. At the cannon he rose and exited the tent, following the marked path for him as he entered the arena. It was stone and earth, boulders and trees scattered around its basin. A river flowed through the bottom and at the opposite end sat the Hungarian Horntail, its massive form glaring hatefully towards him. With a spell the dragon handlers unleashed the beast and the task began in true. The arena was silent as the grave, the dragon matching his gaze as he slowly began to circle the ring, the dragon standing protectively over its clutch of eggs. He had to keep the beast calm till he got to the point in the arena he needed to start the battle, the terrain where he had started not suitable for his strategy. "Hurry up already." A bored spectator wearing Arlet and gold shouted, shattering the silence as the dragon's eyes widened and it roared out a gout of flame. Cursing, his calm walk turned into a sprint, diving into a roll to avoid the flame till he got to an area with the proper stonework. "Bombarda Maxima," he shouted, blasting the ground as stones and even small boulders flew skyward, Depulso. And with that they became a hail of stone missiles at the dragon. Screeching in rage the dragon lashed out with its spiked tail, destroying most of the rocks into pebbles while the rest bounced off or impacted against the hide. Hissing the Horntail grabbed a large tree with its teeth, ripping it from the ground before throwing it his direction. "Reducto," Harry snarled, blasting the tree to splinters before going through a spell chain he had spent 2 weeks mastering over the summer, a combination of the matchstick to needle spell, a banisher, and then imbuing the needles with electricity so a swarm of electric needles impacted the dragon's hide. The needles didn't do as much as he would have liked, but they did a decent chunk of damage and got the dragon's attention. "My word, this is incredible." Bagman cheered like an excited child. "Mr. Potter is actually fighting the dragon in direct combat. Let's see if he can keep the pace up, shall we?" Snorting at how easily impressed the man was, Harry kept running in a circle about the arena, not giving the dragon a stationary target and limited in what spells he can use by the face that he wished to avoid destroying the eggs. "Relatio," a voice shouted from the stands as a ball of red light shot out and hit the dragon's restraints, the chains shattering as the beast roared, stretching out its wings in joy at its newfound freedom. Ignoring the crowd's screams he cursed and began charging up a spell, focusing over half of his magic into the powerful enchantment, dodging gouts of fire, slashes of claws, and slams from the tail. The Aurors were trying to push the crowd back, and catch the one who cast the spell, while the crowd wanted to watch. Nobody could interfere in the task without losing their magic, meaning the one who released the dragon was now a squib, so he was on his own as the dragon sought to get revenge for the damage he had inflicted. Finally, the spell was charged up enough, Draconiphores. He roared, using the spell taught in Transfiguration the year before. The blast of magic rippled through the arena, turning boulders and trees into dragons. They were all far smaller than the Horntail but larger than the original item they had been made from. This is incredible. Bagman's shock was at least earned this time. "Mr. Potter has taken the Draconiphore spell, a simple spell used to turn something into a simulacrum of a dragon, and used it to make a small army of dragons with a single casting." Climbing onto the back of the largest dragon he let out a battle cry as his army of transfigured beasts took to the sky and began to attack the Horntail with claw and flame. The Horntail was larger, the Horntail was stronger, but he had the numbers. For every transfigured dragon that fell to the earth, their death reverting the spell as boulders shattered and trees splintered to the ground, 2 more took their place. Blood rained down upon the field as they tore into the dragon. "Reducto," he shouted, aiming at a wing joint on the Horntail, his earlier uses of the arrow shooting spell having done little to pierce the mem of the wing. The spell impacted, and he saw the dragon waver in the air, but its scales held firm despite the pain. "More power then," he snarled as the dragon's attacks were damaging the arena and several spectators had already been injured, very few remaining to watch from the closer stands as they retreated behind ward lines used to keep the dragon contained. "De Primo." The powerful spell blasted where his reducto had hit and shattered scale and bone, the wing flying away as the dragon screeched and crashed to the ground in the river, dazed as its head impacted a rock. Soon enough though the dragon began to stir, even as his remaining transfigured beasts tore at its hide. Using his spell to direct them, he had them attack the throat to crack or pry off the scales. The dragon screeches in fury before flaming them all, the clustered drakes dying in droves till only his own mount was left. Focusing the remainder of his magic for one last spell, Harry ordered his mount to charge the horntail, the dragon standing up on its back legs to roar in rage. Leaping off from his mount at the last minute, Harry saw it impact the horntail, dealing one last attack to the scales at the throat before dying. Defindo! He roared, pumping the last of his magic into the spell as the cutting curse sprung into being, burning through the air as it hit the dragon's throat, the damaged scales doing nothing to stop it as the spell cut through them and the throat, almost beheading the massive beast, its sinewy neck dangling on a hinge much like the ghost of Gryffindor. His joy was short-lived before he hit the ground, his right leg breaking on impact as he let out a curse, ironically landing right beside the golden egg. Medics were rushing towards him before the dragon's corpse had even hit the ground, the school nurse along with his own private healers checking him for injury and casting spells to set his leg for the moment. Doubt anyone here today will ever forget what they saw here. He heard Bagman finishing up his narration. Mr. Potter finished in the fastest time at 11 minutes and 12 seconds. And now for the scores of the judges. First, Bartemius Crouch from the British Ministry of Magic. The man pondered for a moment, possibly reviewing if there was anything to validate the removal of points, before pointing his wand skyward as a ribbon shot out and formed a 9, possibly taking off points for his broken leg. Ignoring the boos of the crowd at the lower score, Bagman shot out his own score of a 10. Now, Headmistress Narcissa Potter of Hogwarts. Smiling in proud relief, although he could see the fading fear in her eyes from his fight, she conjured a large ribbon which formed a 10 in the air. High Master Igor Karkaroff of Durmstrang. Once more a 9 was sent into the air, but the High Master did give him a nod of respect. And finally, Jean-Luc of the French Ministry of Magic. At the name alone, the crowd was already booing and jeering and, upon seeing his score, he understood why in the loud protests from Cedric and Krum. A massive 0 hung lazily in the air, its conjurer sitting in smug self-satisfaction. Now that the last of us is here, we can begin the meeting, Harry said, nodding to High Master Karkaroff, who was easing into a chair. With him in the room were Narcissa, Karkaroff, the French representative, as well as members from the 3 ministries currently involved in the tournament, and the ICW. It had been 2 weeks since the first task, and the group was meeting to begin planning the groundwork for the next tournament, should there even be one. For the first order of business, I feel that France's representative should be called to account, Karkaroff said, glaring daggers at the man who sat calmly drinking tea with a smirk. Called to account for what? Jean-Luc asked idly. I have done nothing contradictory to the rules and regulations for this tournament. You deliberately underscored everyone but Ms. Delacour. Karkaroff snapped, the rage shared by most everyone who watched the task apart from a good-sized chunk of the French contingent, although Fleur herself didn't like advantage it had given her, or perhaps just how people reacted to it. Jean-Luc had given Fleur a 10 and scored everyone else with a 0. We are permitted to judge the champions as we see fit. Did Bartemius Crouch not say that the points allotted are up to our discretion? It was abusing the rule to the maximum, but it was still allowed, and the man knew it. That is technically correct, Crouch nodded, the man having abused so many rules himself during his career that this didn't even faze him. Now we have other issues to address. First we should decide which of the 3 schools should host the tournament next. France, of course, Jean-Luc scoffed. Our academy is a far nicer accommodation than this damp and dreary old ruin. Perhaps you could even learn a thing or two about proper cuisine while there. The last was said with a smirk at Karkaroff and Narcissa. That would be a highly poor idea, Harry spoke up calmly before the insulted parties could snap back. After all, while you may have the right to allocate points at your own discretion, that doesn't mean said allocation will win you any favor. As it stands now, Beauxbatons, and by extension France itself, has taken a popularity hit because of your time as judge. England and Durmstrang are outraged at how you Scored, and that's not even stating the kingdom of the Amazons. Even many of the students from Beauxbatons who wished to earn their victory are upset at your actions and the light it puts them in. Should it be announced that the next tournament be held in France during this current climate, then there will be a great deal of outrage. Jean-Luc tried to protest more in his defense, but even the French minister recognized that France wasn't at its most popular at the moment. As usual, I withdraw Durmstrang from being a possible host. Karkaroff spoke up without a moment's hesitation, something everyone had already expected. Since its creation, Durmstrang had been not only a school but a fortress designed to defend should the magical community of Bulgaria ever be attacked. A smaller portion housed the school, but there was a great deal of empty space, enough to host the majority of their magical population if not all of it during times of war. The school was also held under a fidelius, and those who attended were required to take unbreakable oaths to never reveal its location to an outsider and to not attack it. With those facts, Durmstrang had never hosted the tournament, not wanting to compromise their security, as getting a group of teenagers from other countries to obey those restrictions was far from likely. So, it seems that Hogwarts will host once more, he said with a small smile, having hoped for that. The next matter of business is a proposal. I have to change both the nature of the tasks and the champion selection for future tournaments. As the more diehard traditionalists roared and raged at the very notion of doing anything new or different, he sat, calmly waiting for them to wear themselves out. After close to 5 minutes, when the ranters were stopping to get their breath back, he asked, "Are you done?" "I do have reasons for my proposal." "And those would be?" Narcissa asked, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she already knew exactly what he intended. "First is the method of selecting champions. The goblet has already shown itself to be fallible through the selection of a 4th champion. I propose that the goblet be moved to a museum as an artifact of history, remembered but retired. Instead, the schools participating in the tournament should host their own set of competitions the year before to deciding based off grades, talent, and their own tests to select a champion. This will also allow students to feel better about the selection, as they can see just why they weren't selected. 3's a bit more back and forth debating, but eventually a vote is called, most having come to accept that the goblet was no longer the effective judge it had once been. "I believe you said something about changes to the tasks as well." The ICW representative for the day asked, "Are you saying you have specific suggestions for the next tournament or something else?" Every tournament, the 3, or 4 in this case, champions are put through dangerous and rigorous tasks to prove their school's superiority. Rigorous is a decent thing, but dangerous. These are students who are studying and learning to have a job, not soldiers training to combat life-threatening situations. Make the tasks less about life-threatening danger and more about skill, talent, and knowledge. Have dueling tournaments between champions, obstacle courses, challenges where they have to solve riddles, displays of their magic. If they must combat something dangerous, then let it be a controlled situation. Perhaps a golem controlled by a judge, so that way they can make sure champion isn't killed like 67% of all champions selected have been. If you want blood sport, then look somewhere beside your students. This vote was much faster and had far more supporting his idea, this tournament having already been given more safety regulations to limit the death toll. The debate after that turned to what to make the tasks for the next tournament. In the end, it was decided to make the first task an obstacle course for the champions to get through, the second would be a 3-way duel between those selected, and the final would involve the chosen battling a golem controlled by a skilled auror who would take an unbreakable oath to make sure he did not favor any champion or go too far. Added to that, other events were selected, such as competitions for academics, gobstones, Quidditch, spell creation, and other such events for those not selected as champions to still compete and win glory for themselves and their school. "One last order of business then," he said with a grin as the others began to get up, all but Narcissa confused as to what he could mean. "I have checked the charter for the tournament and found that the hosting school for each tournament is to select which schools shall join in the competition for that year. I have decided that France shall not be invited to the next tournament, instead an invitation shall be sent to Ilvermorny." "What?" Jean-Luc roared in outrage, the man's calm arrogant veneer shattering at this declaration. "How dare you? Beauxbatons is one of the premier schools in the world. But you aren't the only school of such renown, he shrugged, and at the moment I have seen little from Beauxbaton's administration that will make me wish to invite them back. Perhaps one day when someone competent is at the helm of your academy they'll be invited back into the tournament, maybe expanding the number of schools. Either way, it is my decision who to invite for the next one, and it shall be Ilvermorny and Durmstrang, not Beauxbaton's. As he took a sip of his drink he wondered if Jean-Luc was about to invent a new shade of purple. Harry. Chuckling softly, Harry flipped through the day's paper. Ever since the meeting where he announced who would be invited to the next Triwizard tournament, the international community hadn't been able to talk about much else. Losing their position for future tournaments had been a huge blow for France and Beauxbaton's, even more so when they learned the reason why. Ilvermorny, upon receiving the invitation, had been quick to accept the offer and even sent the request for an exchange student program next year. Attention students. Setting down his paper he watched Narcissa stand up to give an announcement to the various students from the 3 schools, all heads looking up from their breakfast. I have an important announcement to make. Since its inception the Triwizard Tournament has had 4 main events. The 3 challenges of the champions and the Yule Ball. The ball will be held Christmas Day and is open to anyone of 4th year or higher. Those from 1st to 3rd year will have a separate function should they wish to attend that, but can attend the ball itself should a higher year student invite them. Finally, the staff will be holding dance lessons for any who wish or need to learn before the ball. That's all. Narcissa smiled and sat down as people began whispering. So Harry, Karkaroff gave a friendly laugh, the Durmstrang High Master having become something of a friend over the recent weeks. Which of your lovely ladies do you intend to bring to the ball for the opening dance? That would be Profeta, he answered with a faint smile as he thought about one of his loves. We haven't had a date together for a while. And she would love a chance to attend a ball. He had already informed the other champions of their duty to open the ball, so they could get a head start on finding a date. By the way, your champion and Miss Delacour have come up with quite an interesting plan. Neither of them have anyone here that they actually wish to attend with, so they've decided to hold 2 events. In the Muggle world there are events known as Bachelor and Bachelorette auctions. It's a charity event where single men and women can enter, and others can try to pay to have them as a date for an event auction style. They'll both host such an event with themselves entered as well and the profit donated to charities. Yes, Victor is often trying to help charities. Karkaroff nods proudly at hearing what his prize student had planned. I'm quite proud of him. He's an excellent pupil. Harry nods, and a fierce competitor. Turning to Pomona Sprout he tilted his head. So, who does your star student plan to take? Just this morning he asked me for permission to cut some flowers from one of my greenhouses to ask Miss Cho Chang to the ball. She smiles, sighing fondly at the romance between her students. Young love, so awkward, so bumbling, so adorable. Most of the elder members of the staff laughed in amused agreement. Well everyone, I hope you enjoy your day. Harry nods, finishing his breakfast as he stands up. I have an appointment with the goblins later today. Instantly, 2 Amazons flanked him as he made his way out the door, ignoring the whispers from students who were excited at the idea of a ball. Reaching Narcissa's office he grabbed a handful of flow powder and flamed to Diagon Alley and the goblins. Head held high, he walked through the alley and into the bank, the guards doing nothing to stop him or check him as they did for the other customers entering the bank. Your Majesty. A guard saluted and walked over, having clearly been waiting. Ragnarok is most excited for today's meeting. We've finally managed to find another one. Wormtail. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew flinched at the high-pitched yell of his master, come to me at once. Whimpering, the traitor of the Marauders slunk into the room of the Riddle Manor where Voldemort's homunculus body resided. Why yes master. He stammered out, praying he wouldn't be subject to the Cruciatus curse. Why have you failed to update me on how Crouch's part of the plan is going? Voldemort demanded. I know that the first task of the tournament has already taken place. IW was waiting for Crouch's full report to come in master. He whimpered, sweating as he saw Voldemort finger the wand in his hand. Harry Potter faced the Hungarian Horntail and fought it in direct combat. He managed to kill it and used the Draconiphores spell to a greater extent than has ever been seen to make a small army of dragon copies to fight. How intriguing. Voldemort mused, I'll have to remember to use that spell myself in the future. I'm sure people will be thrilled at young Harry giving me such an idea. The smile on the homunculus' face was sickening, even to Wormtail. What else? Voldemort's smile vanished and instantly became a cold glare once more. After the French representative gave zeros to every other C competitor bar their own, Harry chose Ilvermorny to attend instead of Beauxbatons next time. Ah, a school made by a descendant of Slytherin. Voldemort seemed genuinely pleased. I can respect that decision. What else? The only other matter is the Yule Ball happening on Christmas Day. He stammered out, handing over Crouch's letter in hopes that if anything went wrong then Voldemort's wrath would be directed to Crouch and not himself. Voldemort's musing expression became a dark and twisted smirk. If we do nothing bar enter him in the tournament then young Harry is liable to grow suspicious. Wormtail, reach out to what followers we have available and arrange a little surprise for whomever Harry is taking to the ball as his date. Nodding and bowing, Wormtail agreed, rushing out to do so and thanking whatever higher powers existed that he wasn't being tortured. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.